the problem? What's wrong with you? You look hefty enough. Bad heart. Ever drawn a bead on a man? Never, said Matthew. The corporal turned to his companions. All three shook their heads. We'll do our best, said Panette in a tight little voice. There was a long silence. The corporal looked at them and scratched his head. At last he heaved a sigh and seemed to have made up his mind. My name's Clapot, it's me as gives orders, the others are Chasserio and Dandio. Just you do what they tell you. We been in action for a fortnight, and we pretty well got the hang of it. A fortnight, said Panette incredulously, how did that happen? We were covering your retreat. Panette blushed and hung his head. Matthew felt his jaws contract. Clapot proceeded to explain in a more conciliatory tone. Delaying action. They looked at one another, but not a word more was said. Matthew felt ill at ease. He thought, we shall never be one of them. They've been fighting for 15 days on end, while we've been scuttling along the roads. Be a bit too easy if we joined up just in time for the peace celebrations. They'll never accept us, never. Our chaps are down there in the cellar, wallowing in filth and shame. Our place is at their side, and we've abandoned them at the last moment from motives of simple personal pride. He leaned over. He could see the black houses, the glittering ribbon of the road. My place is down there, and he knew in his heart that he would never again be able to go down from the tower. Panette was sitting astride the parapet, probably just to keep his spirits up. Get down off there, said Clapot. You'll give our position away. The Germans are a long way off. What do you know about it? Get down, do you hear me? Panette jumped down onto the roof with a bad grace, and Matthew thought, they'll never accept us. Panette was getting on his nerves, continually moving about and talking when he'd much better have kept in the background, not opened his big mouth, and let the others forget all about him. He gave a jump. An enormous explosion, muffled and heavy, had gone off close to his ear. There was a second and a third, a brazen racket, the roof quivered under his feet. Panette laughed nervously. No need to get the wind up, that's the clock, that is. Matthew stole a glance at the chasseurs, and noticed with satisfaction that they too had jumped. 23 o'clock, said Panette. Matthew shivered. He was cold, but the feeling was not unpleasant. He was high up in the sky, above the rooftops, and above the men in the village. He felt cold and it was dark. No, I shall never go down again, wouldn't go down for anything in the world. There's the civilians starting off. They were all leaning over the parapet. He could see through the leaves a number of black animals moving about. It was as though he were looking down into the bottom of the sea. In the main street doors were being opened noiselessly. Women and children were creeping out. Most of them carried bundles or suitcases. Small groups were forming in the roadway. They appeared to be waiting for something. Then they melted together into a single procession, which moved off slowly in a southerly direction. Like a funeral, said Panette. Poor devils, said Matthew. Don't you worry your heads about them, said Dandio with dry unconcern. They'll find their shacks waiting for 'em when they get back. The Germans don't often burn down whole villages. How about that? And Matthew nodded towards Roberville. That was different. It wasn't only us as fired on 'em, the inhabitants joined in. Panette started to laugh. Not at all like here, the sods are too damn frightened. Dandio looked at him. You've not been fighting. Still, civilians didn't oughter set the ball rolling. And whose fault was that? Asked Panette in a fury. Whose fault was it we didn't fight? Search me. It was the officers' fault. It's the officers have lost the war. Don't you go talkin' against the officers, said Clapot, you've no call to do that. And why not? Not for us, you haven't, went on Clapot with determination, because you can take it from me that apart from one lieutenant nor it wasn't his fault neither all the rest stuck by us. Pinette tried to explain. He waved his arms at Clopot, then dropped them to his side. It's no good, we shan't never understand each other, he said dejectedly. Chaussee looked inquiringly at him. What you come here for? I told you, we come to do a bit of fighting. But why, you didn't have to. Pinette laughed in a foolish sort of way. Oh, I don't know, for a bit of fun, I suppose. You'll get your fun all right, said Clopot unsympathetically, I give you my word. Dandio broke into a pitying laugh. Hear that? Popped in to see us for a bit o' fun just to see what scrapping's like. Wanted to score up a nice little target, like at the pigeons, and they weren't even forced to. And who forced you, you chump? Asked Pinette. Us, that's different, we're chasseurs. What of it? If you belong to the chasseurs, you fight. He shook his head. If it warn't for that you talks as how I was out to shoot men just for the fun of it. Chaussee was looking at Pinette with mingled surprise and repulsion. Haven't you got it into your thick head that you're risking your skin? Pinette's only reply was a shrug. Because, if you have, went on Chaussee, you're an even bigger fool that I took you for. It don't make sense to risk one's skin if one isn't forced to. We were forced to, all right, said Matthew suddenly, don't make any mistake about that. We were fed up, and we didn't know what to do. He pointed down at the schools. For us it was either the church tower or the cellar. Dandio seemed to be impressed. Some of the harshness went out of his expression. Matthew pursued his advantage, what would you have done in our place? They none of them said anything. He pressed his point. What would you have done? Dandio shook his head. I might have chosen the cellar, fighting's not much catch. Wait till you've had some. Perhaps not, said Matthew, but it's not much catch either being cooped up in a cellar when others are fighting. Don't suppose it is, said Chaussee. Dandio had to admit the force of this argument. Can't feel very proud of oneself, I'sh say. They seemed less hostile now. Clopot looked at Pinette with an air of surprise, then turned away and went over to the parapet. The expression of feverish hardness had gone, his face showed a certain vague gentleness. He stared out into the mild darkness, at the childlike and legendary countryside. Matthew was hard put to it to determine whether the mildness of the night was reflected in his face, or whether the loneliness of his face was reflected in the night. Hi, Clopot, said Dandio. Clopot straightened up. He was once more the alert specialist. What's up? I'm going to have a nose round down there, think I saw something. Righto. Just as Dandio lifted the trap, a woman's voice came up to them from below. Henry. Henry. Matthew leaned out over the street. A few laggards were scuttling about aimlessly like frightened ants. He could see, close to the post office, a small patch of shadow. Henry. The expression of Pinette's face darkened, but he said nothing. Some women had taken the post office girl by the arm and were trying to lead her away. She was struggling with them and shouting. Henry. Henry. She broke free, rushed into the post office and shut the door. A pretty muck-up, whispered Pinette. He scraped the stone of the parapet with his nails. She ought to have gone with the others. Certainly she ought, said Matthew. Get herself into trouble, that's what she'll do. And whose fault will that be? There was no reply. The lid of the trapdoor rose. Gimme a hand. They pulled the lid back and laid it flat on the roof. Dandio emerged from the darkness. He was carrying 2 straw mattresses on his back. See what I've found. Clopot smiled for the first time. He seemed overjoyed. That's a bit o' luck, he said. What are you going to do with those? Asked Matthew. Clopot looked at him with surprise. What you think one usually uses mattresses for, stringing beads? Do you mean to say you're going to sleep? We're going to have a bit of grub first, said Chaussee. Matthew watched them busying themselves round the mattresses, taking tins of bully from their haversacks. Don't they realize they're going to be killed? Chausseriot had discovered a tin opener. He opened 3 tins with quick, precise movements. Then they all sat down and took their jackknives from their pockets. Clapotte glanced at Matthew over his shoulder. "You too hungry?" he asked. It was 2 days since Matthew had last eaten. His mouth was filled with saliva. "Not me," he said. "How about your pal?" Panette made no reply. He was leaning over the parapet, and his eyes were fixed on the post office. "Come along and have some grub," said Clapotte, "plenty for all." "Chaps as does the fighting's got a right to eat," said Chausseriot. Dandio rooted about in his haversack and produced 2 tins which he offered to Matthew. Matthew took them and tapped Panette on the shoulder. Panette gave a start. "What's up?" "This is for you, eat." Matthew took the tin opener which Dandio gave him. He applied it to the edge of the tin and pressed hard, but the blade slipped on the metal without penetrating it, jumped out of the groove, and struck his left thumb. "Clumsy," said Panette, "hurt yourself." "No," said Matthew. "Come on, give it here." Panette opened the 2 tins, and they ate in silence, standing close to one of the pillars. They were too shy to sit down. They dug into the meat with their knives, and pecked the pieces off the points. Matthew munched conscientiously, but his throat felt paralyzed. He could taste nothing, and found it difficult to swallow. Seated on the mattresses, the 3 chasseurs were busy concentrating on the food. Their knives gleamed in the moonlight. "To think," said Chausseriot dreamily, "we should be eating in the belfry of a church." "In the belfry of a church?" Matthew looked down. Under their feet was the fragrance of spices and incense, coolness, and the stained glass windows feebly shining in the shadows of the faith. Under their feet was confidence and hope. He felt cold. He looked at the sky, breathed the sky, thought with the sky. He was naked on a glacier at a great height. Far below him lay his childhood. Clapotte had thrown his head back. His eyes were on the sky as he ate. "Look at the moon," he said in a low voice. "What's that?" said Chausseriot. "The moon, isn't it bigger than usual?" "No." "Ah, I thought it was." Suddenly he lowered his eyes. "Hey, you two, come and eat with us, don't stand about there." Matthew and Panette both hesitated. "Come along," said Clapotte. "Let's go," said Matthew to Panette. They sat down. Matthew could feel Clapotte's warmth against his leg. This was their last meal, and it was sacred. "We got some rum," said Dandio. "Not much, just enough for a spot all round." He passed his canteen. Each man put his lips where the last had drunk. Panette leaned over to Matthew. "I rather think as how they've adopted us." "So do I. They're not bad blokes, I like 'em." "Me too." Panette straightened up with sudden pride. His eyes were shining. "We should a been like 'em if we'd been told what ter do." Matthew looked at the 3 faces and nodded his head. "Aren't I right?" "Perhaps." For the last few moments Panette had been looking at Matthew's hand. There was a ragged gash in the left thumb. "That must have been the tin opener." "And you let it bleed, fathead." "I didn't feel anything." Panette was delighted. "What'd you do," he grumbled, "if I warn't here?" Matthew looked at his thumb. The fact that he had a body filled him with surprise. He was conscious of nothing, not of the taste of food, not of the sting of alcohol, not of the pain in his hand. "It's as though I were made of ice." He laughed. "Once at a nightclub, I had a knife." He broke off. Panette was looking at him with an expression of surprise. "Go on?" "Oh, nothing. I'm unlucky with sharp instruments." "Give me your hand," said Clapotte. He had taken a roll of gauze and a blue bottle from his pack. He poured some of the burning liquid on Matthew's thumb and bound it up. It looked like a doll. Matthew smiled at it. All this trouble to prevent blood from flowing too soon. That's better, said Clopot. Much better, said Matthew. Clopot looked at his watch. Turn in, lads, close on midnight. They bunched round him. Dandy-o, he said, with a jerk of the thumb at Matthew, he'll be with you on guard. Righto. Chasserial, Panette, and Clopot lay down side by side on the mattresses. Dandy-o took a blanket from his pack and laid it over the three of them. Panette stretched luxuriously, winked roguishly at Matthew, and closed his eyes. I'm going over there, said Dandy-o, you stay where you are. If you hear any movement, don't do a thing without telling me first. Matthew settled down in his comber and raked the countryside with his eyes. It occurred to him that he was going to die, and the idea of such a thing appealed to him as being highly comic. He looked at the dark roofs, the mild, phosphorescent gleam of the road between the blue trees, at all the sumptuous, uninhabitable land, and he thought, I am going to die for nothing. A faint sound of snoring made him start. The lads were already asleep. Clopot, his eyes shut, looked younger. He was smiling happily. Panette, too, was smiling. Matthew bent over him and looked down at his face. He thought, what a shame. Dandy-o, at the other end of the platform, was leaning forward, his hands on his thighs in the attitude of a goalkeeper. Hi, said Matthew in a low voice. Hi. Footballer, aren't you? Dandy-o turned towards him in surprise. How did you know? It's obvious. He added, were you good? With a bit of luck I might have been a pro. They exchanged a wave of greeting, and Matthew went back to his post. He thought, I am going to die for nothing, and he was filled with self-pity. For a brief moment memories rustled about him like leaves in the breeze, all his memories, I was in love with life. An uneasy question stirred at the back of his mind. Had I any right to abandon my pals? Have I any right to die for nothing? He stood up and rested his hands on the parapet. He shook his head angrily. I'm fed up, the chaps down there can think what they like, the world can think what it likes. I'm through with remorse, with hesitations, with mental reservations. No one has the right to judge me, no one is thinking about me, no one will remember me, no one can make up my mind for me. He had reached a decision without remorse, with full knowledge of the facts. He had made up his mind, and, on the instant, his scrupulous, his sensitive heart went tumbling down through the branches. No more sentiment for him. That was over now. Here and now I have decided that death has all along been the secret of my life, that I have lived for the sole purpose of dying. I die in order to demonstrate the impossibility of living. My eyes will put an extinguisher upon the earth and shut it down forever. The earth raised its topsy-turvy face to the dying man, the foundering sky swept across him with all its stars. But Matthew kept watch without so much as deigning to pick up these useless gifts. Tuesday, June 18th. 5:45 a.m. Lola. She awoke, as she always did, with a sense of loathing, and, as she always did, crept back into the leavings of her rotten flesh. Lola, are you asleep? No, she said, what's the time? 5:45. 5:45, and my little tough guy's awake, is he? That's something new for a change. Come to me, he said. No, she thought, I don't want him to touch me. Boris. My body disgusts me even if it doesn't disgust you. It's a swindle, it's rotten and you don't know it. If you did know, it would fill you with horror. But already he had taken her by the shoulders, he was heavy upon her. It is through a wound that you will enter me. When he used to touch me in the old days, I became like velvet, now, my body is like dried earth, I crack and crumble under his fingers. He's tickling me. He rent her to the very roots of her belly, he was moving in her belly like a knife. On his face was a look of loneliness, of morbid concentration. She saw him as an insect, as a fly climbing up a window pane, climbing, falling, climbing again. She was conscious only of the pain he was causing her. He was panting, sweating. He achieved his orgasm. It is in my blood that he is spending himself, in all that is evil in me. She thought, Christ, he hasn't had a woman for 6 months, he's making love like a soldier in a brothel. Something moved in her, a fluttering of wings. No, it was nothing. He clasped her to him, nothing about her moved except her breasts. With a little impulsive movement he separated himself from her, and her breasts made a sound like rubber suckers suddenly detached. She felt a wish to laugh, but one glance at his face killed the wish in her. His expression was hard and tense. He kissed her with the determination of a man intent on getting drunk. There is something he wants to forget. Finally, he fell upon her like one half dead. Automatically she stroked his hair, the back of his neck. She felt cold and at peace, but she was conscious of something like the thundering of a bell that rose in her from belly to breast. It was Boris's heart beating within her. I am too old, much too old. These antics seemed grotesque to her. Gently she pushed him from her. Get off me. What? He had raised his head and was looking at her in surprise. It's my heart, she said, it's beating too hard, and you're suffocating me. With a smile he stretched himself beside her, and lay there on his stomach, his face in the pillow, his eyes shut, and a comic little pucker at the corner of his mouth. She propped herself on her elbow and looked at him. So used to the sight was she, so much a habit had he become, that she could no longer see him any more than she could see her own hand. I felt nothing. And yesterday, when he came into the courtyard, looking as pretty as a girl, I felt nothing, nothing at all, not even the old feverish dryness in my throat, not even the old bushy heaviness at the pit of my stomach. She gazed at the too familiar face. She thought, I am alone. How often she had taken that little head in her hands and pressed it, that little head which had secreted so many sly thoughts. In those days she had fought, questioned, begged, so eager was she to open it like a pomegranate and lick out the contents. Then, at last, the secret had emerged, and, as in a pomegranate, had turned out to be no more than a few drops of sugary liquid. There was rancor in her gaze. She was angry with him for failing to stir her deeply. She looked at the bitter lines about his mouth. If he lost his gaiety of heart, what would there be left? Boris opened his eyes and smiled at her. It's comic how happy I am just to have you here, old girl. She returned his smile. Now it's I who have a secret, and you can try till you're black in the face to get it out of me. He sat up, drew back the sheet, and studied Lola's body attentively. Lightly with his hand he brushed her nipples. She felt embarrassed. Just a marble statue, he said. She thought of the unclean beast that was proliferating in the fastness of her body, and the blood rushed to her face. I'm proud of you, said Boris. Why? Because you didn't give a damn for the chaps up at the hospital. Lola gave a suppressed chuckle. Didn't they wonder what you could see in an old bag of bones like me? Didn't they take me for your mother? Lola, said Boris reproachfully. Then he laughed, moved by some memory, and, for a moment, looked young again. What are you laughing at? I was thinking of Francelon. His girl's a loose little fish, though she is only 18, and he said to me I wouldn't mind doing a swap with you. That was very polite of him, said Lola. A thought drifted like a cloud across Boris's face, and his eyes darkened. She looked at him, but there was no friendliness in her look. You've got your little troubles like everyone else. If I told you mine, what would you do? What would you do if I said, I've got a tumor of the womb, I've got to have an operation, and at my age that's sometimes dangerous? You'd open those great tart's eyes of yours, and you'd say, "It's not true, it can't be." "Yes it is," I'd reply, and you'd say it wasn't possible, that things of that kind could perfectly easily be put right with drugs and retreatment, that I was exaggerating. Then I'd say, it wasn't to get my money that I went back to Paris, but to see Le Goupil, and he was quite definite. You'd tell me that Le Goupil is a fool, that he's the last person in the world I ought to have consulted. You'd protest and deny, you'd dart your head this way and that like a trapped animal, and then at last, when you were cornered, you'd stop talking, and you'd look at me tragically, resentfully. She raised her bare arm and took hold of Boris by the hair. "Lie down, my little roughneck, and tell me what's the matter." "Nothing's the matter," but his face belied his words. "That's odd, it's not your way to wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning." He said again, but without conviction, "Nothing's the matter." "I see how it is," she said, "you've got something to tell me but you want me to drag it out of you like a midwife." He smiled and laid his head on her breast, just below the shoulder. He took a deep breath, and said, "How good you smell." She gave a shrug. "Are you going to talk, or aren't you?" He shook his head, it was as though he was terrorized. She said no more, but lay there on her back. "All right, don't talk. It doesn't matter to me. He speaks to me and kisses me, but when I come to die I shall be alone." She heard Boris heave a sigh, and turned her face towards him. He had a sad, set expression on his face, an expression she had never seen before. She thought, without enthusiasm, "Now, I suppose, I've got to start worrying about you." She would have to question him, spy on him, draw conclusions from the way he looked, as in the old days of her jealousy, work away at him until at last he told her what he had been dying to tell her all along. She sat up. "Give me my dressing gown and a cigarette." "Why a dressing gown? You're nicer as you are." "Give me my dressing gown, I'm cold." He got up, brown and naked. She looked away. He took the dressing gown from the foot of the bed and held it out to her. She slipped it on. After a moment's hesitation, he put on his trousers and sat down on a chair. "You've found some pure young girl, and want to marry her, is that it?" she asked. He looked so completely dumbfounded that she blushed. "All right, I'm wrong," she said. There was a brief silence before she went on. "What are you going to do when they discharge you?" "I'm going to marry you." She took a cigarette and lit it. "Why?" she asked. "I've got to be respectable. I can't take you with me to Castelnaudary unless you are my wife." "What the hell are you going to do at Castelnaudary?" "Earn my living," he said severely. "No, I'm not pulling your leg, I'm going to turn schoolmaster." "But why at Castelnaudary?" "You'll learn soon enough. Castelnaudary it's got to be." "Are you trying to tell me that I shall be addressed as Madame Seguin, that I shall have to dress up and call on the headmaster's wife?" "They call him the principal there," said Boris. "Yes, that is precisely what you will have to do. And at the end of the school year, I shall have to make a speech at prize giving." Said Lola. "Ivik'll come and live with us," said Boris. "But she can't stand me." "Perhaps not, but that is how it's going to be." "Does she want to?" "Yes, she can't stick living with her in-laws. It's sending her crackers, you'd hardly recognize her." Silence. She watched him out of the corner of her eye. "So it's all arranged, is it?" she asked. "Yes." "And what if I don't like the arrangement?" "Oh, Lola, how can you say that?" "Naturally, you think I shall jump at the chance of living with you," said Lola. She fancied that she caught a gleam in his eye. "You're not serious, are you?" said Boris. "Perfectly serious. You're just a little roughneck, and rather too certain of your power to charm." The gleam vanished. He looked at his knees, and Lola noticed that his jaws were moving. You like the idea of that kind of life? She asked. I'd like anything so long as I could live with you, said Boris politely. You used to say you couldn't bear the thought of being a schoolmaster. What else can I do? The whole trouble is, he went on, that while I was fighting I didn't bother my head with problems, but now I just spend all my time wondering what I'm fit for. You wanted to write. I never thought seriously of writing. I've nothing to say. You see, I never believed I should come out of this business alive. I've been caught on the wrong foot. Lola looked at him attentively. Are you sorry the war's over? It isn't over, said Boris. The English are carrying on, and before 6 months are out the Yanks'll be in it. But it's over for you. Yes, said Boris, it's over for me. Lola was still looking at him. For you and all Frenchmen. Not for all of them, he said fiercely. Some of them are in England, and they'll fight on to the end. I see, said Lola. She drew at her cigarette and dropped the butt on the floor. Very quietly, she said. Is there any way you could get over there? Oh, Lola, said Boris, and there was admiration and gratitude in his voice. Yes, there is a way. What way? A plane. A plane. She seemed not to understand. There's a little private flying ground near Marignan, hidden away between two hills. A military plane landed there about a fortnight ago. Engine trouble, it's being repaired. But you can't handle a plane. But I've got some pals who can. Who are they? One of them's Francelon, the chap I introduced you to, and then, there's Gable and Terrace. Did they suggest that you should go with them? Yes. Well. I refused. The words came tumbling out of his mouth. I see, you refused, but it wasn't final. You said to yourself, I'll break it gently to the old girl. No, he said. He gazed at her tenderly. It was not often that his eyes had so melting a look. There was a time when I'd have killed myself for a look like that. You may be an old bit of nonsense, and rocky in the top story, but I can't leave you in the lurch. You'd do all sorts of ridiculous things if I weren't there to keep an eye on you. When are we going to get married? Asked Lola. Whenever you like, he said indifferently. All that matters is that we should be married by the beginning of term. That's in September, isn't it? No, October. Good, she said, we've plenty of time. She got up and began walking up and down the room. There were cigarette ends on the floor, stained with lipstick. Boris bent down and picked them up with a stupid expression on his face. When are your pals starting? She asked. Boris carefully arranged the cigarette ends on the marble top of the bedside table. Tomorrow evening, he said, without turning round. As soon as that, she said. Yes, they've got to be quick about it. As soon as that. She walked to the window and opened it. She looked at the swaying masts of the fishing boats, at the empty wharves, at the pink sky, and she thought, tomorrow evening. There was one more cable to cut, and only one. As soon as that was broken, she would turn round. Well, tomorrow evening's as good as any other time, she thought. The first golden gleams of sunrise were on the idle sea. Far off she could hear a ship's hooter. She waited until she felt truly freed, then turned to him. Go if you want to, she said. I'm not holding you back. She got the words out with difficulty, but once they were spoken she felt empty and relieved. She looked at Boris, and thought, without knowing why, the poor boy, the poor boy. Boris had jumped to his feet. He went across and took her by the arm. Lola. You're hurting me, she said. He dropped his hand, but the look he gave her was suspicious. Won't it make you unhappy? Yes, she said, it'll make me unhappy, but I'd rather have it that way than see you schoolmastering at Castelnaudary. He seemed slightly reassured. You couldn't live there any more than I could, he asked. No more than you could. His shoulders drooped, and he hung his arms. For the first time in his life he seemed to feel that his body was an embarrassment. Lola was grateful to him for not showing his joy openly. "Lola," he said. He stretched out his hand and touched her shoulder. She wanted to tear it away, but kept a tight hold on herself. She was smiling at him. She could feel the weight of his hand, and already he was hers no longer, but away in England. Already they faced one another as dead persons. "I'd refused, you know," he said in a trembling voice, "I'd refused." "Yes, I know. I'll be true to you. I won't sleep with any other woman." She smiled. "My poor boy." He was in the way. She could have wished that the next evening had already come. Suddenly he struck his forehead. "Hell! What's the matter now? I can't go. I can't go." "Why not?" "Ivek. I told you she wanted to live with us." "Boris," said Lola in a fury. "If you won't stay for my sake, I forbid you to stay for hers." But her anger was something that belonged to a time already dead. "I'll look after Ivek," she said. "You'll take her with you." "Why not?" "But you can't stick her." "What's that got to do with it?" said Lola. She felt horribly tired. She said, "Either get dressed or go back to bed. You'll catch cold." He took a towel and began to rub his body. How odd, she thought, he's just taken a decision that will change the whole course of his life. She sat down on the bed. He was rubbing away furiously, but his face was still gloomy. "What's wrong?" she asked. "Nothing. Everything's grand. I don't know what's biting you." She got to her feet with difficulty, grabbed his hair and forced his head up. "Look at me, what's wrong?" Boris turned his face away. "It's only that I think you're rather strange." "What do you mean strange?" "Not seeming more put out at the idea of my going, I mean, I feel rather shocked." "So you feel shocked, do you?" said Lola, "you actually feel shocked." And she burst out laughing. 6 a.m. Matthew grunted, sat up, and rubbed his head. A cock crowed. The sun was warm and cheerful, though still low. "Fine day," said Matthew. No one replied. They were all kneeling behind the parapet. Matthew looked at his wristwatch and saw that it was 6 o'clock. He heard a distant, rhythmic rumbling. He crawled on all fours over to his companions. "What is it, a plane?" "No, it's them, motorized infantry." Matthew hoisted himself up till he could see over their shoulders. "Don't be a damn fool," said Klopot, "keep well down, they've got glasses." 200 yards before reaching the first of the houses, the road made a bend to the west, disappeared behind a grassy knoll, ran between the high buildings of a flour mill, which masked it, and entered the village at an angle, from the southwest. Matthew could make out a number of motor vehicles very far away. They seemed not to be moving. He thought, "Those are Germans," and felt frightened in an odd, almost religious way. His emotion was, more truly, a sort of horror, such as is inspired by the supernatural. Thousands of foreign eyes were raking the village, eyes of supermen and insects. He was overwhelmed by a sudden frightful realization, "They will see my dead body. They'll be here any minute now," he said, in spite of himself. The others remained silent. A few moments passed, and then, in slow, solemn tones, Dandio said, "No use opening fire at that range." "Get back, all of you," ordered Klopot. The four of them withdrew and sat down on one of the mattresses. Chasseriau and Dandio had the appearance of two dried prunes, and Panette was doing his best to look like them. Both had dirty faces and large, gentle eyes with no depth to them. "My eyes are doggy," thought Matthew. Klopot was squatting on his heels. He talked back to them over his shoulder. "They'll halt just outside the village, and send in motorcyclists to recce. Don't fire on them whatever you do." Chasseriau yawned. "The same Swedish," Sickly yawn distended Matthew's mouth. He tried to fight against his fear, to find some little warmth in anger. To himself he said, "Christ, we're fighting men, aren't we, not victims." But his anger was not genuine. He yawned again. Chaussee looked at him with sympathy. "The waiting's always the worst part," he said, "you'll feel better later on." Clapaut, still squatting on his heels, turned and faced them. "Orders are simple," he said, "defend the approaches to the schools and the mairie, they mustn't get near either of them. The chaps down there'll give us the signal. As soon as they start shooting we can open up independent fire, and, remember, while they hold out our job's only to cover them." They looked at him with obedient and attentive faces. "And after that?" asked Binet. "Oh, time enough." "I don't think they'll hold out long," said Dandieu. "You can never tell. They may have a light field piece. It's up to us to prevent them from bringing it into action. We shan't have a clear field of fire, but nor will they, because the road enters the village at an angle." He got onto his knees and crawled to the parapet. Screened by a pillar, he looked out over the countryside. "Dandieu." "Yes, Corporal." "Come over here." He gave his directions without turning his head. "We'll face M, you and I, Dandieu, Chaussee you watch the right flank, and you, Delarue, the left. Binet, you'd better get round to the other side in case they try a turning movement." Chaussee dragged one of the mattresses to the parapet facing west. Matthew took the blanket, made it into a pad, and dropped to his knees. "I've got to turn my back on the buggers," complained Binet angrily. "You've got nothing to grouse about," said Chaussee. "I shall have the sun bang in me eyes." Flattened against his pillar, Matthew looked straight down on the front of the mairie. By craning his head slightly to the right, he could see the road. The square was a deep pit filled with poisonous shadow, a trap. It made him feel sick to look at it. In the chestnuts the birds were singing. "Watch your step." Matthew held his breath. Two motorcyclists, dressed in black and wearing helmets, were dashing along the road, two supernatural messengers. He tried, in vain, to make out their faces, they had none. Two slim figures, four long, parallel legs, a pair of round, smooth heads with neither eyes nor mouths. They came on to an accompaniment of mechanical poppings. They had the stiff nobility of the figures that move forward on old-fashioned clocks when the hour strikes. The hour was just about to strike. "Hold your fire." The motorcyclists made the round of the square, their exhausts roaring. Some sparrows flew off, but, otherwise, nothing stirred. The treacherous square held death. Matthew, fascinated, thought, "They're Germans." They caracoled past the mairie. Passing immediately beneath him he could see their great leather paws trembling on the handlebars and turned into the main street. A moment later, they reappeared, sitting very upright, screwed to their jolting saddles, and went at top speed back along the road by which they had come. Matthew felt pleased that Clapaut had told them not to fire. To him the two figures had seemed invulnerable. The birds circled for another moment or two, then flew into the trees. Clapaut said, "That's our chaps." There was a screaming of brakes, car door slammed. Matthew heard steps and the sound of voices. A wave of sickness, like the oncoming of sleep, washed over him. He had to struggle to keep his eyes open. Squinting them up he looked down at the road and felt in a conciliatory mood. If we went down now and threw away our rifles, they'd crowd round us, perhaps they'd say, "Comrades of France, the war's over." The steps drew nearer. "They've done nothing to us, they're not thinking of us, they wish us no harm." Suddenly he shut his eyes, hatred would spout into the sky. "They'll see my dead body, they'll kick it." He was not afraid of death, but he was afraid of hatred. At last, a sharp crackling sounded in his ears. He opened his eyes. The road was silent and deserted. He tried to believe he had been dreaming. No one had fired, no one. "The bleedin' mugs," muttered Clapot. Matthew gave a start. "Who?" "The blokes in the Mary opened up too soon. Must have been Perry shin windy or they'd a let 'em come on." Matthew's gaze painfully retraced the road, slipping on the cobbles, on the tufts of grass in the cracks between them, until it came to rest on the corner. No one. Silence. It is a village in August, the men are in the fields. But he knew that on the other side of those walls were men planning his death. "They're trying to do us as much damage as possible." He foundered in a sea of treacle. He loved the whole world, Frenchmen, Germans, Hitler. In a sort of clammy dream he heard a sound of cries, followed by a violent explosion and the clatter of broken glass. Then the firing started again. He gripped his rifle to keep it from falling. "Too short with that grenade," muttered Clapot. The firing was continuous now. The Jerrys were using their rifles. 2 more grenades exploded. "If it only stop, just for one moment, so's I could get a grip on myself," but the cracking and banging and din of explosions went merrily on. Inside his head a cogwheel was turning, more and more quickly, and each cog was a rifle shot. "Christ, suppose I turned out to be a coward, that'd be the last straw." He turned and looked at his companions. Squatting on their heels, with pale faces and shining eyes, Clapot and Dandia were watching. Panette had his back to him, his neck looked stiff and rigid, his shoulders were jerking. Must have an attack of St. Vitus's dance, or a fit of uncontrollable laughter. Matthew took shelter behind a pillar and cautiously poked his head out. He managed to keep his eyes open but could not bring himself to look in the direction of the Mairie. He gazed towards the south where all was empty, all was calm. That way lay Marseilles and the sea. There was another explosion, followed by a dry rattling on the tiles of the clock tower. Matthew screwed up his eyes, but the road streaked by beneath him. The objects upon it were all rushing along, intermingled, dwindled. The whole thing was a dream. The pit grew deeper, seemed to hypnotize him. The whole thing was a dream. A wheel of fire kept turning, turning, like the spinning disc at a waffle booth, and he was just about to wake in his bed when he noticed a toad crawling into action. For a moment he watched the squat creature with complete indifference, then the toad became a man. Matthew saw with quite extraordinary clarity the 2 creases on the shaven back of his neck, his green tunic, his belt, and his boots of soft black leather. He must have got here across the fields, and now he's crawling towards the Mairie to throw his grenade. The German was working his way forward with knees and elbows. His right hand, which he held in the air, was grasping a stick topped by a cylinder of metal, rather like a small saucepan. "But," said Matthew, but the road stopped streaking by. The road came to a dead stop. Matthew jumped to his feet and brought his rifle to his shoulder. A hard look had come into his eyes. He stood there, a 4-square object in a world of 4-square objects, with an enemy at the business end of his rifle calmly aiming at the man's stomach. A momentary grin of superiority stretched his lips. The famous German army, the army of supermen, the army of locusts, was summed up in this poor devil, who looked touching because he was so wrong-headed, so bogged down in ignorance and error, so absorbed in what he was doing. He had all the comic intentness of a small child. Matthew was in no hurry. He kept his eye on his man, he had plenty of time. The German army is vulnerable. He fired. The man gave a funny little jerk and fell on his stomach, throwing his arms forward like somebody learning to swim. Matthew found the sight amusing. He fired again, and the poor wretch took 2 or 3 strokes, dropping his grenade which rolled on the roadway without exploding. He lay quite still, inoffensive, grotesque, smashed. "I've put paid to him," said Matthew in a low voice, "I've cooked his goose." He looked at the dead man, and thought, they're just like everyone else. He felt himself to be a fine fellow. He was aware of a hand on his shoulder. Clapot was taking a look at the job done by this amateur. He stared at the squashed insect, nodded his head, then turned round. Chasseriau. Chasseriau crawled towards them on his knees. "Lend an eye here," said Clapot. "I don't need Chasseriau," said Matthew angrily. "They'll try to get their own back for that," said Clapot. "If they attack in strength, you'll be overrun." There was a burst of machine gun fire. Clapot raised his eyebrows. "Hello," he said, going back to his own post, things beginning to warm up good and proper. Matthew turned to Chasseriau. "I rather think we're giving Jerry a bit of a headache," he said excitedly. Chasseriau said nothing. He had a heavy, animal, almost sleepy, look. "Notice how long they're taking," said Matthew in a strained voice. "I should have thought they'd have settled with us in 2 shakes of a duck's arse." Chasseriau looked at him in astonishment, then glanced at his wristwatch. "Only 3 minutes since the motorcyclist went by," he said. Matthew's excited mood suddenly collapsed. He started to laugh. Chasseriau stared ahead of him. Matthew looked at the dead soldier and laughed. For years he had tried, in vain, to act. One after the other his intended actions had been stolen from him, he had been no firmer than a pat of butter. But no one had stolen this. He had pressed a trigger, and, for once, something had happened, something definite. The thought made him laugh louder than ever. His ears were deafened by shouts and by the noise of explosions, but he scarcely heard them. He looked with satisfaction at his dead man. He thought, bet he felt that all right? He knew what was happening to him, he understood. His dead man, his handiwork, something to mark his passage on the earth. A longing came to him to do some more killing. It was fun, and it was easy. He would have liked to plunge Germany into mourning. Look out! A fellow was creeping along the wall, holding a grenade in his hand. Matthew took aim at this strange, desirable creature. His heart was thumping against his ribs. Hell! Missed. The creature bunched up, became a bewildered man who was looking about him without understanding. Chasseriau fired. The man went slack like a spring, straightened up, sprang into the air, threshing with his arms, hurled his grenade, and crumpled up on his back in the middle of the road. At the same moment there was a crash of broken glass. In a blinding flash Matthew saw a number of shadowy figures in contorted attitudes on the ground floor of the mairie. Then everything went black. There were yellow spots in front of his eyes. He felt furious with Chasseriau. "Hell," he shouted in a blazing temper, "hell! Hell!" "Shut up," said Chasseriau. Anyhow, he missed. "The boys are up on the first floor." Matthew blinked his eyes and shook his head to get rid of the yellow spots which were dazzling him. "I'm blinded," he said. "It'll pass," said Chasseriau, "just you plug that fellow I dropped if he makes a move." Matthew leaned forward. He could see a bit better now. The Jerry was lying on his back. His eyes were wide open and his legs were twitching. Matthew raised his rifle. "Don't be a damn fool," said Chasseriau, "wasting ammo like that." Matthew lowered his rifle with a bad grace. The bugger may make a getaway, he thought. The door of the mairie was flung open. A man appeared on the threshold, and advanced with a sort of nobility in his movements. He was naked to the waist. He looked like a lay figure. His face was dark red, as though it had been flayed. The skin was hanging in flakes. Suddenly he started to scream. 20 rifle shots rang out simultaneously. He tottered, pitched forward, and collapsed on the steps. "That was one of our lot," said Chasseriau. "No," said Matthew, speaking with difficulty because of his rage, "he was one of ours, chap called Latex." His hands were trembling and his eyes hurt him. Tremulously he repeated what he had just said. "Chap called Latex had 6 kids. Suddenly he leaned over the parapet and aimed straight at the wounded man whose great eyes seemed to be fixed on him. "You're going to pay for that, you sod. You going crackers," said Chausseriau. "Didn't I say not to waste ammo? Oh, go to hell." He was in no hurry to shoot. If the swine can see me, he won't enjoy what he sees. He got his sights on the man's head, and fired. The head lay there, smashed, but the man was still twitching. "Swine," shouted Matthew, "swine. Look out, for Cree sake, look out left." 5 or 6 Germans had just come into view. Chausseriau and Matthew both opened fire, but the Germans were employing different tactics. They had taken cover behind the corners of the houses, and stood there, seemingly waiting. "Clopot. Dandio. Come over here," shouted Chausseriau, "there's something up." "Can't," said Clopot. "Panette," yelled Matthew. Panette made no reply. Matthew dared not turn round. "Look out." The Germans had started to run. Matthew fired, but they were already on the other side of the road. "Christ," said Clopot, "there's some Jerry's under the trees. Who let 'em get by?" No one answered. The ground under the trees was alive with men. Chausseriau took a pot shot. "Must be the knocking shop, nothing else would have got 'em moving." The men in the schools had started shooting, and the Germans under the trees were returning their fire. The mairie was silent. Smoke was billowing over the road, low down. "Don't shoot into the trees," shouted Clopot, "just a waste of ammo." At that moment a grenade exploded against the wall of the mairie at first floor level. "They're climbing the trees," said Chausseriau. "If they do, we'll get 'em," said Matthew. He peered into the leaves, saw a lifted arm, and fired. Too late, the mairie went up in smoke, the windows were torn from their frames. For the second time he was blinded by the same horrible yellow flash. He fired at random, and heard the sound of large, ripe fruit tumbling from branch to branch. He had no idea whether the men were falling or going down of their own accord. "Mains out of action," said Clopot. They held their breath listening. The Germans were still keeping up their fire, but no reply came from the mairie. Matthew shuddered. Dead men. Joints of bleeding meat on the staved-in floors of empty rooms. "Not our fault," said Chausseriau, "they were too many for us." Suddenly, great clouds of smoke began to billow from the first-floor windows. Through it, Matthew could see flames, red and black. Someone in the mairie began to scream. The voice was shrill, like a woman's, and impersonal. Matthew suddenly had the feeling that he was going to die. Chausseriau was firing away. "You're daft," Matthew said to him, keeping it up on the mairie. "Who's wasting ammo now?" Chausseriau was aiming at the windows of the mairie. 3 times he fired into the flames. "It's that bloke screaming," he said, "I can't stick it." "He's still screaming," said Matthew. They listened, frozen with horror. The voice grew weaker. "It's over." But even as he spoke the inhuman noise started again, a vast, solemn noise creeping up the scale. Matthew, too, began shooting through the windows, but with no result. "He won't die," said Chausseriau. All of a sudden the screaming stopped. "Oof," said Matthew. "Through," said Chausseriau, "finished, burned to a cinder." There was no sign of movement now, neither under the trees nor in the street. The sun gilded the burning front of the mairie. Chausseriau looked at his watch. 7 minutes, he said. Matthew turned and twisted in the flames, a blazing torch, the smoke in his throat, choking him. He had to lay his hands on his chest and move them slowly downwards to his stomach before he could convince himself that he was unscathed. Clopot's voice came sharply. "There's some of 'em on the roofs." "On the roofs?" "Just opposite, they're firing at the schools." "Hell, see what they're doing." "What?" "Bringing a machine gun into action." Pinette, he shouted. Pinette crawled back to them. Come over here, the chaps in the schools are going to get a spraying. Pinette raised himself on hands and knees. He looked at them with a vacant expression. His face was grey. Anything wrong? Asked Matthew. Nothing wrong, he replied curtly. He dragged himself over to Clopot, and knelt by the parapet. Let 'em have it, said Clopot, shoot down into the street to distract attention. We'll look after the machine gun. Pinette said nothing but started to shoot. Better and that, for Cree's sake, said Clopot. You can't shoot if you shut your eyes. Pinette gave a start and seemed to be making a violent effort to control himself. A little color had come back into his cheeks. He was aiming with his eyes wide open. Clopot and Dandio beside him were firing continuously. Clopot uttered a shout of triumph. That's done it, he cried, that's done it, we've silenced them. Matthew strained his ears. The noise of the machine gun had stopped. Yes, he said, but the boys down there have stopped firing. The schools were silent. 3 Germans who had been hiding under the trees, raced across the road and flung themselves against the door of the schoolhouse. It flew open. They rushed in, and reappeared a moment later, leaning from the first-floor windows, gesturing and shouting. Clopot fired and they vanished. A few moments later, Matthew, for the first time that morning, heard the whine of a bullet. Chassairia looked at his watch. 10 minutes, he said. Yes, said Matthew, this is the beginning of the end. The mairie was burning. The Germans had occupied the schools. It was as though France had been defeated a second time. Shoot, for Christ's sake shoot. A few Germans showed themselves cautiously at the far end of the street. Chassairia, Pinette, and Clopot fired at them. The heads disappeared. They've twigged us. Once more there was silence, a long silence. Matthew thought, what are they up to? In the empty street lay 4 dead men, a little further on, 2 more. The sum total of what we've been able to do. Nothing for it but to finish the job and get polished off. What difference has all this made to the Germans? Merely put their timetable out by 10 minutes. Our turn now, said Clopot suddenly. A small, squat monster was moving towards the church. It glittered in the sun. Schnellfeuer cannon, muttered Dandio between his teeth. Matthew crawled towards them. They were still firing, though there was no one to be seen. The cannon seemed to be moving independently of human aid. They were firing from a sense of duty, because there was still some ammunition left. Their faces had a calm, tired beauty, the faces of their last hour. Back. A big man in shirt sleeves appeared suddenly on the left of the gun. He made no attempt to take cover, but gave his orders quietly, with one arm raised. Matthew stood up suddenly. The little figure with its bare throat inflamed him with desire. Back, and keep down. The guns rose slowly in the air. Matthew had not moved. He knelt there aiming at the Feldwebel. Hear what I said, shouted Clopot. Shut up, grumbled Matthew. He fired first. The butt of his rifle drove back against his shoulder. At the same moment there was a huge detonation like the amplified echo of his own shot. Everything went red before his eyes, and he heard a long drawn-out muffled sound of tearing linen. Missed us, exclaimed Capot, they're aiming too high. The Feldwebel was writhing on the ground, his legs in the air. Matthew was just about to finish him off, when 2 soldiers appeared on the scene and carried him away. Matthew worked himself backwards, still on his knees, and lay down beside Dandio. Clopot already had the trapdoor open. Come on, down with you. Dandio shook his head. There are no windows on the floor below. They looked at one another. Must use up our ammo, said Chassairia, got much left. 2 magazines. How about you, Delarue? 1. Clopot let the trap fall again. You're right, he said, must use it up. Matthew heard behind him the sound of rasping breath. He turned his head. Panette was pale to the lips and breathing with difficulty. "You been hit?" Panette looked at him with a wild expression. "No." Clapot stared attentively at Panette. "If you want to go down, lad, nobody's going to stop you. It's a matter of ammo with us, got to use it up." "Hell," said Panette, "why should I go down if Delaroe's staying?" He dragged himself to the parapet and started to fire. "Panette," shouted Matthew. Panette did not answer. Bullets were whining over them. "Let him alone," said Clapot, "it'll take his mind off." The gun fired 2 shots in rapid succession. They heard a dull shock above their heads, and a shower of plaster rained down on them from the ceiling. Chasseriau took out his watch. 12 minutes. Matthew and Chasseriau crawled to the parapet. Matthew squatted down beside Panette, with Chasseriau on the right, standing and leaning forward slightly. "Not too bad, 12 minutes, said Chasseriau. "Not at all too bad." The air about them screamed, hurtled, and struck Matthew full in the face. It felt hot and heavy like the flick of a damp rag. Matthew collapsed in a sitting position. He was blinded by blood. His hands were red to the wrists. He rubbed his eyes, mingling the blood on his hands with the blood on his face. Chasseriau was sitting on the south side of the parapet, headless. Blood was spouting and bubbling from his neck. "I can't stand it," said Panette, "I can't stand it." He jumped up, ran to Chasseriau, and struck him full on the chest with the butt of his rifle. Chasseriau swayed and tumbled over the parapet. Matthew, seeing him fall, felt no emotion. This was no more than the beginning of his own death. "Independent fire," shouted Clapot. The square was suddenly alive with soldiers. Matthew went back to his post and resumed firing. Dandio was doing the same close by. "It's just a massacre," said Dandio with a laugh. He dropped his rifle, which fell into the street. He crumpled up on top of Matthew with the words, "Good lad, good lad." Matthew pushed him away with his shoulder. Dandio fell backwards, and Matthew went on firing. He was still firing when the roof fell on top of him. A beam struck him on the head. He dropped his rifle and fell. 15 minutes, he thought in a fury, "I'd give anything just to hold on for 15 minutes. The butt of a rifle was jutting from a pile of splintered wood and broken tiles. He seized it. It was sticky with blood, but still loaded. "Panette," shouted Matthew. No one answered. The ruins of the roof obstructed the whole north side of the platform. The trapdoor was blocked by a heap of beams and rubbish. An iron bar was hanging from the yawning rent in the ceiling. Matthew was alone. "Christ," he said out loud. "No one shall say we didn't hold out for 15 minutes. He made his way to the parapet and stood there firing. This was revenge on a big scale. Each one of his shots avenged some ancient scruple. One for Lola, whom I dared not rob, one for Marcel, whom I ought to have left in the lurch, one for Odette, whom I didn't want to kiss. This for the books I never dared to write, this for the journeys I never made, this for everybody in general whom I wanted to hate and try to understand." He fired, and the tables of the law crashed about him. "Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself." Bang. "In that bugger's face thou shalt not kill." Bang. At that scarecrow opposite. He was firing on his fellow men, on virtue, on the whole world. Liberty is terror. The Mary was ablaze, his head was ablaze. Bullets were whining round him free as the air. The world is going up in smoke, and me with it. He fired, he looked at his watch, 14 minutes and 30 seconds. Nothing more to ask of fate now except 1/2 minute. Just time enough to fire at that smart officer, at all the beauty of the earth, at the street, at the flowers, at the gardens, at everything he had loved. Beauty dived downwards like some obscene bird. But Matthew went on firing. He fired. He was cleansed. He was all-powerful. He was free. 15 minutes. Part 2. Night, stars, a red glow in the northern sky, some hamlet burning. Eastward, westward, long flashes of heat, sharp, spasmodic, their guns. They're everywhere, tomorrow they'll get me. He entered the sleeping village, crossed the square, picked out a house at random, and went up to it. He knocked, no answer, pressed the latch, and the door opened. He went in, he closed the door, blackness. A match. He was in an entrance hall, a mirror emerged mistily from the gloom, he looked at himself in it. I need a shave badly. The match went out. He had had time to see a staircase on his left, leading downwards. He groped his way towards it. The staircase twisted and Brunette twisted with it. He was conscious of a vague, diffused light, twisted once more, and was in a cellar. It smelled of wine and mushrooms. There were some casks in it, and a pile of straw. A large man, wearing a nightshirt and trousers, was sitting beside a fair woman who was half naked and held a child in her arms. They looked at Brunette. The mouths of all three of them were open. They're scared. Brunette went down the remaining steps, the man was still looking at him. Brunette never stopped moving. Suddenly, the man said, "My wife's sick." "What of it?" said Brunette. "I didn't want her to spend the night in the woods." "I'm a funny person to tell that to," said Brunette, "doesn't mean a thing to me." He was in the cellar now. The man looked at him defiantly. "What you after, anyways?" "I want to sleep here," said Brunette. The man pulled a face, he was still staring hard. "You a warrant officer?" Brunette did not reply. "Where are your men?" asked the man suspiciously. "Dead," replied Brunette, and went over to the pile of straw. "What about the Germans?" said the man, "where are they?" "Everywhere." "They mustn't find you here," said the man. Brunette took off his tunic, folded it up, and laid it on one of the casks. "Hear what I said," shouted the man. "I heard, right enough," said Brunette. "I've got a wife and kid, I don't want to pay for any of your nonsense." "Take it easy," said Brunette. He sat down. The woman looked at him with an expression of hatred. "There are Frenchmen up there who are going to fight, you ought to be with them." Brunette looked at her. She pulled her nightdress up over her breast, she shouted, "Get out of here! You've lost the war, and now you're going to get us killed into the bargain." "Calm down." Brunette said to her, "All you need do is wake me when the Germans arrive." "What'll you do then?" "Give myself up." "Dirty bastard," said the woman, "there are boys up there as are going to get killed." Brunette yawned, stretched, and smiled. He had been fighting for a week without food or sleep. 20 times he had been within an ace of staying where he lay, for good and all. No more fighting for him, now. The war was lost, and he'd got work to do. A lot of work. He lay down on the straw, yawned, and fell asleep. "Get out," said the man, "here they are." Brunette opened his eyes. He was aware of a large, red face, and could hear the cracking of rifles and the thud of explosions. "Did you say they were here?" "Yes, there's a scrap going on, you can't stay." The woman had not moved. She was looking at Brunette with a savage glare, and holding her sleeping child in her arms. "I'll clear off," said Brunette. He got up, yawned, went over to where there was a ventilating shaft, rooted about in his haversack, and took from it a fragment of mirror and a razor. The man stared at him with loutish indignation. "You're never going to shave?" "Why not?" asked Brunette. The man's face was congested with fury. "They'll shoot me if they find you here." "I shan't be long," said Brunette. The man took hold of his arm and tried to push him out. "I'm not having none of that. I've got a wife and kid, if I'd known I shouldn't have let you come in." Brunette shook himself free. He looked with disgust at the great lump of flesh that seemed so determined to go on living, that would live on under every regime, humble, muddle-headed, close-fisted, of use to no one. The fellow made a rush at him. Brunette flung him against the wall. "You keep quiet, or there'll be trouble." The man said nothing. He was breathing heavily and rolling his drink-sodden eyes. He seemed to be gathering himself for a spring. He gave off a strong smell of death and dung. Brunette started to shave without soap or water. His skin smarted. Beside him the woman sat shivering with terror and hatred. Brunette hurried. "If I'm too long about it she'll go mad." He put his razor back in the haversack. "The blade'll do for 2 more shaves. There now, I'm through." "Not worth making all that fuss, was it?" The man still said nothing. The woman screamed, "Get out, you dirty beast, you filthy coward. You'll get us all shot." Brunette put on his tunic. He felt clean, fresh, and stiff. His face was red. "Get out, get out." He raised 2 fingers in farewell. "Many thanks," he said. He climbed the dark staircase and crossed the entrance hall. The front door was wide open. Outside was the white cascade of the day, the lunatic stammer of machine guns. The house was dark and cool. He walked over to the door. He'd got to make a plunge into that surf of light. A small square, the church, the war memorial, piles of manure in front of the houses. Between 2 blazing buildings the road looked pink under the morning sun. The Germans were there, 30 men or so, all busy, workmen on the job. They were firing on the church with a Schnellfeuer cannon, and being shot at from the tower. The place looked like a builder's yard. In the middle of the square, beneath the crossfire, a number of French soldiers in shirt sleeves, their eyes red with sleep, were tiptoeing along, with short, hurried steps, like so many competitors filing past the judges at a beauty contest. Their pale hands were raised above their heads. The sun played antics between their fingers. Brunette looked at them. He looked at the church tower. To his right a large building was in flames. He could feel the heat on his face. "Hell," he said, and went down the 3 steps into the street. It was all over, he was taken. He kept his hands in his pockets, they felt as heavy as lead. "Stick 'em up." There was a German with his rifle pointing straight at him. He flushed. His hands rose slowly until they were in the air above his head. "They shall pay for that with blood." He joined the Frenchmen and tripped along with them. "It's just like a film, nothing looks real, those bullets won't kill anyone, and the guns firing blank." One of the Frenchmen doubled up and fell. Brunette stepped over him. Without hurrying, he turned the corner of a brown house and emerged onto the main road at the same moment as the church tower collapsed. No more Jerry's, no more bullets, the film was over. He was in the open country. He put his hands back in his pockets. All round him were Frenchmen, a crowd of little Frenchmen in khaki, unwashed, unshaved, their faces blackened with smoke, laughing, joking, talking together in low voices, a bobbing sea of bare heads and forage caps, not a helmet among them. There were recognitions and greetings. "Saw you at Saverne in December." "Hello, Gerard, how goes it?" "Takes a defeat, don't it, to get one so's one can meet one's pals?" "Lisa O.K." A single German soldier, with a bored look and his rifle slung, was in charge of this herd of the undersized and vanquished, matching his long, slow stride to the patter of their progress. Brunette pattered with the rest, though in size he was the Jerry's equal, and was no less well shaved than him. The pink road wound between stretches of grass. There was not a breath of air, only the stifling stillness of defeat. The men smelled strong. They chattered away and the birds sang. Brunette turned to his neighbor, a large, kindly-looking fellow who was breathing through his mouth. "Where does this lot come from?" "Say, Ern, we spent the night billeted in the farms." "I came on my own," said Brunette. "All this is a damn nuisance, I thought the village was deserted. A young, fair-haired chap, with a suntanned face, was walking a couple of files from him. He was stripped to the waist, and had a great bleeding scab between his shoulder blades. To the rear of the column a vast hubbub had developed, a normal, everyday sound of shouts and laughter and the scrabbling of boots on the surface of the road. It sounded like the noise of wind in the trees. Brunette turned his head. By this time the number of men behind him had run into thousands. Prisoners had been mopped up from here, there, and everywhere, from the fields, from the hamlets, from the farms. Brunette showed head and shoulders above the rest, a solitary landmark in the undulating sea of heads. "I'm Mulu," said the big chap, "from Bar-le-Duc," he added with pride, "know this part of the world like the back of me and—" At the side of the road a farm was burning. The flames looked black in the sunlight. A dog was howling. "Hear that tyke," said Mulu to his neighbor, "Ben and shut him up in the house." The man he was speaking to hailed, obviously, from the north. He was fair, medium-sized, with a skin like milk, and bore a strong resemblance to the Jerry in charge of them. He frowned and looked at Mulu with large blue eyes. "What's that?" "The dog, he's inside." "Well, what of it?" said the northerner, "it's only a dog." "Ah, ah, ah, ah." This time it was not the dog howling, but the young fellow with the naked back. Someone was dragging him along with one hand clamped over his mouth. Brunette had a glimpse of his large, pale, frightened face with its lashless eyes. "Charpin don't seem too good," said Mulu to the northerner. The other stared at him, "I said your pal Charpin don't seem too good." The northerner laughed, displaying very white teeth, "Always has been a bit odd." The road began to climb. All about them was a delicious smell of sun-warmed stone and wood smoke. Behind them the dog was still howling. They reached the top of the hill. The road began to descend steeply. Mulu jerked his thumb in the direction of the interminable column. "Where's all this lot come from?" He turned to Brunette. "How many should you say there are?" "Don't know, maybe 10,000, maybe more." Mulu looked at him incredulously. "Mean to say you can tell that just by looking at 'em?" Brunette thought of the 14th of July, of the 1st of May, when they used to have chaps posted along the boulevard Richard Lenoir, whose job it was to estimate the numbers demonstrating by judging the time it took the columns to pass a given point. The crowd on those occasions had been silent and hot. If one was in the middle of them it was stifling. This one was noisy, but cold and dead. He smiled. "I've got the trick of it." "Where we going?" asked the northerner. "Search me." "Where are the Fritzes? Who's in charge of this little lot?" The only Fritzes they saw were the ones they passed along the road, amounting to about 10. The herd slid down the hill as though propelled by its own weight. "Enough to make a bloke proper fed up," said Mulu. "Yo, I bet it is," said Brunette. It was enough to make a bloke fed up. There were enough of them to overwhelm the Germans, strangle them, and make off across the fields. But what good would that do? On they trudged, straight ahead, as the road took them. A while back they had been at the bottom of the hill, in a kind of cup. Now they were climbing, and felt hot. Mulu took from his pocket a bundle of letters held together by an elastic band, and for a while turned it over and over in his great clumsy fingers. Sweat made stains on the paper, causing the violet ink to run. Then he took off the elastic band, and started to tear the letters up. He did this methodically, without rereading them, and scattered the fragments with the movement of a man sowing seed. Brunette followed their eddying progress with his eyes. Most of them fell, like showers of confetti, on the men's shoulders, and from there to their feet. One there was which fluttered for a moment or two and then settled on a tuft of grass. The blades bent slightly, upholding it like a canopy. There were other pieces of paper all along the road, some torn, some scrabbled up, some crumpled into balls. They lay in the ditches, among the broken rifles and dinted helmets. Where the writing was round and elongated, Brunette could make out an occasional sentence: "Eat well, don't expose yourself, Helen has come with the children, all yours, darling." The road was one long, dirted love letter. Small flabby monsters crouched low on the ground, watching the gay convoy of defeated men with sightless eyes, gas masks. Mulu nudged Brunette with his elbow and pointed to one of them. "Lucky we didn't have to use M." Brunette said nothing, and Mulu looked about for someone else to confide in. "Hey, Lambert." A man in front of Brunette turned his head. Mulu silently pointed to a mask, and they both began to laugh. The others near them joined in. They were filled with hatred of the parasitic grubs of which once they had been so frightened, yet had to care for and keep efficient. Now they lay beneath their feet, smashed, useless, and the sight of them was a further reminder that the war was over. Peasants, who had come as usual to the fields to work, watched the men pass, leaning on their spades. Lambert was in a gay mood, and shouted to them, "Morning, Daddy, we're the boys they called up." 10 voices, 100, repeated the words with a kind of defiance: "We're the boys they called up, we're the boys they called up, and we're going home." The peasants said nothing. It was as though they had not heard. A fair-haired youth with frizzed hair, who looked as though he came from Paris, turned to Lambert. "How long do you think it'll be?" he asked. "Pretty soon," said Lambert, "pretty soon, Goldilocks." "Really think so, you sure? Look for yourself. Where's the blokes who ought to be guarding us? If we was prisoners good and proper, we'd be regularly hemmed in." "Why did they capture us, then?" asked Mulu. "Capture? They didn't capture us, they've just put us aside so's we shan't get in the way while they're advancing." "Even so," sighed Goldilocks, "it might be quite a while." "You daft, why, they can't run fast enough to keep up with our lot." He was as merry as a cricket, and laughing all the while. Nothing for old Fritz to do, just a pleasure jaunt in the country with a nice little bit o' skirt in Paris, a drink or two at Dijon, and a bowl of bouillabaisse at Marseilles. Marseilles'll be the end, damn it all, it must be. They can't go no further than Marseilles, 'cause of the seal when they get there, they'll turn us loose. We shall be home by the middle of August. Goldilocks shook his head. "You're in a thundering hurry, they got to mend the railways, haven't they, so's they can get the trains running." "They can keep their trains for all I care," said Mulu, "if that's all we're waiting for, I don't mind doing it on me flat feet." "Hell, not for this baby. I've been walking for the last fortnight, and I've just about had it. Bit of comfort's what I want. How about having a tumble with your girl?" "What'll I use? I've done so much foot slogging, I don't seem to have nothing inside me pants. All I want's a bit of sleep, with the bed to meself." Brunette listened to them. He looked at the backs of their necks, and he thought what a lot of work there was for him to do. Poplars, poplars, a bridge over a stream, more poplars. "Makes a fellow feel thirsty," said Mulu. "It's not the thirst I mind," said the northerner, "so much as the hunger, haven't had a bite since yesterday." Mulu was sweating profusely as he jogged along, and panting. He took off his tunic, put it across his arm, and unbuttoned his shirt. "Anyhow, there's no one to stop a bloke from taking off his coat," he said with a grin. There was a sudden halt, and Brunette bumped into the back of the man in front of him, who happened to be Lambert. Lambert turned round. He had a Newgate fringe and sharp little eyes under thick growing black brows. "Why can't yer look where you're going, clumsy? Haven't you got eyes in your face?" He looked at Brunette's uniform with an insolent expression. "Non-corns is out, no one's giving orders now, just reg'lar fellers, that's what we are all on us." Brunette returned his look, but without anger, and the man said no more. Brunette found himself wondering what his job in civil life was likely to be: small shopkeeper? Clerk, lower middle class, anyhow, that was quite certain. Must be hundreds of thousands like him with no feeling for authority and no sense of personal cleanliness. There'd have to be iron discipline. What we stopping for? Asked Mulu. Brunette made no reply. Another lower middle class product, not much difference between him and the other, except that he was stupider. Not easy material to work on. Mulu heaved a sigh of contentment, and began to fan himself. Perhaps we got time for a sit-down. He put his haversack by the roadside and squatted on it. The German soldier came up and stood staring at them with his long, handsome, expressionless face. There was a vague look of sympathy in his blue eyes. Speaking slowly and carefully, he said, "Poor French war over, you go home. What's he say, that we're going home, should damn well think we are going home. Hear that, Julian, says we're going home, ask him when. Give us the lowdown, Fritzy, when are we going home?" Their attitude to him was at once servile and familiar. He might represent the army of the victors, but he was only a foot slogger after all. The German, still with his blank stare, repeated what he had already said, "You go home. Yes, but when? Poor French, you go home." The column started to move again. Poplars. Mula groaned. He was hot, thirsty, and tired. He wanted to stop. No one could check this plodding progress, because there was nobody in command. Somebody grunted, me head splitting, and trudged on. The talk began to flag. There were long spells of silence. The same thought was in every mind, surely we're not going on walking like this all the way to Berlin. But no one stopped. Each man followed the man ahead, pushed along by the man behind. A village. On the square was a pile of helmets, gas masks, and rifles. "Poudrou," said Mulu, "come through it yesterday." "So did I," said Goldilocks, "yesterday evening in a lorry. Folk were all out on their doorsteps, didn't look too pleased to see us. They were there now, on the doorsteps, their arms folded, silent, women with black hair, black eyes, and black dresses, and old men, all staring. Confronted by these spectators, the prisoners straightened up, their faces became peaky and cynical, they waved their hands, they laughed and shouted, 'Hello, Ma! Hello, Pa, we're the lads, war's over, so long.' They passed in an agitation of greeting, ogling the girls, smiling provocatively. But the spectators said nothing, just looked. Only the grocer's wife, a fat, good-natured creature, murmured, 'Poor boys.' The man from the north smiled gleefully. "Good thing we're not where I come from," he said to Lambert. "Why? They'd have been chucking the furniture at us." A water trough, 10, 100 broke from the ranks in their eagerness to drink. Mulu was one of them. He leaned down clumsily, greedily. They slaked their weariness, their shoulders moved spasmodically, the water ran over their faces. The German guard seemed not to notice them. They could have stayed in the village had they been brave enough to face the inhabitants' hostile eyes, but they made no effort to do so. One by one they came back, hurrying, as though they feared to miss their places in the line. Mulu's run was like a woman's knock-kneed. They jostled one another, laughing and shouting, shameless and provocative as a crowd of nattering washerwomen, their mouths gaping with merriment, their eyes abject like the eyes of beaten dogs. Mulu wiped his lips. "That was good, that was. You not thirsty?" Brunette shrugged his shoulders but said nothing. Pity this mob wasn't surrounded by 500 soldiers with fixed bayonets, prodding the laggards and bashing the chatterers with their butts. That'd take the grins off their faces. He looked to right and left. He turned his head, seeking, in all this forest of lost, hysterical features twisted into masks of irrepressible gaiety, for someone like himself. Where were the comrades? Not hard to tell a communist when you see him. Oh, for one face, one hard, calm, controlled face, for something that might have betokened a man. But no, undersized, nimble, mean, They sloped along, their ferrety muzzles pressing ever onwards, the facile mobility of their race showing through the dirt, twitching their mouths like the mouths of puppets, compressing or dilating their nostrils, wrinkling their foreheads, making their eyes sparkle, no good for anything but to appraise, to draw fine distinctions, to argue and judge and criticize, to weigh the pros and cons, to savor objections, to demonstrate, to draw conclusions, an interminable syllogism in which each one of them was a term. On they slouched, obedient, argumentative, unworried by their fate. The war was over, they had seen no fighting, the Germans weren't a bad lot, unworried because they fondly imagined that they had summed up their new masters, and were intent on hoarding the fruits of their intelligence, that specifically French article de luxe, so that they could later use it to advantage with the juries as coin with which to buy a few trivial concessions. Poplars, poplars, the sun blazing down on them, noon. That's them. Gone suddenly all sign of intelligence from the crowded faces. A groan of delight rose from the vast concourse, not a cry, not even a murmur, but, rather, a sort of wordless, passive reflex of admiration, like the gentle susurration of leaves under a shower of rain. That's them. Back and forth the words passed down the line, traveling from man to man like a rumor of good news. The ranks crowded together, jostling into the gutter. A shudder went through the human caterpillar. A column of Germans was moving down the road, Germans in cars and tractors and lorries, freshly shaven, freshly rested, tanned, handsome, calm, remote as alpine pastures. They had eyes for no one, but sat there staring southwards, driving into the heart of France, upright and silent, getting a free trip, foot slogging on wheels. That's what I call a war. Look at them, machine guns and the mobile artillery, all A1 stuff. No wonder we lost the war. They were delighted that the Germans should be so strong, feeling themselves by so much the less to blame. Unbeatable, say what you like, unbeatable. Brunette looked at the defeated mob caught up in a frenzy of wonder and admiration, and he thought, this is the material I've got to work on. Pretty poor stuff, but that can't be helped, it's all I have. One can always work on what's to hand, and there must be one or two in this little lot who will respond to treatment. By this time the German column had gone by. The human caterpillar had crawled off the road onto what had been a basketball ground. The prisoners swarmed over it like an ooze of black pitch. They sat and lay about with old newspapers spread over their faces to keep off the sun. The whole place looked like a racecourse, or the Bois de Vincennes on a Sunday. What VE we stopped for? Don't know, said Brunette. The sight of all these men stretched on their backs got on his nerves. He had no wish to sit down, but realized that he was being merely stupid. No use despising them, that was the surest way of bungling his job. Besides, there was no knowing how far they would have to go, and he'd got to husband his strength. He sat down. Behind him, first one German, then another, sauntered past. They grinned at him in friendly fashion, saying with kindly irony, "Where are the English?" He looked at their boots of soft black leather, but said nothing. The Germans took themselves off, all but one lanky Feldwebel who stayed behind and said in tones of reproachful melancholy, "Where are the English, poor old Frenchies, where you think the English are?" No one answered him, and he stood there, shaking his head. As soon as the Jerrys were at a safe distance, Lambert gave his answer between clenched teeth, "Search me, but wherever they are you'll have to run pretty fast to get the English out of your hair." "Wace," said Moulou, "et." "Perhaps," explained Moulou, "the English will get in Jerry's hair, but just at the moment he's in theirs, good and proper, and not so very far away, either." "Who says so?" "It's a sure thing, you silly bugger. It's easy for them to talk big when they're tucked away in their island, but just you wait until the Fritzes have got across the channel. If we French couldn't win the war, it's a damn sure thing the English won't." "Where are the comrades?" Brunette felt lonely. Never, in all the past 10 years, had he felt so utterly alone. He was hungry and thirsty, and he was ashamed of being hungry and thirsty. Mula turned to him, "They're going to give us some grub." "Really? Seems the Feldwebel said so, there's going to be an issue of Bread and Bully." Brunette smiled. He knew perfectly well that they were not going to be fed, but it was the only thing they could talk about, and they would never get sick of talking about it. All of a sudden, some of the men got up. Others followed suit. Soon they were all on their feet. They were starting off again. Mula was furious. "Who gave the order to move?" he grumbled. No one answered, and he shouted, "Don't let's budge, boys, they're going to give us some grub." Blind and deaf, the convoy scrambled back onto the road, and the march was resumed. A forest. Sunlight filtering pale and red through the leaves, 3 abandoned 75s still pointing threateningly to the east. The men seemed happy now because there was shade. A regiment of German pioneers filed past. Goldilocks looked at them with a faint smile. It amused him to watch their conquerors between half-closed lids, to play with them like a cat with a mouse, to play with them from the remote heights of his superiority. Mula gripped Brunette's arm and shook it. "See that grey chimney over there? What about it? That's baccarat." He stood on tiptoe and made a funnel of his hands. "Hey, boys, baccarat," he shouted, "pass it along, we're just getting into baccarat." The men were tired, they had the sun in their eyes, apathetically, they repeated baccarat. Baccarat, but they didn't care a damn. "Baccarat," said Goldilocks to Brunette, "isn't that the place they make lace?" "No," said Brunette, "glass." "Ah," said Goldilocks, and his tone was vaguely respectful, "ah." The town looked black under the blue sky. Gloom settled down on the column. "Feels odd to be in a town again," said somebody in a flat voice. They passed down a deserted street. Smashed glass lay on the road and the sidewalks. Goldilocks laughed, and jerked his thumb. "Baccarat glass," he said. Brunette raised his head. The houses were undamaged, but all the windows were out. Behind him he heard a voice, "Odd to be in a town. A bridge." The column halted. Millions of eyes were fixed on the river. 5 naked Jerrys were playing about in the water, splashing and chattering. 20,000 grey-faced, sweating Frenchmen, stifling in their uniforms, stared at bellies and buttocks which, for 10 months, had been secure behind a rampart of guns and tanks, but were now exposed to view. There was a sort of quiet insolence in their fragility. So that was what their conquerors looked like, just a bunch of vulnerable white flesh. A sigh, low and eloquent, swept through the ranks. They had watched, without the slightest feeling of anger, the progress of a victorious army perched on its triumphal cars, but the sight of these naked Jerrys playing leapfrog in the water seemed to them an insult. Lambert leaned over the parapet, looked at the river, and murmured, "Must be nice." The words expressed not so much a wish as a dead man's regret. Dead, forgotten, wrapped in the shroud of a war now over and done with, the crowd of prisoners moved on, parched, hot, choked with dust. A gate swung open with a squeal of hinges. Around them were high walls. At the far end of a huge courtyard, through a quivering curtain of heat, Brunette could see a barrack building. All the shutters were closed. He moved forward. Somebody bumped into him from behind. He turned, "No need to push, plenty of room for all of us." He passed the gate. Mula laughed with relief. "Well, we're through with it for one day. Through with the world of civilians and conquerors, with the poplars and the rivers glittering in the sun. They were going to bury their filthy old war among these high buildings, were going to stew in their own juice, unseen of the outer world, isolated and alone." Brunette moved on, pushed from behind, to the farthest limit of the courtyard. He stopped at the foot of a long, grey cliff. Mula nudged him, "Militia barracks." 100 pairs of shutters hermetically sealed, a flight of 3 steps, a padlocked door. To the left of the steps, a few yards from the main building, a low, brick breastwork had been constructed, about 3 feet high and 6 long. Brunette went across and leaned against it. The courtyard was filling up. A continual stream of men was packing the first arrivals tight, forcing them against the building. On and on they came. Suddenly, the gate swung to and closed. "Home at last," said Mulu. Lambert eyed the gate and said with satisfaction, "There's one little lot couldn't get in, they'll have to spend the night outside." Brunette gave a shrug. "Doesn't make much difference whether one sleeps in a street or a courtyard." "Oh yes it does," said Lambert. Goldilocks nodded approval. "At least we're not outside." Lambert went one better, "We're in a house without a roof." Brunette swung round. Standing with his back to the barrack block, he made a survey of his surroundings. Opposite, the courtyard stretched down a gentle slope to the outer wall, on the top of which 2 watchtowers had been built, 100 yards apart. For the moment they were empty. A row of posts had been freshly set up to support a curtain of barbed wire and rope which divided the yard into 2 unequal parts. The smaller of these, a relatively narrow strip of ground between the outer wall and the posts, was unoccupied. The main body of prisoners was crowded together in the other, between the posts and the buildings. The men looked ill at ease, as though they were temporary visitors, and no one dared to sit down. They still had their haversacks, and various odd bundles in their hands, and their cheeks were runneled with sweat. No longer was the gleam of typical French intelligence visible on their faces. The sun shone in their vacant eyes. They had taken refuge from the past and from the immediate future, in a sort of uncomfortable, provisional, and minor death. Brunette refused to admit to himself that he was thirsty. He had put his haversack on the ground, and was standing with his hands in his pockets, whistling. A sergeant gave him a military salute before coming up to him. "What are we waiting for?" "I've no idea." The man was tall, thin, and tough-looking. Self-importance gave his large eyes a dead look. There was a thick line of mustache across his bony face. His movements had something violent and staccato about them, clearly the result of training. "Who's in charge?" he asked. "The Jerrys, presumably." "In our little lot, I mean, who's responsible?" Brunette laughed in his face. "Search me." The sergeant's eyes expressed a mixture of suspicion and reproach. What he wanted was to be second in command, to combine the intoxicating satisfaction of obeying with the pleasure of giving orders. But Brunette had no intention of assuming control. He had ceased to command when the last of his men had fallen. He had other things to think about now. The sergeant showed signs of impatience. "Why are these poor devils being kept hanging about on their feet?" Brunette said nothing. The sergeant gave him a furious look and resigned himself to the necessity of taking charge. He drew himself to his full height, made a megaphone of his hands, and shouted, "Everyone sit. Pass it along." Faces were turned uneasily in his direction, but nobody moved. "Everyone sit," repeated the sergeant, "the whole lot of you." A few men sat down, looking half asleep. Voices echoed the message, "Everyone sit down." A ripple went through the crowd. There was a general subsidence. The cry eddied above their heads, "Everyone sit," traveled to the far end of the courtyard, rebounded from the wall, and returned mysteriously distorted. "Everyone up, stay on your feet and wait for orders." The sergeant looked at Brunette uneasily. Somewhere, over by the gate, he had got a rival. Some of the men jumped to their feet, hugging their haversacks, and looking about them with hunted eyes. But most remained seated, and, gradually, those who had got up sat down again. The sergeant contemplated the result of his labors, and uttered a self-satisfied laugh. "It's only a matter of issuing orders." Brunette looked at him and said, "Sit down, Sergeant, that's an order." The sergeant hesitated, then lowered himself to the ground between Lambert and Mulu. He sat with his hands clasped round his knees, gazing up at Brunette, his mouth hanging half open. Brunette explained, "I stand because I'm a warrant officer." He wouldn't sit down. He had cramp in his calves and it was creeping up his legs, but he wouldn't sit down. Before his eyes were thousands of backs and shoulder blades, twitching necks and jerking shoulders. The whole crowd seemed to have caught the fidgets. He watched it sweltering and shimmering, without either boredom or pleasure. He thought, this is my material, they're just waiting, rigid, expectant, they don't even seem to be hungry anymore, the heat must have affected their stomachs. They're afraid and they're waiting. What are they waiting for? An order, a catastrophe, or just nightfall? It wouldn't much matter what, so long as it took them out of themselves. A fat reservist raised a white face and nodded in the direction of one of the watchtowers. Why aren't there any sentries up there? What's their little game? He paused for a moment, the sun flooding his upturned eyes, then shrugged, and said in a voice that combined criticism with disappointment, same trouble with them as with us, too much organization. Brunette, the only man on his feet, looked at the carpet of heads. He thought, there are comrades somewhere in this lot, but they'll be as hard to find as needles in haystacks. It'll take time to get them together. He looked up at the sky, at an aeroplane showing black against it, then lowered his eyes and turned his head. To his right he noticed a big fellow who had not sat down, a corporal. He was smoking a cigarette. The aeroplane passed overhead with a shattering din. The crowded faces lowered, then upturned, passed from black to white, like a field suddenly bursting into flower. In place of hard, black heads, thousands of camellias broke into blossom. Spectacles glittered like scraps of glass in a garden bed. The corporal had not moved. His broad shoulder blades were stooped, and he was staring at the ground between his feet. Brunette noted, with a little thrill of pleasure, that he was freshly shaved. The corporal turned, and it was he now who studied Brunette. He had large, heavy, deeply shadowed eyes. Had it not been for a broken nose he would have been almost good-looking. Brunette thought, I've seen that face before, but where? He could not remember, he had seen so many faces. He left off trying to remember, the point was not really important, and, anyhow, the man seemed to have no recollection of him. Suddenly, Brunette uttered an ejaculation, and the other raised his eyes. But Brunette was still not satisfied. He had no wish to chum up with the chap, it was only that he had caught his attention by remaining on his feet and being freshly shaved and clean. Come over here, he said, with no special eagerness. If you want to keep standing you can lean against this low wall. The man stooped, picked up his bundle, and followed Brunette, stepping over the recumbent bodies. He was thick-set, but decidedly putting on fat. "Howya, chum?" "Howya," said Brunette. "This pitch'll do for me," said the man. "You alone?" asked Brunette. "My men are all dead," replied the man. "So are mine," said Brunette. "What's your name?" "Didn't catch," said the man. "I said, what's your name?" "Oh, Schneider, what's yours?" "Brunette." They relapsed into silence. What did I want to pick up this fellow for? He's going to be a nuisance. Brunette looked at his watch, 5 o'clock. The sun was invisible now behind the buildings, but the sky was as oppressive as ever, not a cloud, not the suspicion of a breeze, a dead sea. There was no sound of voices. All round Brunette men were trying to sleep, their heads buried in their arms, but uneasiness was keeping them awake. They sat up, sighed, and began to scratch. "Hi," said Moulou, "hi." Brunette turned. Behind him a dozen or so officers were marching along in charge of a German sentry. They were keeping close to the wall. "So there's some of them about still," muttered Goldilocks between his teeth, "didn't all make a getaway then?" The officers, silent, and with their eyes averted, moved on. The men laughed in an embarrassed way, and deliberately turned from them as they passed. It was as though officers and men were both afraid of one another. Brunette caught Schneider's eye. They exchanged a smile. From the ground nearby came a little splutter of angry voices. The sergeant was having words with Goldilocks. "Every bleedin' one of them," Goldilocks was saying, in cars and trucks. Whole damn lot of 'em cut and ran and left us to hold the baby. The sergeant folded his arms. I don't like to hear men talking like that, not a bit I don't. Only proves as how the box were right, replied Goldilocks. They said when they nabbed us the French army they said is an army without a leader. And what about the other war, didn't the leaders win that? They wasn't the same UNS, course they weren't the same UNS, but the point is they had different troops. So it's us as lost the bloody war? Poor bloody second line crocs. Is that what you mean? What I mean is, said the sergeant, that you buggered off in face of the enemy and surrendered France. Lambert, who had been listening in silence, went scarlet in the face and leaned across to the sergeant. See here, pal, how comes it you're here if you didn't bugger off? Suppose you think you died on the field of honor and VE just woke up in paradise. My own notion is they caught you because you couldn't run fast enough. I'm not your pal, I'm a sergeant, and I'm old enough to be your father. If you want to know, I didn't bugger off, they got me, because I'd no ammo left. Men were crawling towards them from all sides, and Goldilocks called them to witness. Hear that, chaps, he said with a guffaw. Everyone laughed. Goldilocks turned on the sergeant. That's right, Daddy, that's right, you been and shot down 20 parachutists and stopped a bleedin' tank with your own bleedin' hands. I could say just the same. What's your proof? The sergeant pointed to a faded patch on his tunic. His eyes were blazing. Médaille militaire Légion d'honneur Croix de guerre 1M in 14, before you were so much as born, them's my proof. Where's your ribbons? I tore 'em off when the Germans came. There was a general outburst of shouting. The men were lying on their stomachs, curled up like seals. They barked, they yelped, their faces were suffused with passion. The sergeant sat, cross-legged, dominating the lot of them, one against a crowd. See here, you blighter, shouted a voice, you don't think I felt much like fighting, do you? When the radio kept on bawling that old man Pétain said France had asked for an armistice. And another, suppose you'd ave liked us to get ourselves bumped off while the generals was doing a deal with Jerry in one of them historic chateaus. And why not, replied the sergeant in a fury, chaps are supposed to get killed in a war, aren't they? Indignation kept his audience silent for a moment. He took advantage of the pause to say, saw it all coming a long time ago, I did only had to look at you, the lads of 40, skulkers, the lot of you, pretty boys without an ounce o' discipline. No one could as much as say a word to you. Captain had to come cap in hand before you'd listen. Sure, I'm very sorry, I hope you don't mind, but would you be so very kind as to go on cookhouse fatigue? Just you wait, said I to myself, one of these days there's going to be a bust up, and what'll the little tough guys do then? The fat'll be in the fire then, all right, I said. Leave. When all the fuss about leave started, that's torrid, I said. Got too much spunk in you, I suppose, got to send you home to get rid of some of it with your girlfriends. Think we had leave in 14? Course you did. How do you know that, kid? Didn't happen to be there, did yer? I didn't, but me old man did, and he told me. Must have fought his war at Marseilles, your old man, 'cause we had to wait 2 years, and then some, before we got any leave. One chap might strike lucky, and then, when the next come along, all leave was suspended. Like to know how much time I spent at home in 52 months of war? Well, I'll tell yer, 22 days. Yes, 22 days, lad. Put that in your pipe, and even so there was some as said I had all the luck. All right, said Lambert, we don't want to hear the story of your life. I'm not telling you the story of life. I'm just explaining how it comes we won our war and you lost yours. Goldilocks's eyes were ablaze with anger. Since you're so clever, maybe you'll explain how you managed to lose the peace. The peace, exclaimed the sergeant in astonishment. There was a babble of voices. Yes, the peace, it was you as lost the peace. You was the old soldiers, wasn't you, said Goldilocks. Well, what did you do for Tercy as how your kids should be safe? Did you make Germany pay? Did you see she was disarmed? How about the Rhineland, how about the Ruhr, how about the war in Spain, how about Abyssinia? And how about the Treaty of Versailles, said a lanky fellow with a head shaped like a sugar loaf, did I sign that? Suppose you think it was me as signed it, said the sergeant, grinning with vexation. Got it in one, old cock, if it wasn't you, who was it? You voted, didn't you? Didn't? I'm 22 and I've never voted yet. What does that prove? It proves that you voted like AS, and got us all in a proper mess. You had 20 years to prepare for this war or avoid it, and what did you do? Don't think I'm not as good as you, chum. If I'd had good leaders and the right weapons, I'd have fought as well as you ever did. But what had I got to fight with? Just you tell me that. Why, I didn't even have enough ammo. Whose fault was it, then, asked the sergeant, who voted for Stalin? Who was it went on strike just because he was fed up, just because he wanted to get his own back on the boss? Who was it demanded wage rises? Who was it refused to work overtime? What about all the cars and bikes as was never turned out? Who was it what never thought about nothing but bits of skirt and holidays with pay and Sundays in the country and youth hostels and the pictures? Just a lot o' slackers, that's what you were. I worked every bloody day of me life, Sundays included. Goldilocks was now the color of beetroot. He crawled over to the sergeant, and yelled in his face, just you say I was a slacker, just you say that again. I'm the son of a widow, I am, and I left school at 11, just so's I could support my mother. He didn't care a damn about having lost the war, but wouldn't stand for being told he'd slacked at his work. Brunette thought, I might make something of him. By this time, the sergeant, too, was on all fours, and the two men were bawling at one another, their faces only a few inches apart. Schneider was leaning forward, as though about to interfere. Brunette touched him on the arm, leave em alone, keep CM occupied. Schneider seemed perfectly willing to acquiesce. He straightened up, with an odd look at Brunette. Come on, said Mulu, pipe down, what's the point o' scrapping about it? The sergeant sat down with a short laugh. You're right there, he said, bit late to start fighting now. If he'd wanted a rough house, he'd only to have a go at the Germans. Goldilocks, too, settled back into his former position. You makes me sick, he said. There was a long silence. They sat side by side. Goldilocks began pulling up bits of grass and amused himself by plaiting them. The others waited a moment, then crawled back on all fours to where they had been before. Mulu stretched himself and grinned. That sort of thing ain't serious, he said in conciliatory tones, not a bit serious. Brunette thought of the comrades losing battle after battle, going on with teeth clenched from defeat to defeat until the day of final victory. He looked at Mulu, don't know that type. He felt the need to talk to somebody. Schneider happened to be there, so he talked to him. You see, it wasn't worth interfering. Schneider said nothing. Brunette laughed. That sort of thing's not serious, he said, imitating Mulu. Still Schneider said nothing. The expression of his heavy, handsome face was non-committal. The sight of it irritated Brunette, and he turned away. He hated passive resistance. I could do with a bite, said Lambert. Mulu jerked his thumb at the open space separating the outer wall from the posts. His voice, when he spoke, was low and fervent, his words were a poem. That's where the grub'll come, the lorries'll drive through them gates, and there'll be loaves of bread thrown over the wire. Brunette looked at Schneider out of the corner of his eye. He laughed. You see, he said, there'd have been no point in getting excited. Defeat, war, it's not them that matter, food's the important thing. A flash of irony showed in Schneider's half-closed eyes. What they been doing to you, Pal, he asked in tones of sympathy, you don't seem to like M much. Nothing, replied Brunette curtly, hearing M's quite enough for me. Schneider was looking down at his right hand which he kept half clenched. He stared at his nails. In his big, nonchalant voice, he said, it's difficult to help people when one don't like M. Brunette frowned. They often used to print my mug in the Huma, and it's easy to recognize. Who said I wanted to help M? We all of us ought to help one another. Sure we ought, said Brunette. He was irritated with himself first, because he should never have lost his temper, but particularly because he shouldn't have let this uncooperative bloke see that he'd lost it. He made an effort to control himself, smiled, and said, I haven't got anything against them. Against whom, then? Brunette gave Schneider an appraising look. Against those who led M up the garden. Schneider's laugh had an unpleasant sound. Who led us, you mean, he said, we're all in the same boat. Brunette felt his former irritation stirring again, but kept a strong hold on his temper. If you prefer it that way, he said good-humoredly, but I don't mind telling you I never had any illusions. Nor did I, but what difference does that make? Led up the garden or not, here we are. What of it, here's as good as anywhere else. He was quite calm now, he thought, my place and my work's wherever there's men to be found. Schneider was looking towards the gate. He said no more. Brunette looked at him without antipathy. What sort of a chap is he, an intellectual? An anarchist? What was his job in civil life? Too much fat, looks as though he'd let himself go a bit, but he holds himself well, might be able to make use of him. The evening light was showing pink and grey on the walls, on the black town which was out of sight. The men's eyes had a fixed stare. They were looking through the walls at the town, thinking of nothing, moving scarcely at all. The vast patience of the soldier had descended upon them with the dusk. They were waiting. They had waited for letters, for leave, for the German attack, and this was their way of waiting for the end of the war. The war was over, and still they waited. They were waiting for the lorries loaded with bread, for the German sentries, for the armistice, were waiting just so that they might have a tiny patch of future before them, were waiting so as not to die. Far away, in the falling night, in the past, a church bell sounded. Mulu smiled. Perhaps that's the armistice, Lambert. Lambert began to laugh. The two men exchanged a knowing wink. I did hear as how there was going to be a regular blowout, he explained. That'll be for when peace is declared, said Mulu. The thought made Goldilocks laugh. On the day peace is declared, he said, I'm going to get so plastered that I shan't be sober again for a fortnight. Not for a fortnight, not for a month, I came in a clamour of voices, we'll be dead to the world, then, all right. One by one, with infinite patience, we shall have to destroy their hopes, prick their illusions, make them realize the hideous condition of their lives, see it naked and unadorned as it really is, discuss them with everything and everyone, beginning with themselves, only then. This time it was Schneider who looked at him. That'll be difficult, said Schneider. Brunette waited, his eyebrows raised. Schneider said again, that'll be difficult. What'll be difficult? To give us a sense of solidarity. We're not a class, we're little more than a herd, not many workmen, just peasants and middle-class riffraff. We've not even got jobs. We're just human beings in the abstract. Don't you worry, said Brunette in spite of himself, we'll have jobs all right. Oh, I know all about that, but as slaves have jobs. That's not the kind of work that emancipates, we shall never be anything but make weights. What common action can you ask of us? A strike gives the strikers a sense of their power. But even if every French prisoner folded his arms and did nothing, it wouldn't make a ha'porth of difference to the German economy. They looked at one another coldly. Brunette thought, so you have recognized me. Well, so much the worse for you. I shall keep my eyes skinned where you're concerned. A sudden hatred flared in Schneider's face, then quickly died out. Brunette did not even know against whom the hatred was directed. There was a cry of surprise and delight. A Fritz! Where? Everyone looked up. A soldier had just appeared on top of the left-hand watchtower. He was wearing a helmet, holding a Tommy gun, and had a grenade stuck in his boot top. He was followed by another with a rifle. "'Bout time they did do summit 'bout us," said a voice. The feeling of relief was general. They were back at last in the world of men, with its laws, its routine, its rules and regulations, back in some sort of human society. All heads were turned towards the other tower. It was still empty, but the men waited confidently, as they might have waited for the post office to open or the blue train to run through a station. A helmet showed at wall level, then two more, two helmeted monsters carrying between them a machine gun which they proceeded to set up on its tripod and level at the prisoners. No one was frightened. The prisoners settled down. The sight of the sentries upright on the wall gave assurance that nothing would happen that night, no order would come to wake the assembled men and turn them out again to march the roads. They felt secure. A tall, strapping fellow, wearing steel-rimmed spectacles, had taken a breviary from his pocket, and was reading it, muttering to himself. "He's on the prowl," thought Brunette, but anger slid over him without penetrating. He felt at peace. For the first time for 15 years he was aware of time moving slowly, of a day ending in a fine evening without there being anything for him to do. The sense of leisure, forgotten since childhood, welled up in him. Stuck there, on top of the wall, was the sky, pink-flushed, quite close, unusable. He looked at it shyly, then turned his gaze on the men lying motionless at his feet. He sat down beside Schneider and unlaced his boots. He yawned. His body felt as useless as the sky. He said, "It's beginning to get chilly." Tomorrow he would set to work. By this time the color of the earth was gray. He heard a sound as of something softly rattling, a tight, irregular sound. He listened, tried to make out the rhythm, and amused himself with the thought that it might be Morse. Suddenly, a thought came to him: somebody's teeth are chattering. He sat up. In front of him he could see a naked back covered with black scabs. It belonged to the man who had been making a noise on the march. He crawled over to him. The man had goose flesh. "Hello," said Brunette. The man made no reply. Brunette took a knitted woolen waistcoat from his haversack. "Hello," he said again, and touched the naked shoulder. The man started to yell. He turned round and looked at Brunette. He was panting. His nose was running. The stuff was dribbling into his mouth. Brunette saw his face for the first time, the face of a handsome young man. His cheeks looked blue, and his eyes were deeply sunk. There were no lashes to his lids. "Don't get into a flap, old man," said Brunette quietly. "I only wanted to give you this woolly." The man took the waistcoat. He looked frightened. He put it on obediently and sat motionless, his arms outstretched. The sleeves were too long, and reached to the tips of his fingers. Brunette laughed, "Turn 'em up." The man made no reply. His teeth were still chattering. Brunette took him by the arm and rolled up the sleeves. "It's timed for tonight," said the man. "Really," said Brunette, "and what's timed for tonight?" "The hecatomb," said the man. "That's all right, then," said Brunette. He felt in the man's pocket and brought out a dirty handkerchief, stained with blood. He threw it away, took out his own and held it out. "Meanwhile, you'd better wipe your nose." The man did so, stuffed the handkerchief into his pocket, and began to jabber. Brunette stroked his head as he might have done an animal's. "You're quite right," he said. The man grew calmer, and his teeth ceased to chatter. Brunette turned to the other men lying round. "Anyone know this chap?" A small, Dark fellow with a bright face raised himself on his elbows. "It's Charpin," he said. "Keep an eye on him," said Brunette, "he may try to do something silly." "I'll keep an eye on him," said the small man. "What's your name?" asked Brunette. "Vernier." "What's your line?" "Used to be a printer in Lyon." "A printer? What a piece of luck. I'll have a word with him tomorrow." "Good night," said Brunette. "Good night," said the man. Brunette went back to his own place. He sat down and started to reckon up his resources. Mulu small shopkeeper, almost for certain, not much to be got out of him nor out of the sergeant, an incorrigible old sweat. Lambert, a grouser, disintegrated, for the moment, under the impact of his own cynicism, might be possible to win him over later. The man from the north, a hobbledehoy negligible. Brunette had no use for hobbledehoys. Goldilocks, same stamp as Lambert, but with more intelligence, and a worker's self-respect, but, for the moment, completely at sea. The printer probably a young communist. Brunette glanced across at Schneider, who was sitting motionless, his eyes wide open, smoking, have to see about him. The priest had laid aside his breviary and was talking. The young men were lying close to him and listening with expressions of pious familiarity. "3 of 'em already, he's a faster worker than I am, at least in the early stages." "Chaps like him are lucky," thought Brunette. "They can work openly, and on Sundays they can say mass." Mulu heaved a sigh. "Won't come tonight." "Who won't come tonight?" asked Lambert. "The lorry's too dark." He lay down and put his head on his haversack. "Look here," said Lambert, "I've got a ground sheet. How many are we?" "7, said Mulu. "7, said Lambert, "it'll take the lot of us." He spread his ground sheet in front of the steps. "Anyone got some blankets?" Mulu produced one, the man from the north and the sergeant 2 more. Goldilocks had none, nor had Brunette. "Don't matter," said Lambert, "we'll manage." A face emerged from the darkness showing a timid smile. "If you'll let me lie on your ground sheet, I'll share my blankets." Lambert and Goldilocks eyed the intruder coldly. "No room for you, chum," said Goldilocks, and Mulu added in a more friendly voice, "We're a bunch of pals, see." The smile vanished, swallowed by the darkness. A group had formed in the middle of this nondescript crowd. A perfectly casual group, without the bond of friendship or any real element of solidarity. But already it was closing its ranks against outsiders, and Brunette was part of it. "Come over here," said Schneider, "we'll doss down together under my blanket." Brunette hesitated. "Don't feel particularly sleepy just now." "Nor do I," said Schneider. They sat side by side while the others rolled themselves in their blankets. Schneider was smoking, concealing his cigarette in the palm of his hand because of the sentries. He brought a packet from his pocket and held it out to Brunette. "Cigarette, you'd better go behind the wall to light it, so's they can't see." Brunette longed for a smoke, but he refused, not at the moment, but thanks all the same. He wasn't going to play the schoolboy, like a kid of 16. To disobey the Germans in little things was, to some extent, to recognize their authority. The first stars came out. From far away, on the other side of the wall, drifted the sound of music. There was no sweetness in it, it was the music of their conquerors. Sleep rolled like a tide over 20,000 exhausted bodies, and each body was a wave. The dark surf moved like a sea. Brunette began to feel that he had had enough of doing nothing. A lovely sky was all right to look at for a bit, but he might just as well go to sleep. He turned to Schneider with a yawn. Schneider was off his guard. His cigarette had gone out and he had not relit it. It was dangling from his lower lip. He was staring gloomily at the sky. This was the moment to find out more about him. "You from Paris?" asked Brunette. No, Brunette assumed an air of frankness. He said, "I live in Paris, but Comler's my hometown, near Saint-Étienne. Silence. After a brief pause, Schneider said regretfully, I'm from Bordeaux. Ah, said Brunette, I know Bordeaux well. Fine town but a bit on the gloomy side, eh? You work there? Yes. What at? What at? Yes. I'm a clerk solicitor's office. Ah, said Brunette. He yawned. He had got to find some way of getting a look at Schneider's army book. And you? Asked Schneider. Brunette gave a start. Me? Yes. Traveler. What you travel in? Oh, anything that happens along. I see. Brunette settled himself along the base of the low wall, and curled up. In a scarcely audible voice, as though he were taking toll of the day, before going off to sleep, he said, well, here we are. Yes, here we are, said Schneider in the same voice. A proper muck-up. I agree. Well, if we'd got to be beaten, said Brunette, it's just as well we got beaten quickly, less bloodshed that way. Schneider laughed, don't worry, they'll bleed us by installments, the result will be the same. Brunette glanced at him, bit of a defeatist, aren't you? I'm not a defeatist, but I know defeat when I see it. What defeat? Said Brunette, defeat, my foot. He broke off, expecting Schneider to protest. But he was wrong, Schneider merely sat and stared blankly at his boots, the cigarette stub still hanging from the corner of his mouth. Brunette had gone too far to stop, he'd got to develop his idea, but it was no longer the same idea. If only the fool had asked a few questions, he'd have harpooned him. The thought of talking gave him no pleasure now, his words would just slide off this great indifferent lump of flesh without penetrating. It's just chauvinism that makes the French think they've lost the war. They always believe they're the only people in the world, and then, when their invincible army gets it in the neck, all the stuffing goes out of 'em. A little nasal sound came from Schneider. Brunette decided to go ahead willy-nilly. This war's only just begun. In 6 months' time we'll be fighting from the Cape to the Bering Straits. Schneider laughed, we. Yes, we Frenchmen, said Brunette, we shall continue the war in other fields. The Germans try to militarize our industry, that's something the proletariat can and must stop. Schneider showed no reaction, his athletic body lay there inert. Brunette did not like the way things were shaping. Heavy, disconcerting silences were his specialty. He had been maneuvering so as to fight on his own ground, had been trying to make Schneider talk, and now it was he who had been compelled to do the talking. It was his turn, now, to be silent. Schneider still said nothing. This sort of thing might go on for a long time. Brunette began to grow uneasy. The fellow had got either too much or too little in his head. Not far from them somebody began to yap feebly. This time it was Schneider who broke the silence. He spoke with a kind of heat. Hear that, thinks he's a dog. Brunette shrugged, this isn't the moment to get sentimental over a chap who was having a bad dream, I've no time to waste. Poor devils, said Schneider, in a deep voice thrilling with passion. Brunette remained silent. Schneider continued, they'll never go home, never. He turned to Brunette, and there was hatred in his eyes. Hey, don't look at me like that, said Brunette with a laugh, it's not my fault. Schneider, too, began to laugh. His expression softened, and the fire died out of his eyes, you're right, it's not your fault. Silence fell between them. An idea occurred to Brunette. He sidled up to Schneider, and said in a low voice, if that's how you feel, why don't you try to escape? Bah, said Schneider. Are you married? Should jolly well think I am got a couple of kids. Don't you get on with your wife? Why, we're a pair of turtle doves. Well, then. Bah, repeated Schneider, are you going to escape? I don't know, said Brunette, I shall have to think about it. He tried to get a look at Schneider's face, but the yard was wrapped in darkness. It was impossible to see anything but the outlines of the watchtowers against the sky. "I think I shall go to sleep," said Brunette with a yawn. "Same here," said Schneider. They stretched themselves out on the ground sheet, and pushed their haversacks against the wall. Schneider spread his blanket, and they both rolled themselves in it. "Night," said Schneider. "Night." Brunette turned on his back and rested his head on his haversack. He kept his eyes open. He could feel the warmth of Schneider's body, and guessed that he, too, was lying there with his eyes open. He thought, "I would get mixed up with a chap like that." Which of them, he wondered, had really been maneuvering the other? Every now and then, between the clumps of stars, a little falling brilliance streaked the sky. Schneider moved noiselessly under the blanket. "You asleep, Brunette?" he whispered. Brunette said nothing, he was waiting. A few moments passed, and then he became aware of the sound of somebody breathing audibly through his nose. Schneider was asleep. Brunette kept his watch in solitude, the one spot of living light among these 20,000 patches of darkness. He smiled and let himself relax. Two Arab women were laughing in the little wood. "Where is Abd el-Krim?" The elder of the two replied, "I shouldn't be surprised if he were at the clothing store." And there, indeed, he was, sitting quite calmly in front of a tailor's bench, shouting murder. Murder! He was tearing the buttons from his tunic, and each button, as it came away, made a dry, explosive sound, and gave off a flash. "Behind that wall, quick," said Schneider. Brunette sat up and scratched his head. The night seemed unfamiliar and full of noises. "What's up? Hurry! Hurry!" Brunette threw back the blanket and flung himself flat behind the little wall, next to Schneider. A voice was moaning murder. Someone cried out in German, and there followed the dry rattle of a machine gun. Brunette risked a peep over the wall. By the light of the flashes he could see a world peopled by stunted trees, all raising their twisted, knotted branches to the sky. His eyes hurt him, his head felt empty. He said, "Suffering humanity." Schneider dragged him back. "Suffering humanity, my foot, they're busy massacring us." "Like dogs," said the unidentified voice, "like dogs." The machine gun had ceased firing. Brunette passed his hand over his eyes. He was fully awake by now. "What's happening?" "Don't know," said Schneider. "They opened fire twice, the first time, probably, in the air, but the second, they meant business." All round them the jungle was rustling. "What is it? What is it? What's happened?" Self-appointed leaders replied, "Don't talk, don't move, lie still." The towers were black against the milky sky. Within them were men awake and watchful, their fingers on the triggers of machine guns. Brunette and Schneider, kneeling behind the wall, could see far off the round eye of an electric torch. It came nearer, swung by an invisible hand. It swept with its light the expanse of grey, flattened grubs. Two harsh voices were speaking German. The torch was shown straight in Brunette's face, so that he was blinded and shut his eyes. A voice with a strong accent asked, "Who was that who shouted?" "I don't know," Brunette replied. The sergeant got to his feet. He stood there, very straight under the beam of the electric light, at once correct and distant. "One of the prisoners has gone mad," he started to cry out. His companions took fright and got up. It was then that the sentry fired. The Germans did not understand. Schneider spoke to them in German. They grunted, and then, in their turn, began to speak. Schneider turned to the sergeant. "They say find out whether anyone's been wounded." The sergeant straightened up, put his hands to his mouth in a precise, rapid gesture, and shouted, "Report casualties." From all sides weak voices were raised in reply. Suddenly, two searchlights came into action. They shed a snowstorm of fairy radiance which passed over the supine crowd. Some Germans crossed the yard carrying stretchers. A number of French medical orderlies joined them. "Where is this madman?" asked the German officer in a tone of command. Nobody answered, but the madman was in full view, standing up, his lips white and trembling, and tears running down his cheeks. The soldiers surrounded him and led him away. He made no attempt to resist, but went with them. His eyes had a dazed look, and he was wiping his nose with Brunette's handkerchief. All around were men sitting up, looking at the man who was sharing their suffering, but carrying it to the bitter end. There was a feeling in the air of death and defeat. The Germans disappeared. Brunette yawned. The light was stabbing at his eyes. "What are they going to do with him?" asked Mulu. Brunette shrugged his shoulders. Schneider merely said, "The Nazis don't like madmen." Figures were moving about with stretchers. Brunette said, "I think we can go to sleep again." They lay down. Brunette uttered a laugh. In the very spot where he had been lying, there was a hole in the ground sheet, a hole with charred edges. He pointed to it. Mulu's face was green, his hands were trembling. "Oh," he said, "oh, oh." Brunette smiled at Schneider. "I rather think you saved my life," he said. Schneider did not return the smile. He was looking at Brunette with a serious and perplexed expression. "Yes," he said slowly, "I saved your life all right." "Many thanks," said Brunette, and rolled himself in the blanket. "I'm going to doss down behind that there wall," said Mulu. The searchlights went out suddenly. The forest creaked, crackled, rustled, and whispered. Brunette sat up, his eyes full of sunlight, his head full of sleep. He looked at his watch, 7 o'clock. The men were busy folding their ground sheets. Brunette felt dirty and clammy. He had sweated during the night, and his shirt was sticking to his back. "Christ," said Goldilocks, "I don't half stink and no mistake." With an expression of gloomy interrogation Mulu looked at the closed gates. Another day without grub. Lambert opened a peevish eye. "Have a heart." Brunette got up, glanced round the yard, saw a group of men clustered about a hosepipe, and joined them. A fat fellow, stripped to the buff, was being sprayed. He was squealing like a woman. Brunette took off his clothes, waiting his turn, and received a hard, icy jet of water on his back and front. Then he put on his clothes again without drying himself, took hold of the hose, and played it on the next 3 men. The bath had only very few patrons, the men preferred their sweat. "Who's next?" asked Brunette. He dropped the hose in a temper. He thought, no self-respect. He glanced about him. That pretty well summed up the lot of him. The job he'd got on his hands wouldn't be easy. He flung his tunic over his arm in such a way as to hide the badges of rank, and approached a little knot of prisoners who were chatting together in low voices, a good opportunity to find out how the land lay. What's the betting they're talking about food? Not that he minded, food was as good a subject to start off with as any other, simple, concrete, and actual. When a chap's hungry, there's something to work on. But they were not talking about food. A tall, thin man with red eyes recognized him. "You're the bloke as was next the loony, aren't yer?" "Yes," said Brunette. "What'd he done?" "Kicked up a row." "That all?" "Hell, grand total 4 dead and 20 wounded." "How do you know that?" "Gartizer said so." Gartizer was a thick-set fellow with flabby cheeks and a morose, self-important expression. "You a medical orderly?" asked Brunette. Gartizer nodded. Yes, he was a medical orderly, and the Fritzes had taken him to the stables behind the barrack block, where he had had to look after the injured. "Every man jack of 'em passed through my hands." "It's pretty rotten luck," said a man standing by, "to have one's number up like that just a week before going home." "A week?" inquired Brunette. "Oh well, a week or a fortnight, whichever you like. They'll have to send us home, seeing as how they can't feed us." "What about the chap who went mad?" asked Brunette. Gartizer spat between his feet. "Best not talk about him." "Why not?" They tried to make him keep quiet, one of them put his hand on his mouth, and got bitten for his trouble. My aunt. You should have seen em, all shouting and jabbering their lingo, couldn't hear yourself speak, and then they got him in a corner of the stables, and started hitting him with their fists and beating him with their rifle butts. They was thoroughly enjoying themselves by the end, and there was some of our chaps as egged em on because they said that but for that son of a bitch nothing would have happened. He wasn't a nice sight when they'd finished with him, face all mashed up, and one eye hanging out. Then they put him on a stretcher and carried him away, I don't know where to, but they must have gone on having their bit of fun with him, because I heard him yelling up to 3 o'clock. He took from his pocket a small object wrapped in newspaper. It's one of his teeth, I picked it up this morning where he fell down. Very carefully he rolled up his package again, put it in his pocket, and said, keepin' it as a souvenir, I am. Brunette turned away and went slowly towards the steps. Mullah cried after him, heard the result. What result? Result of the night's doings, 20 dead and 30 wounded. Christ, said Brunette. Not bad, said Mullah. He smiled as though he were taking a vague sort of pride in the news, not bad at all, for the first night. What they want to waste ammo for, asked Lambert. They can get rid of us easy enough by leaving us to starve, they've begun already. They're not going to leave us to starve, said Mullah. What you know about it? Mullah smiled, just you keep an eye on the gate, same as what I'm doing, it'll take your mind off, and that's the way the lorries'll come in. The sound of an engine drowned his voice. Warplane, shouted the man from the north. It was a machine out for observation. It flew over them at 150 feet, black and shining. It swooped over the yard and made a sharp left turn. Twice, 3 times, it repeated the maneuver. 20,000 faces gazed at it, following its every movement. The whole crowd turned when it turned. Suppose they'll start dropping bombs now, said Curly, with assumed indifference. Drop bombs, said Mullah, why should they want to do that? Because they can't feed us. Schneider, narrowing his eyes, and screwing up his face against the sun, looked at the aeroplane. More likely to be photographing us, he said. Who? Asked Mullah. War correspondents, explained Schneider briefly. Mullah's heavy jowl went a dark red, his fear had changed suddenly to anger. All of a sudden he stood up, stretched his arms heavenwards, and began to shout, stick your tongues out at em, chums, stick your tongues out at em, seems they're taking our pictures. Brunette was amused. A wave of anger had swept the crowd. One man was shaking his fist, another, shoulders back, stomach forward, had stuck his little finger in his flies and was pointing his thumb upward like a sexual organ. The man from the north went down on all fours, put his head down, and displayed his backside to the sky. Let em photograph that. Schneider looked at Brunette. Still got guts, you see, he said. Bah, replied Brunette, doesn't prove a thing. The aeroplane flew off into the eye of the sun. Think I shall see my mug in the Frankfurter, said Mullah. Lambert had disappeared. He came back in a great state of excitement. Seems we can fit ourselves out nice and cheap. What you mean? There's a lot of furniture behind the barracks, mattresses, crocks, water jugs, all to be had for the asking. But we'll have to go carefully, 'cause it's a matter of lifting em on the sly. He looked round him with shining eyes. What you say, we have a shot? I'm on to it, said Curly, jumping up. Mullah did not move. Come along, Mullah, said Lambert. No, said Mullah, I'm saving me strength not moving till I've had something to eat. Keep an eye on things here, then, said the sergeant. He got up and ran after the others. When they had reached the corner of the building, Mullah shouted after them in a weak voice, wasting your strength, that's what you're doing, me lads. He heaved a sigh, looked severely at Schneider and Brunette, and added in a whisper, oughtn't he even to raise me voice? Coming, asked Schneider. What use is a water jug? Asked Brunette. Might come in useful for washing one's feet. Beyond the barrack block there was another yard, and a long, single-storied building with 4 doors, the stables. In one corner, piled anyhow, were old paljasses, spring mattresses, cots, rickety cupboards, and tables with nothing left but a single leg. The men were milling round the accumulated rubbish. One of them came back across the yard carrying a mattress, another with a wicker dress stand. Brunette and Schneider made the round of the stables, and came on a grassy hillock. How about sitting down? Said Schneider. All right. Brunette was feeling uncomfortable. What was the fellow after? Friendship? I'm a bit too old for that. On top of the hillock they saw 3 trenches newly filled. See, said Schneider, they didn't kill no more than 3. Brunette sat down on the grass beside the graves. Lend me your knife, he said. Schneider passed it across. Brunette opened it and began to cut off his badges of rank. That's silly, said Schneider, N.C.O.S don't have to work. Brunette shrugged his shoulders but said nothing, put the pieces of braid in his pocket, and got up. He went back into the main yard. The men were making themselves comfortable. A good-looking fellow with an impudent face was sawing backwards and forwards in a rocking chair. A tent had been pitched, and 2 others had dragged a table in front of it and a couple of chairs. They sat there, celebrating their victory with a game of cards. Gartizer was squatting cross-legged on a sofa marked all over with burns. Reminds me of an old do fair, said Brunette. Or an Arab bazaar, said Schneider. Brunette went across to Lambert. What have you got? Lambert raised his head with a look of pride. Plates, he said, and pointed to a pile of chipped and blackened dishes. What are you going to do with em? Eat em. Leave him alone, said Mulu, maybe it'll hurry up the grub. The morning dragged on. The men relapsed into their former torpor. Some of them tried to sleep, others lay on their backs, their faces to the sky, their eyes open and staring. They were hungry. Curly was tearing up handfuls of grass from between the cobbles and chewing it. The man from the north had taken out his knife and was whittling a piece of wood. One group had lit a fire under a rusty saucepan. Lambert got up and went to have a look, but came back looking disappointed. Nettle soup, he said, and dropped down between Goldilocks and Mulu, no nourishment in it. The German sentries were relieved. Going off to their dinner, said the sergeant with a vacant look. Brunette sat down next to the printer. Sleep well? He asked. Not too badly, said the printer. Brunette looked at him with approval. He had a neat, clean appearance, there was gaiety in his eyes. Worth taking a chance. I meant to ask you before, were you working in Paris? No, said the printer, in Lyons. Where? At the Leveralt Works. Ah, I know the place, you put on a good strike there, in 36, determined and well organized. The printer laughed proudly. Did you know a chap called Pernoud, who was there then? What, Pernoud, the trades union delegate? That's the man. Course I knew him. Brunette got up. Come for a walk round, there's something I want to talk to you about. When they were in the further yard, Brunette faced him squarely. You a member of the party? The printer hesitated. Brunette said, I'm Brunette of the Huma. So that's who you are, said the printer, I rather thought you were. You got many pals here? 2 or 3. Tough. As tough as you're likely to meet, but I lost sight of em yesterday. Try to find them again, said Brunette, and bring them along to see me. We've got to organize a cell. He went back to where he had been sitting beside Schneider. He gave him a quick, furtive look. Schneider's face was calm and inexpressive. What's the time? He asked. 2 o'clock, said Brunette. Look at that dog, said Curly. A large, black dog was crossing the yard with its tongue hanging out. The men were looking at it oddly. "Where's it come from?" asked the sergeant. "I don't know," said Brunette. "It had probably been in the stables." Lambert was leaning on his elbow, following the dog with appraising eyes. He said, as though speaking to himself, "Dog meat's not so bad as people say. You ever eaten any?" Lambert made no answer. He sketched an irritable gesture, then lay down again apathetically on his back. The two men playing cards in front of the tent had left their hands lying, and had risen with a careless air. One of them was carrying a ground sheet under his arm. "Too late," said Lambert. The dog disappeared behind the barrack block. They followed it without any sign of hurry, and, in their turn, were lost to sight. "Will they get him or won't they?" asked the man from the north. A moment later, the two men reappeared. They had got some bulky object wrapped in the ground sheet, which they were carrying, one at each end, like a hammock. As they passed Brunette, a drop splashed on the cobbles, a red drop. "Inferior material," said the sergeant, "that ground sheet's supposed to be waterproof." He shook his head. "Typical, ain't it?" he grumbled. "How could we be expected to win the war?" The two men threw their load into the tent. One of them crawled in after it on all fours, while the other set off in search of wood for the fire. Curly sighed. "Well, there'll be 2 survivors, anyhow." Brunette dropped off. He awoke with a start at the sound of Mula shouting, "There's the grub." The gate was slowly swinging open. 100 men were on their feet. A lorry. The lorry drove in. It was camouflaged and had flowers and branches on its bonnet, a moving pageant of spring. The number of men standing had now risen to 1,000. The lorry turned into the space lying between the outer wall and the barrier. Brunette had got up. He was elbowed, pulled, pushed, and almost carried, to the wire. The lorry was empty. A Jerry, naked to the waist, and perched on the tailboard, sat indolently watching the surging crowd. He had a brown skin, fair hair, and long, delicate muscles. He looked like some luxury object, like one of the men who ski, half naked, at St. Moritz. 1,000 pairs of eyes were turned on him. He seemed to find the sight amusing. He smiled at the spectacle of these famished night-prowling animals pressing against the bars of their cage the better to see him. He leaned back and asked a question of the sentries in the watchtower, who answered him with a laugh. The crowd waited in a sort of daze, watching the movements of its master, growling with impatience and delight. The Jerry bent down, took a loaf of bread from the floor of the lorry, fished a knife from his pocket, opened it, sharpened it against his boot, and cut himself a slice. Someone behind Brunette started to breathe heavily. The Jerry raised the slice to his nose, and pretended to sniff at it ecstatically, his eyes half closed. The animals growled. Brunette could feel about him a source of anger. The German took another look at them, grinned, raised the slice, held flat between thumb and first finger, and sent it spinning towards them like a quoit. But he had aimed too low, perhaps on purpose, and the bread fell between the lorry and the posts. Some of the men were already on the ground, trying to creep under the wire. The sentry on the watchtower barked an order, and covered them with his Tommy gun. The men stood there, pressed against the fence, their mouths open and a mad look in their eyes. Mulu, wedged against Brunette, muttered, "There's going to be trouble, wish I was out of this." But the pressure of the crowd crushed the two men together. Brunette tried in vain to free himself. "Get back," he shouted, "get back, you fools, can't you see we'll have last night all over again?" The German in the lorry cut a second slice and sent it spinning towards them. It turned over in the air and dropped among the lifted faces. Brunette was caught in a vast surge of bodies. He felt himself being elbowed, thrust aside, struck at. He saw Mulu swept away in an eddy, his hands raised in the air, like those of a swimmer in water. The swine, he thought, the swine. He wanted to hit those about him with his fists, to kick them with his feet. A second slice fell, a third. The men were fighting to get at them. A great hulking fellow broke away, holding one of them clutched in his hand, but the crowd caught him. Finding himself surrounded, he stuffed his booty into his mouth, pushing it with the back of his hand so as to get it all in. At that, his pursuers let him go free, and he moved slowly away, rolling anxious eyes. The Fritz was having great fun, sending slice after slice skimming to right and left, sometimes pretending to throw, and stopping at the crucial moment, just to disappoint the assembled prisoners. A piece of bread fell at Brunette's feet. A corporal saw it and made a dive, knocking against Brunette as he did so. Brunette seized him by the shoulders and held him tight, while the mob rushed on the prize lying in the dust. Brunette deliberately put his foot on the scrap of bread, and trod it into the ground. But 10 hands laid hold of his leg, forced it away, and scraped up the muddy crumbs. The corporal struggled violently, another piece of bread had just bounced off his boot. "Let me go, you bastard, let me go." Brunette maintained his grip, the man tried to hit him, but Brunette parried with his elbow, and exerted all his strength to contract his arms. He was enjoying himself. "You're choking me," said the man in a weak voice. Brunette went on squeezing. He could see above him the white scud of bread, he squeezed and squeezed, he was enjoying himself. The man in his arms had, by this time, abandoned any attempt at resistance. "All over," said a voice. Brunette glanced over his shoulder. The Jerry was in the act of shutting his knife. Brunette opened his arms. The corporal swayed, took 2 steps sideways in an effort to regain his balance, fixed Brunette with a glare of brutish hatred, and started to cough. Brunette grinned. The man eyed his breadth of shoulder, hesitated, finally muttered "bastard," and turned away. Slowly the crowd dispersed, disappointed and by no means proud of the scene just enacted. Here and there, one, who had been luckier than the rest, munched shamefacedly, hiding his mouth with his hand, and rolling his eyes like a naughty child. The corporal stood leaning against one of the posts. A slice of bread was lying in the coal dust between the lorry and the wire. His eyes were fixed on it. The German jumped down from the lorry, went along the wall, and opened the door of a small hut. The corporal's eyes were gleaming, he stood there, watching. Suddenly, the sentries turned away, and, at once he went down on all fours and started to creep under the wire, his arms outstretched. There was a shout. One of the sentries raised his rifle. The corporal tried to crawl back, but the other sentry motioned to him to stay still, and there he waited, white in the face, his hands still extended, his rump in the air. The German of the lorry had, by this time, returned to his vehicle. Without the slightest sign of hurry, he sauntered up to the wire, pulled the man to his feet with one hand, and, with the other, struck him as hard as he could. Brunette laughed till he cried. A voice behind him said quietly, "You don't seem particularly fond of us." Brunette gave a start, and turned. It was Schneider. There was a silence. Brunette's eyes were on the corporal, whom the Jerry was now pushing towards the hut, to an accompaniment of kicks. In a colorless voice, Schneider said, "We're hungry." Brunette shrugged. "Why do you say we?" he inquired. "Don't tell me you took part in that scramble." "Of course," Schneider replied, "I behaved like everybody else." "That's not true," said Brunette, "I was watching." Schneider shook his head. "I didn't manage to get a bit, but that's not the point." Brunette, his eyes lowered, was grinding scraps of bread into the ground with his heel. A strange sensation made him look up suddenly. At the same moment the glint in Schneider's eyes went dim, as though a light had been extinguished. There was nothing now in his face but a sort of apathetic anger which gave it a heavy look. "I know we're greedy," he said, "I know we're cowardly and servile, but whose fault is that? Everything's been taken from us, our jobs, our families, our responsibilities. No man can be brave unless he's got something to do. Without that he just dreams. We've got nothing to do. We haven't even got our livings to earn. We don't count any longer, we live in a dream. If we are cowards, it's only in a dream world. Give us a job of work and you'll see us wake up quickly enough. The Jerry had emerged from the hut. He was smoking. The corporal limped along behind him, carrying a spade and a pick. I've got no work to give you, said Brunette, but a man can at least behave properly even if he hasn't got any work to do. Schneider's eyelids twitched open, then fell again. I should have thought you would have been more of a realist. No one's going to object to your behaving properly, but what difference is it going to make? It won't help anyone, and will serve no purpose except to give you a feeling of personal satisfaction, unless, he added with irony, you believe in the value of good example. Brunette looked at Schneider coldly. He said, You've recognized me, haven't you? Yes, said Schneider, you're Brunette of the Huma, aren't you? I've seen your photo often. Did you used to read the Huma? Such a thing was not unknown. Are you one of us? No, but I'm not against you. Brunette pulled a face. They walked back slowly towards the steps, picking their way over the recumbent bodies. The men, exhausted by the violence of their desire and of their disappointment, had once more lain down. Their faces were livid, and their eyes glittered. The card players were still seated close to their tent. They had begun a new game. Ashes and bones lay beneath the table. Brunette glanced at Schneider out of the corner of his eye. He was trying to catch again the familiar something which had struck him on the previous evening. But he had been looking at the large nose, at the general layout of the face, for too long. The vividness of the first impression had gone dim. I suppose you know, he muttered between his teeth, what happens to a communist if the Nazis get him. Schneider smiled but said nothing. We give short shrift to squeakers. Schneider's smile never left his lips. I'm no squeaker, he said. Brunette stopped dead, so did Schneider. Brunette asked a question, do you want to work in with us? What are you planning to do? I'll tell you, but only when you've answered my question. Why shouldn't I? Brunette tried to read the expression on the large, smooth, rather soft-looking face. Still staring at Schneider, he said, it's not going to be easy, you know, just grinding on day after day. I've nothing to lose, said Schneider, and, anyhow, it'll be something to do. They sat down again. Schneider stretched himself at full length, his hands behind his head. He shut his eyes and said, No, that doesn't worry me much. What does worry me is that you don't seem to be particularly fond of us. Brunette, too, lay down. What, precisely, was this fellow, sympathizer? Well, he thought, it's your funeral. I'm not going to let you go. He slept and woke again. It was evening. He dropped off again. When next he woke, it was night, then, a little later, the sun was up once more. He sat up, looked about him, wondered where he was, remembered. His head felt empty. Goldilocks was sitting up too. There was something dazed and sinister about him, his arms were dangling between his spread knees. Not feeling too good, asked Brunette. Feeling a bit moldy, think they're going to give us anything to eat this morning. I've no idea. They going to let us starve? I doubt it. I'm bored, yawned Goldilocks, not used to doing nothing. Go and get a wash then. The other looked at the hosepipe, without enthusiasm. It'll be cold. Come along. They got up. Schneider was still sleeping, Mulu was still sleeping. The sergeant was lying on his back, his eyes wide open, chewing his mustache. All over the ground were thousands of eyes, thousands of open eyes, and others slowly becoming open under the warm influence of the sun. Goldilocks was unsteady on his feet. Hell! I can't even stand now, I shall just melt away. Brunette unrolled the hosepipe, fixed it to the tap, and turned the water on. He felt heavy. Goldilocks had stripped. He was hard and hairy with great lumps of muscle. His flesh reddened and contracted under the spouting water, but his face remained grey. "My turn, now," said Brunette. Goldilocks took hold of the hose. "Weighs a ton," he said. He let it go, then took it up again. He directed the jet onto Brunette, swayed on his feet, and suddenly let the pipe fall to the ground. "Too much for me," he said. They put on their clothes again. Goldilocks remained for some time sitting on the ground, holding a putty in one hand. He looked at the water spreading between the stones. He seemed fascinated by the muddy streamlets. He said, "We're losing our strength." Brunette turned off the tap and helped the other to his feet. He led him back towards the steps. Lambert was awake, he grinned at them. "You can't walk straight, look as though all the stuffing had been knocked out of you." Goldilocks collapsed on the ground sheet. "I'm all in," he muttered, "won't catch me doing that again." He stared at his great hairy hands, they were trembling, no reaction. "Come for a stroll," said Brunette. "Not on your life." He rolled himself in his blanket and closed his eyes. Brunette moved off in the direction of the further yard. It was deserted. 30 times round at the double. At the 10th circuit his head began to feel dizzy, at the 19th, he had to lean against the wall. But he kept at it, he'd got to master his body. He completed the total, and stopped, completely out of breath. His heart seemed to be beating inside his head, but he felt happy. The body is made to obey. "I'll do that every day, I'll work it up to 50. He did not feel hungry. He was glad that he didn't feel hungry. "My 5th day of fasting, and I'm still in pretty good form." He went back into the main yard. Schneider was still asleep, his mouth wide open. All the men were lying down, motionless, speechless. They looked like corpses. Brunette would have liked a word with the printer, but the printer was still sleeping. Brunette sat down, his heart still thumping. The man from the north began to laugh. Brunette looked round. The man from the north went on laughing, his eyes fixed on the stick he was carving. He had already scratched a date on it, and was busy cutting a flower design with the point of his knife. "What's biting you?" asked Lambert. "Think it funny, eh?" The man from the north never stopped laughing. Without raising his eyes, "I'm laughing," he explained, "because I haven't had a SHT for 3 days. "What's wrong with that?" asked Lambert. "Ain't got nothing to s. "Some do, though," said Mulu, "I've seen 'em at it." "They're the lucky ones," said Lambert, "they're the chaps as brought some bully with 'em." The sergeant sat up. He tugged at his mustache and looked at Mulu. "What about them lorries of yours?" "They'll come all right," said Mulu, "they'll come." But his voice lacked conviction. "They'd better hurry, then," said the sergeant, "or they won't find anyone here." Mulu's eyes were still fixed on the gate. There was a gurgling, liquid sound. Mulu apologized. "It's me stomach," he said. Schneider had woken up. He rubbed his eyes, smiled, and said, "Coffee, please, and rolls," said Curly. "Rather have a bowl of soup," said the man from the north, "with a little red wine in it." "Anyone got any fags?" asked the sergeant. Schneider held out his packet, but Brunette restrained him with a look of annoyance. He did not approve of acts of individual generosity. "Much better share 'em out." "Right you are," said Schneider, "I've got a packet and a half." "I've got one," said Brunette. He brought it from his pocket and laid it on the ground sheet. Mulu took a tin box from his haversack. 17 left. "That all?" asked Brunette. "You not got any, Lambert?" "No," said Lambert. "That's a lie," said Mulu, "you had a whole packet yesterday evening." "Smoked 'em all during the night." "Couldn't have done," said Mulu, "I heard you snoring." "Have it your own way," said Lambert. I don't mind giving the Sarge one if he's got none, but I'm damned if I share 'em out. They're mine, aren't they? I can do what I like with 'em, can't I? Lambert, said Brunette, you can take your ground sheet and bugger off if you like, but if you're going to stay here, you've got to develop the team spirit and get used to sharing things. Hand over those cigarettes. Lambert shrugged and peevishly threw a packet onto Schneider's blanket. Muller counted the cigarettes, 80, that works out at 11 each, and 3 over to draw lots for. Shall I hand 'em round? No, said Brunette, if you do that, some of the blokes'll have smoked 'em all by this evening. I'll keep 'em. You'll get 3 a day for 3 days, and 2 on the 4th, okay. The others nodded. They realized vaguely that they were tacitly acknowledging one of their number as leader. O.K. Brunette repeated. They don't really care a damn. All they're interested in is eating. Muller shrugged and said, O.K. The others signified approval with nods. Brunette gave each man 3 cigarettes, and put the rest in his haversack. The sergeant lit one of his, took 4 puffs, stubbed it out, and put it behind his ear. The man from the north tore one open and put the tobacco in his mouth. Makes one feel less hungry, he said, and began to chew. Schneider had said nothing all this while. He had been the heaviest loser on the deal, but he said nothing. Brunette thought, may turn out to be a pretty good recruit. He let his mind run on Schneider, and then on something else. What was it, he wondered suddenly, he was thinking about, and could not remember. He sat there for a while staring at nothing, and playing with a handful of pebbles. Then he got up heavily. The printer was now awake. Well, asked Brunette. Don't know where they are, said the printer. I been round the yard 3 times, and can't find 'em. Try again, said Brunette, don't lose heart. He sat down, looked at his watch, and said, that can't be right, what time do you make it, chaps? 4:35, said Mulu. Then I am right. 4:35, and I've done nothing. I thought it was 10 a.m. He felt as though someone had been filching time from him. And that printer who can't find his pals. Everything here is in slow motion, hesitating, delayed, complicated, it'll take months to get anything going. The sky was a crude blue, the sun struck at them with violence. Gradually, the heat diminished, the sky grew pink. Brunette looked at the sky. His mind was busy with the thought of gulls. He felt sleepy, his head was buzzing, he was not hungry. He thought, I've not felt hungry all day. He fell asleep, dreamed that he was hungry, and woke up. Still he was not hungry. He was conscious only of a slight feeling of nausea, and of a burning circlet round his skull. The sky looked blue and grey, the air was cool, from far away came the hoarse sound of a cock. The sun was hidden, but its beams made a golden haze above the wall. The yard was still streaked with long, violet shadows. The cock fell silent. Brunette thought, how quiet everything is. For a moment he felt as though he were alone in the world. He sat up with difficulty. The others were all around him, thousands of men, motionless and supine. He could almost believe that he was on a battlefield. But all the eyes were wide open. He could see heads thrown backward, matted hair, eyes fixed in a watchful glare. He turned to Schneider and saw that his eyes, too, were fixed. Schneider, he said quietly, Schneider. Schneider made no reply. Far away, Brunette could see a long, slavering snake, the hosepipe. He thought, got to have a wash. His head felt heavy, he had the sensation that it was dragging him backwards. He lay down again, he seemed to be floating. I've got to have a wash. He tried to get up, but his body would no longer obey him. His legs and arms were without substance, he could no longer feel them, it was as though they lay beside him like independent objects. The sun peeped over the wall. I've got to have a wash. It made him angry to think that he was just another corpse among all these assembled corpses with their eyes open. He began to fidget, sorted out his limbs, forced himself forward. At last he was on his feet, his legs were shaky, he was sweating. He took a few steps, he was afraid he might fall. He went across to the printer. "Hello." The printer sat up and looked at him oddly. "Hello," said Brunette. "Not feeling too good," said the printer, "why don't you sit down?" "I'm all right," said Brunette, "feeling fine, prefer to stand." He wasn't at all sure, if he sat down, that he would be able to get up again. The printer remained sitting. He looked alive and fresh, his dark eyes were shining in his pleasant, girlish face. "I've found one of 'em," he said excitedly, "chap by the name of Perrin, railwayman from Orleans. He's lost his pals and is looking for 'em. If he finds 'em, they'll come along, all three, at midday." Brunette looked at his watch, 10 o'clock. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. Good. He had a feeling that he wanted to say something more, but did not know what. He stood there, for a moment, swaying above the printer, and repeating, "Good, that's fine." Then, with an effort, he resumed his walk. His head was burning. He let himself fall heavily onto the ground sheet. He thought, "I haven't had a wash." Schneider was lying on one elbow, his head propped on his hand, eyeing him anxiously. "Not feeling well?" "Perfectly well," said Brunette irritably. He took out a handkerchief and spread it over his face because of the sun. It was not exactly sleepy that he felt. His head seemed empty, and he had a sensation which resembled that of going down in a lift. A cough sounded above him. He whipped away the handkerchief. It was the printer, with 3 other men. Brunette looked at them in surprise. In a thick voice, he said, "Midday already?" He tried to sit up. He was ashamed to have been caught napping. He was not shaved, he thought, but just as dirty as the rest of them. He made a violent effort and scrambled to his feet. "Hello," he said. The newcomers were looking at him with curiosity. They were just the sort of fellows he liked, tough-looking, clean, with hard eyes. Good tools. They were looking at him. "I'm their only hope," he thought, and felt better. He said, "What about a bit of a walk round?" They followed him. He turned the corner of the barrack block, and went to the far end of the smaller yard. He looked round and smiled at them. "I know who you are," said one, a swarthy man with a shaven head. "I rather think I've seen you somewhere," said Brunette. "I came to see you in 37, said the swarthy man, "my name's Stephen, and I was in the International Brigade." The others, too, gave their names, Perrin from Orleans, Jacques, miner from Lens. Brunette leaned against the wall of the stables. He looked at them, noting, without pleasure, that they were young. He wondered whether they were feeling hungry. "Well," said Stephen, "what do you want us to do?" Brunette kept his eyes fixed on them, he could not remember what it was he had meant to say. Not a word did he utter. He could see the astonishment in their eyes. At last he managed to unclench his teeth. "Nothing. For the moment there's nothing we can do, except pick out the men we can count on, and keep in touch." "You like to come in with us?" asked Perrin, "we've got a tent." "No," said Brunette briskly, "we'd better stay as we are. Get as many likely chaps as you can together, and try to find out something about what the others are thinking, and, remember, no propaganda at this stage, it's too soon." Jacques pulled a face. "I know that already," he said, "they're thinking of nothing at all. Their minds are on their stomachs." Brunette had a feeling that his head had begun to swell. He half closed his eyes. He said, "That may change. Any padres in your sector?" "There are in mine," said Perrin, "and acting pretty funny, too." "Leave 'em alone," said Brunette, Don't let 'em twig what you're after. If they make any advances to you, don't frighten 'em off, got it? They nodded assent, and Brunette said, "We'll meet again, tomorrow at noon." They looked at him. There was a hint of hesitation in their manner. He was conscious of a faint feeling of irritation. "Get going. I'm staying here." They moved off. Brunette's eyes were on them. He waited until they had turned the corner before taking a step forward. He was not sure that he wasn't going to fall. He thought, 30 times round at the double. He took 2 steps and stopped, swaying on his feet. Anger brought the blood to his face. It was as though a hammer were beating inside his head, 30 times round, now, at once. He wrenched himself free of the wall. After going 3 yards he fell flat on his stomach. He got up and again collapsed, cutting his hand. 30 times round every day. He clung to an iron ring embedded in the wall. He managed to struggle upright, and started off at a jog trot. 10 times, 20 times. His legs were trembling, each stride he took was like a fall, but he knew that if he stopped he would collapse. 29. After the 30th circuit, he rounded the corner of the building, still running, and slowed down only when he was back in the main yard. He stepped over the prostrate bodies, and reached the steps. No one had moved. They looked like so many dead fish, floating stomach upwards. He smiled. He was the only man there on his feet. "What I've got to do now is to shave." He took up his haversack, went over to a window, extracted his razor, propped his fragment of mirror on the sill, and began to give himself a dry shave. The pain made him half close his eyes. He dropped the razor, bent to pick it up, let go of the mirror, which shattered itself at his feet, and fell to his knees. This time he knew that he could not get up again. He crawled back to his place on all fours, and rolled over on his back. His overworked heart was thumping in his chest. At each stroke, a sharp point of fire bored into his skull. Schneider silently lifted his head, and put a blanket, folded into 4, behind his neck. Clouds were drifting across the sky, one of them looked like a nun, another like a gondola. Somebody pulled at his sleeve. "Get up, we're going to move." The words conveyed no meaning to him, but he scrambled to his feet. He was pushed towards the steps. The door was open. Prisoners, in an unbroken flow, were being swallowed up inside the barrack building. He could feel himself going upstairs. He wanted to stop, but the pressure from behind kept him moving. A voice said, "Higher." He missed a step and fell, his hand flung forward. Schneider and the printer each took one arm and half carried him. He tried to free himself but was not strong enough to do so. He said, "I don't understand." Schneider laughed quietly, "What you need is food. No more than you do. You're bigger than us, and got more flesh," said the printer, "you need more grub." Brunette was beyond speaking. They hoisted him as far as the attic floor. A long, dark corridor ran through the building from end to end. On each side were boxes, separated from one another by a system of bars. They went into one of them. 3 empty packing cases, that was all. No window. There was a skylight to each 2 or 3 boxes. One of these, situated in the box next to theirs, let in a slant of light which threw shadows from the great wooden bars obliquely on the floor. Schneider spread his blanket, and on this Brunette subsided. For a moment he saw the printer's face bending over him. "Don't stand there," he said to him, "find somewhere for yourself further off, we're meeting at noon." The face vanished, and a dream began. The shadows of the bars crept slowly across the floor, crept, bending, over the prostrate bodies, scaled the packing cases, bent and bent again, grew dim. Darkness climbed up the walls. Through the bars, the skylight looked like a bruise, a pallid bruise, a black bruise which turned, suddenly, to a bright and mocking eye. The bars resumed their progress, turning, turning. The darkness turned like the lamp of a lighthouse. The beast was in its cage. Men, for a moment, scurried, then disappeared. The ship drifted from the shore with all the convicts dead from hunger in their cages. A match sputtered, a word leapt from the darkness, painted in red letters, at an angle, on one of the packing cases, fragile. There were chimpanzees in the next cage, pressing inquisitive faces to the bars. They had sad and wrinkled eyes. Monkeys have sadder eyes than any animal except man. Something had happened, he wondered what. A catastrophe. What catastrophe? Perhaps the sun had gone cold? A voice sounded from the back of the cages, "An evening will come when I shall tell you lovely things." A catastrophe, everyone is in jug. What catastrophe? What will the party do? A delicious taste of young pineapples, a young taste, and rather gay, rather childish. He was chewing pineapple, munching the sweet, resilient, fibrous substance. When did I last eat pineapple? I used to love pineapple. It is like defenseless wood, wood stripped of its bark. He chewed. The young and yellow taste of tender wood climbed softly from the back of his throat, like the sun hesitantly rising, expanding upon his tongue. There was something he wanted to say. What was it he wanted to say, this syrup of diluted sun? I used to love pineapple, oh, a long time ago, in the days when I loved skiing, mountains, boxing, sailing yachts, women. Fragile. What is fragile? We are all fragile. The taste upon his tongue twisted and turned, a solar whirlpool, an ancient taste, a forgotten taste. I had forgotten myself, the sun swarming in the leaves of chestnut trees, a shower of sun upon my forehead. I was reading in the hammock, the White House was behind me was Turan. I loved the trees, the sun, and the house, I loved the world and happiness, oh once. He moved, he struggled, there's something I've got to do, something I've got to do at once. He had arranged to meet somebody, it was important, but whom? Krupskaya. He fell back. Fragile. What have I done with my loves? They said to me, you do not love us enough. They had me. I was a young and tender shoot all sticky with sap, and they stripped me. When I get out of here I shall eat a whole pineapple. He half sat up, an urgent meeting, then, again, fell back into calm childhood. In a park, part the grasses and you will see the sun. What have you done with your desires? I have no desires, I am a piece of dead wood, the sap is gone. The monkeys clinging to the bars were looking at him with feverish eyes. Something had happened. He remembered, he started up, the printer, he shouted, has the printer come? No one answered, he fell back into sticky sap, into subjectivity. We have lost the war and this is where I am going to die. Matthew was leaning over him and whispering, you didn't love us enough, you didn't love us enough. The monkeys were chattering and laughing, slapping their thighs. You loved nothing, nothing at all. The shadows made by the bars circled slowly across his face. Darkness, sunlight, darkness, he found it amusing. I am a member of the party, I love the comrades, I have no time to waste on others, there's someone I've got to meet. An evening will come when I shall tell you lovely things, when evening comes I shall tell you that I love you. He was sitting up, he was breathing hard, he was looking at them. On Mulu's face, turned to the ceiling, was an angelic smile, a cool shadow was stroking his face, creeping down his cheek, the sunlight was making his teeth shine. Mulu. Mulu was still smiling. Do you hear he said, but he did not move. Do I hear what? Asked Brunette. The lorries. He could hear nothing, he felt terrified of the huge wave of desire that suddenly swept over him, a desire to live, a desire to love, a desire to caress white breasts. Schneider was lying on his right, he called to him for help. Ho! Schneider! Bad show, said Schneider in a weak voice. You'll find the cigarettes in my haversack, 3 a day. Slowly his buttocks slid along the floor, he found himself lying with his head thrown back. He stared at the ceiling. I do love them, of course I love them, but they've got to serve. What is the nature of my desire? The body, the mortal body, a forest of desires, on each branch a bird, they serve Westphalian ham on wooden plates, the knife cuts into the meat, when one draws it out, one can smell, still sticking to it, the faint odor of damp wood. They had me, I am no more than a desire, we are all of us lying in excrement, and this is where I am going to die. What desire? Somebody lifted him, somebody sat him up. Schneider made him swallow some soup. What's that? Barley broth. Brunette started to laugh. That was what it was, just that, this immense, this guilty desire, was nothing but hunger. He slept. Somebody woke him. He had some more soup. He could feel it burning his stomach, the bars circled, the voice was silent. Someone was singing. Yes, said Mulu. He's left off. He's dead, said Mulu, they took him away yesterday. More soup, this time with bread. He said, that's better. He sat up without help, he smiled, childhood, love, subjectivity, all that had been nothing, just a dream brought on by weakness. Light-heartedly he put a question to Mulu, so the lorries did come, after all. Yes, said Mulu, they came. He was scraping away with a pocket knife at a lump of bread, scooping bits out of it. He was carving it into a shape. Without looking up, he said, bit of leftover bread, gone moldy. If you eat the blue part it gives you the gripes, but some of the crust's all right. He held out a sliver of bread to Brunette, and stuffed a similar one into his large mouth. He said, in accents of pride, 6 days without grub, I was going crackers. Brunette laughed, he was thinking of his subjectivity. Me too, he said. He fell asleep and was wakened by the sun. He still felt weak, but was able to get up. Has the printer been round asking for me? He inquired. We haven't been paying much attention to visitors these last few days. Where's Schneider? Asked Brunette. Don't know. Brunette went out into the corridor. Schneider was talking to the printer, both of them were laughing. The sight irritated Brunette. The printer came up to him, and said, Schneider's found a job for us. Brunette turned to Schneider. He thought gets his foot in everywhere. Schneider was smiling, he said, we've been getting around a bit these last few days, we've found several new pals. Ejaculated Brunette briefly, I'd better give em the once over, he said. He went downstairs, Schneider and the printer at his heels. In the yard he stopped, screwing up his eyes against the dazzle. It was a beautiful day. Several men were seated on the steps, quietly smoking. They looked thoroughly at home, like men resting after the week's work. Now and then one of them would nod his head and say something, at which all the rest nodded. Brunette looked at them angrily. He thought, just settled in as easy as asking. The yard, the watchtowers, the outer wall, belonged to them. There they sat, at their own front door, gossiping with rustic wisdom about every little thing that went on in the village. What can one do with chaps like that? They've got a passion for ownership. You could pop 'em in jug, and in 3 days you wouldn't know whether they were prisoners or the owners of the prison. Others were walking about in 2s and 3s, carrying themselves smartly, chatting, laughing, turning this way and that, a parcel of bourgeois taking a stroll. Several officer cadets passed, in fancy uniforms. They looked at nobody, but Brunette could hear their refined voices. No, old man, I think you've got it wrong. There was a question of their filing a petition, but nothing came of it. The Bank of France took a hand in the nick of time. In the middle of one group, 2 men in spectacles were playing a game of chess on their knees, a little bald fellow was reading, and frowning over his book. Now and again he laid it down, and excitedly referred to a large volume. Brunette passed behind him, the volume was a dictionary. "What are you up to?" he asked. "Learning German." Round the hosepipe several naked men were shouting, shoving, and laughing. Leaning against one of the posts, Gartizer, the Alsatian, was speaking German to one of the German sentries, who was nodding agreement. It had needed only a mouthful of bread. A mouthful of bread, and this sinister yard, where a beaten army had been lying at its last gasp, had been suddenly transformed into a seaside beach, a sunbathing pitch, a fairground. Two men, stripped to the buff, were lying on a blanket, browning themselves. Brunette felt like kicking their golden buttocks. Burn down their towns, burn down their villages, drag them into exile, and they'll fight tooth and nail just to build up again their squalid, poverty-stricken contentment. And that's the material I've got to work with. He turned his back on them, and went into the further yard. He stopped dead in amazement. Backs, thousands of backs, the tinkle of a bell, thousands of bowing heads. Good God! Schneider and the printer began to laugh. "Just a little surprise for you, it's Sunday." "So that's it," said Brunette, "Sunday, of course." He could scarcely believe his eyes. What stubborn idiocy! They had turned out a synthetic Sunday, like all the Sundays they had ever known in towns or countryside, just because they had seen on a calendar that it was Sunday. In the other yard it was a village Sunday, a Main Street Sunday, here it was a church Sunday. It only needed a cinema to make it all complete. He turned to the printer. "No flicks this evening?" The printer smiled. "The Padres are getting up a bit of a do." Brunette clenched his fists. He thought about the priests. "They been working overtime while I been sick." "One never ought to be sick." Shyly, the printer said, "Lovely day, isn't it?" "Sure," said Brunette, between his teeth, "sure, it's a lovely day, damn sure, a lovely day, a positive peach of a day, all over France, torn and twisted railway lines glinting in the sun, and golden sunlight on the yellowing leaves of uprooted trees, water gleaming at the bottom of bomb craters, dead men turning green in the cornfields, their upturned bellies chanting paeans to a cloudless sky. Have you forgotten so soon?" The men before him looked as though they were made of rubber. They had their heads raised now, and were listening to the priest. Brunette could not hear what he was saying, but he had a clear view of his red face, his grey hair, his steel-rimmed spectacles, and his broad shoulders. He recognized him. It was the chap who had been reading his breviary on the first evening. He moved closer. A few paces from the preacher, the mustached sergeant, his eyes shining and a humble look on his face, was listening with passionate intensity. "That many of you are believers, but that there are others who have been drawn here out of curiosity, out of a wish to learn, or merely because they have nothing else to do. You are all of you my brothers, my very dear brothers, brothers in arms, brothers in God, and it is to all of you that I am speaking now, Catholics, Protestants, atheists, seeing that the word of God is for all men. The message that I bring you on this day of mourning, which is also God's day, may be summed up in three simple words: do not despair, for to despair is not only to sin against God's loving mercy. Even those of you who are not of my way of thinking will agree with me that despair is self-slaughter, is, if I may so describe it, moral suicide. There are, no doubt, among you, my dear brothers, some who, led astray by a sectarian education, have been taught to see in the wonderful events of our history, no more than a succession of accidents without meaning and without cohesion. Such men will go from this place saying that we were beaten because we lacked tanks, because we lacked aeroplanes. Of them our Lord has said that they have ears but hear not, eyes have they, but see not. Doubtless, when the divine wrath was loosed upon Sodom and Gomorrah, there were in those wicked cities sinners so hardened as to say that the rain of fire which reduced their homes to ashes was the result only of an atmospheric disturbance or a meteorite. Oh, my brothers, were not those men sinning against themselves? For if it was by accident only that the lightning struck down Sodom, then is there no work of man's hands, nor product of his patience and his industry, that may not, without rhyme or reason, be reduced to nothingness by blind forces. Why, if that is so, should men build houses for themselves, sow their fields, or raise up families? Today we are vanquished and imprisoned, humiliated in our legitimate pride of country, suffering in our bodies, and without news of our dear ones. Is it without design that these things have happened? Does their origin lie only in the interplay of mechanical forces? If that be true, my brothers, then I say unto you despair, for there can be nothing more productive of despair than to suffer for no reason. But I, too, my brothers, would ask a question of these daring and emancipated thinkers. Why was it that we lacked tanks? Why was it that we lacked guns? No doubt they will answer me because we did not produce enough. And in those words is suddenly revealed to us the countenance of that France of sinfulness which, for a quarter of a century, has been forgetful of its duty to God. Why, and this is the point, did we not produce enough? Because we did not work. And whence, my brothers, came this wave of idleness which has descended upon us as once the locusts descended upon the land of Egypt? Because we were a nation divided by internal quarrels. The workers, led by cynical agitators, had grown to detest their employers, the employers, blinded by selfishness, cared nothing about satisfying even the most legitimate of claims. Our businessmen were eaten up with jealousy of our public functionaries. Our public functionaries lived like the parasite mistletoe upon the oak. Our elected representatives in the chamber, instead of discussing affairs of state calmly, and with only the general interest in mind, spent their time in brawling and hurling mutual insults, so that at times they came actually to blows. And what, my very dear brothers, was the cause of all this discord, all this conflict of interests, all this degradation of public conduct? The cause of it was this, that assorted materialism had spread through the country like an epidemic. And what is materialism if not a turning away from God? A materialist holds that we are born of the earth, and that to the earth we will return. His sole concern is with his worldly interests. This, then, I say to the skeptics, you are right, my brothers, we lost the war because we lacked material. But your argument is only in part correct, because it is a materialistic argument. It is because you were materialists that you have been beaten. It was France, the eldest daughter of the Church, that inscribed in her annals the dazzling succession of her triumphs. It is France without God that has been laid low in 1940. He stopped. The men were listening in silence, their mouths open. The sergeant was nodding approbation. Brunet turned his eyes to the priest, and was struck by his air of triumph. His gleaming eyes were darting hither and thither about the audience, his face was red. He raised his hand, and resumed his discourse. There was something almost gay in his passionate utterance, and so, my brothers, let us abandon the idea that our defeat was the effect of chance. It is our punishment, and it has been brought upon us by our own fault, not by chance, my brothers. Chastisement, that is the good news I bring to you today. He paused again and gazed at the faces bent towards him in rapt attention, so as to judge of the effect produced by what he had said. Then, leaning forward, he continued in a more persuasive tone, that it is harsh news, unpleasing news, I agree, but it is good news, too. When a man believes that he is the innocent victim of catastrophe, and sits wringing his hands, unable to understand what has happened to him, is it not good news for him to be told that he is expiating his own fault? And that is why I say unto you, rejoice, my brothers, rejoice in the dark place of your suffering, for where there has been sin, there, too, is there expiation, there, too, is there redemption. I say unto you again, rejoice in the house of your Father, for there is yet another reason why you should do so. Our Lord, who suffered for all men, who took our sins upon himself, who suffered, and still suffers, that he may expiate them, has chosen you. Yes, all of you, peasants, workers, men of the middle class, none of whom are wholly innocent, though, certainly, not the most guilty, you he has chosen to fulfill an incomparable destiny. As he suffered for us, so has he ordained that you shall suffer, that you may redeem the sins and the faults of that France which God has never ceased to love, and has punished with a heavy heart. It is for you, my brothers, to choose. Either you may groan and tear your hair, saying, why should these miseries have fallen upon me rather than upon my neighbor who was rich and wicked, on me rather than on the men of politics who have led my country to destruction, and, if you do that, then is there no meaning in anything, and all you can do is to die in rancor of heart and in hatred, or, you can say, we were as nothing, and now are we chosen out from all men to suffer, to make of ourselves a willing sacrifice, to endure martyrdom. In that case, while a man raised up by Providence, a worthy follower of those men whom the Lord has always given to France when she found herself on the brink of destruction, Brunet tiptoed away. He found Schneider and the printer leaning against the wall of the barracks. He said, he knows his job. I'll say he does, said the printer. He sleeps near me at night, and nobody gets a chance when he starts talking. He's got the boys just where he wants 'em. Two men passed close to them, one of them tall, thin, with a long face and spectacles, the other, small, fat, and with a disdainful expression on his lips. The tall one was talking in tones of sweet reasonableness, he spoke very well, very simply, and he said things which needed to be said. Brunet started to laugh. God in heaven! They all walked on a little way. The printer was looking at Brunet with trusting eyes. Well, he asked. Well, echoed Brunet. What did you think of that sermon? There was good in it as well as bad. In a sense he's doing our work for us. He explained that captivity wasn't going to be all beer and skittles, and I rather think he'll keep that stop out. It's to his interest, as well as ours, that he should do so. So long as these blokes think they're going to see their best girls in a month's time, there's no doing anything with them. Ha, the printer's handsome eyes were wide open, his face was grey. Brunet went on, to that extent you might make use of him. What you want to do is to get some of the boys away, on the QT, and say you heard the Padre. He said things are going to be pretty tough. And you think they are? The printer brought the words out with an effort. You think it'll go on for a long time? Brunet turned hard eyes on him. You believe in fairies? The printer swallowed hard, but said nothing. Brunet turned to Schneider and continued, I'm a bit surprised, though, to find 'em coming to heel so quickly. I thought they'd wait and see. That sermon of his was a blatant political program. France, the eldest daughter of the church, and Pétain, the leader of the French. It's a fair bugger. He turned on the printer sharply. What do the boys round your part of the world think of him? They like him. Do they, now? They've not got much against him, he shares out everything he has, but he doesn't let you forget it, always seems to be saying, I'm giving you this for the love of God. Personally, I'd rather not smoke at all than take his fags, but there's not many thinks like me. That all you know about him? Well, I only see him at night, said the printer as though excusing himself. Where does he hide himself in the daytime? Sick house. Mean to tell me there's a sick house here? Yes, in the other block. Is he a medical orderly? No, but he's pally with the MO in charge, plays bridge with him and 2 wounded officers. He does he? Said Brunet. And what do the boys say about that? They don't say nothing, they're inclined to think it's true, but they'd rather not know for certain. I got it from Gartizar, who's an orderly. Good, that's something you can give 'em to chew on. Ask them how they like the idea of the Padre always hobnobbing with the officers. O.K. Schneider had been looking at them for the last few minutes with an odd smile. The other block is where the Jerrys hang out, he said. Is that so? Said Brunet. Schneider turned to the printer, he was still smiling. Your line's pretty clear that the padre leaves his own pals high and dry, and prefers to make up to the Jerrys. As a matter of fact, said the printer, without much conviction, I don't believe he sees much of the Jerrys. Schneider shrugged his shoulders in assumed impatience. Brunette had a feeling that he was up to some game or other. You got the right to go into the German bloc? Schneider asked the printer, who shrugged and said nothing. Schneider voiced his triumph. You see, I don't care a damn what his intentions may be, for all I know he may be perfectly sincere in his wish to save France, but objectively he's a French prisoner who spends his days in the company of the enemy, and it's just as well the boys should know it. The printer, now completely out of his depth, turned to Brunette. Brunette had resented Schneider's tone, but did not wish to give him the lie. You want to go carefully, he said, no use trying to discredit him all at once. Besides, there are about 50 of his sort here, and you can't take 'em all on single-handed. What you want to do is to drop a few hints, seemingly casual hints, something like the padre thinks it'll be longer than we think before we get home, and he ought to know, because he's always along of the officers, and has a good few chats with the Jerrys. The great thing is to let them realize gradually that he isn't really one of them, see? Yes, said the printer. Any of our little lot see much of the padre? Yes, one of 'em. Sharp lad. Pretty sharp. Tell him to string him along, then, better put on an act of being convinced. We need an informer. He leaned against the wall, thought for a moment, and then said to the printer, go and talk to some of our chaps, 2 or 3'll do the newer lot, preferably. As soon as they were alone, Brunette said to Schneider, I'd rather have waited a bit, in a month or 2 the boys'll be properly ripe. But these padres hold too strong a hand. If we don't start in at once, they'll get the lead of us. You still feel the same about coming in on the job? What, exactly, is the job? Asked Schneider. Changed your mind? I just happened to think you wanted to stand in with us. No, I haven't changed my mind, but I do want to know what working in with you means, that's all. Well, said Brunette, you heard the padre, didn't you? He's not by any means a lone performer, oh, no, in a month from now they'll be thick on the ground. But that's not all. It wouldn't at all surprise me if Jerry managed to scrape together 2 or 3 quislings from our little lot, and got them to try to win us over. Before the war, we could have put up a strong organized front against them, the party, the trade unions, the vigilance committee. Here, we've got nothing to fall back on. Our job is to build something. It may mean having to put up with a lot of palavering, and that's not the way I really like going about things, but we've no real choice. Our immediate objective must be to sift out the healthy elements, organize them, and get some sort of clandestine counter-propaganda going. The 2 main themes must be that we don't refuse to recognize the armistice, and that democracy is the only form of government we are prepared to accept under present conditions. Useless to go further than that. We must move very cautiously in the early stages. It's up to me to collect any members of the Communist Party who may happen to be about. But they're not the only ones, there are the socialists, the radicals, and, generally speaking, all the fellows who can be vaguely classed as belonging to the left, sympathizers, like you. Schneider produced a wintry smile, the softies, in fact. Let us rather say, the lukewarm, said Brunette, and added hastily, not that a chap mayn't be both lukewarm and honest. I'm not quite sure that I know how to speak their language, but that kind of uncertainty can't bother you, since it's the one you habitually speak yourself. O.K., said Schneider, what it comes to, I take it, is to some extent reviving the old popular front. That mightn't be altogether a bad thing, said Brunette. Schneider nodded, so that's to be my job, but are you quite sure it's yours? Brunette looked at him in astonishment. Mine. Oh, said Schneider, as though the matter were one of complete indifference to him, so long as you're sure, Explain yourself, said Brunette, I don't like hints. But there's nothing to explain, all I meant to say was what's the party up to, what orders has it issued, what directives? I suppose you've been kept informed. Brunette looked at him with a smile. I wonder whether you really see the situation as it is, even now. The Germans have been in Paris for the last fortnight, the whole of France is upside down, many of the comrades are dead or captured, others have gone heaven knows where, with their divisions, to Pau, to Montpellier, and so on, while others are safely in Jug. If you really want to know what the party is up to at this moment, the answer is that it is busy reorganizing. I see, said Schneider with enthusiasm, and you're just trying to make contact with any comrades who happen to be here, fine. That's about the long and short of it, said Brunette, as though anxious to bring the discussion to an end. If you're in agreement, of course I'm in agreement, my dear fellow, said Schneider, all the more so, since, really, it's nothing to do with me. I'm not a communist. You tell me that the party is reorganizing, and that's all I want to know. Still, if I were in your place, he fumbled in the pocket of his tunic as though feeling for a cigarette, but, at the end of a few moments, withdrew his hand and let his arm hang loosely against the wall. I should want to have a little more information. What, for instance, is to be the basis of this reorganization, that's what really matters. Without looking at Brunette, he went on. The Soviets are the allies of Germany. That's where you're wrong, said Brunette impatiently, they signed a non-aggression pact, of an entirely provisional nature. Just think for a moment, Schneider, what else could they have done after Munich? Schneider heaved a sigh. Oh, I know, he said, I know everything you're going to say. You're going to tell me that the USSR had lost all confidence in the Allies, and that it was temporizing until such time as it should feel strong enough to declare war on Jerry. Isn't that it? Brunette hesitated. Not exactly, he said, my own view is that they're quite convinced that Germany means to attack them. But you do believe that they did all they could to postpone the event for as long as possible? I imagine so. In that case, said Schneider slowly, I shouldn't, in your place, feel any too sure that the party will take up a strong position against the Nazis. They might be afraid of injuring the USSR if they did. The look he turned on Brunette was full of uncertainty. It expressed melancholy and a lack of incisiveness. He had difficulty in keeping his eyes focused. Brunette turned away with a movement of impatience. Don't pretend to be more stupid than you are, he said. You know perfectly well that it's not a question of the party's official position. Since '39 it's been an illegal organization, and any action it takes must be clandestine. Schneider smiled. Clandestine, yes, but what precisely does that mean? Will it, for instance, go on printing El Humanite in secret? Besides, look here, of every 10,000 copies circulated, at least 100 will fall into Fritz's hands, that is inevitable. An underground organization can, with a bit of luck, conceal the source of its literature, the places where it is printed, the editorial offices, etc., but not the literature itself, if only because pamphlets, and that sort of stuff, are printed with the sole object of being distributed. I should say that in 3 months, the Gestapo will know every detail of the party's political program. What if they do? They can't hold the USSR responsible. What about the Comintern? Asked Schneider. Do you really think that Ribbentrop and Molotov have never discussed the Comintern? He spoke without aggressiveness, and his tone was perfectly neutral. All the same, there was something suspect in his unspectacular insistence. What's the use of indulging in armchair strategy, said Brunette. What Ribbentrop and Molotov may have talked about I have no idea, not having been hidden under the table. All I know is because the evidence is there for everybody to see that contact between the USSR and the party has ceased. And you really believe that? Asked Schneider, and then, after a moment's pause, continued, but even if it has ceased today, it will be re-established tomorrow. There is always Switzerland. Mass was now over. Soldiers were drifting past, silent and with their minds elsewhere. Schneider lowered his voice. I am quite sure that the Nazis hold the USSR responsible for the activities of the C.P. Suppose they do, said Brunet, what of it? Let's assume that, in order to gain time, the USSR muzzles the communists of France and Belgium. Brunet gave a shrug. Muzzle, what extraordinary ideas you have about the relations existing between the USSR and the CP. Don't you know that the CP contains cells, and that those cells are made up of people who discuss and who vote? Schneider smiled, and patiently continued, I've no wish to hurt your feelings. Let me put things a little differently. Suppose that the CP, anxious not to make difficulties for the USSR, decides to muzzle itself. Would there be anything so very new about that? Not much, I grant you. After all, it's what you did at the outbreak of the war, isn't it? But you mustn't forget this, that, since then, the position of the USSR has definitely deteriorated. Should England capitulate, Hitler would have his hands free. The USSR has had time to prepare, she is braced for the shock. Are you quite sure of that? The performances of the Red Army this last winter were not particularly brilliant, and you said yourself that Molotov was temporizing. If relations between the USSR and the CP are as you describe them, the comrades will know in good time all about the preparations of the Red Army. The comrades in Paris, yes, but what about you? It's you who are working here. What are you getting at, said Brunet, his voice rising, what are you trying to prove? That the CP has turned fascist? No, but that the Nazi victory and the German-Soviet pact are two realities with which the CP has got to come to terms, however little they may like them. The point is that you've no sort of an idea how it'll come to terms with them. Are you suggesting that I should sit still and twiddle my thumbs? I'm not suggesting anything of the kind, said Schneider. Surely, one can talk things over. He paused, then, rubbing his great nose with his forefinger, continued, the CP is no more in sympathy with the Western democracies than the Nazis are, though for other reasons. So long as it was possible to imagine an alliance between the USSR and the West, you took as your platform the defense of political liberties against fascist dictatorship. You know even better than I do that those political liberties are illusory. Today the democracies are on their knees. The USSR has drawn closer to Germany, Pétain has seized power. It is now within the framework of a fascist society, or of a society of fascist sympathies, that the party has to carry on its work. And here are you, without leaders, without a political slogan, without news, reverting, on your own initiative, to that old and outworn platform. We were talking just now of the spirit of the Popular Front. But the Popular Front is dead, dead and buried. In 38, given the historical context, it had a meaning, today it has none. Look out, Brunet, or you'll find yourself working in the dark. His voice had become suddenly edged. He broke off sharply, and continued more quietly, that was why I asked whether you were sure what your job was. Brunet began to laugh. Come now, he said, there's nothing very terrible about that. What we've got to do is get the boys together, try to neutralize the Padres and the Nazis, and then just wait and see. We shall find out soon enough what's got to be done. Schneider nodded approval. That's right, he said, that's right. Brunet looked him straight in the eyes. It's you I'm worried about, he said, you seem such a pessimist. Oh, me, said Schneider with an air of indifference, if you really want to know, my opinion is that nothing we can do will be of the slightest importance politically. The situation is abstract, and we are without responsibility. Those of us who are lucky enough to get home eventually, will find society organized anew, with its own hierarchies and its own myths. There's nothing we can do to influence the future one way or the other. Still, if we can succeed in keeping up the lads' morale, if we can save them from despair, if we can give them something to live for here, no matter how illusory that something may be, the necessary effort is well worth the making. That's the spirit, said Brunette. A moment later he added, as this is my first day out, I'm going to take a bit of a walk, so long. Schneider raised a hand in farewell, and strolled away. A negative type, an intellectual, why on earth did I get mixed up with him? An odd sort of chap altogether, sometimes so warm and friendly, at others, cold as ice, almost cynical. Where have I seen him before? Why does he say the comrades in talking of the party members, and not your comrades, as I'd have expected him to do? I must manage to get a squint at his army book. In the Sunday atmosphere of the yard, the men looked as though they were out for the afternoon. On all their scrubbed and freshly shaven faces was the same expression of absence. They were waiting for something, and the fact of waiting had conjured into being, outside the confining wall, a whole garrison town, with its gardens, its brothels, and its cafes. In the middle of the yard someone was playing a mouth organ, and two men were dancing. The phantom town had grown, till its roofs and treetops were higher than the prison wall, and seemed reflected in the blind faces of these ghostly corybants. Brunette made a half-turn and moved into the farther yard. Here the scene was different. The temporary church had been dismantled, and the men were playing at prisoners' base, shouting and running like lunatics. Brunette climbed the little hillock behind the stables and had a look at the graves. He felt at ease. Someone had scattered flowers on the trodden earth, and planted 3 small crosses in a row. He sat down between 2 of the graves. There, beneath him, were the dead, laid at full length. They had attained to peace. Some day, it would come to him, too, innocence. He unearthed an old sardine tin, empty and rusty, and threw it away. It was Sunday, the day of the week devoted to picnics and visiting the cemetery. I was walking on a hill, and below me, in a town, children were playing at prisoners' base. Their shouts came up to me. Where was that? He had forgotten. He thought, it's true enough that I've got to work in the dark. But what alternative was there, to do nothing? His natural vigor revolted against the idea. I should go home at the end of the war and have to say to the comrades, here I am, I just worked away at keeping alive. A fine thing that'd be. How about trying to escape? He looked at the walls. They were not so high as to make an attempt impossible. It'd only be a matter of reaching Nancy. The pool lanes would hide me. But there were the 3 dead men beneath him, there were the children shouting in the timeless afternoon. He laid his hands palm downward on the cool earth. He would not, he decided, escape. Elasticity, that was what he needed. Get the lads together, so that, little by little, they would take him as the focus of their confidences, of their hopes for the future, urge them to denounce the armistice, but be ready to modify his instructions so as to keep in step with the turn of events. The party won't leave us in the lurch, he thought. The party can't leave us in the lurch. He lay down at full length, in the same posture as the dead, there, on the earth, above the dead. He looked at the sky. He got up. Slowly he descended the little hill, feeling very much alone. Death was all about him, like a smell, like the fag end of a Sunday afternoon. For the first time in his life he was conscious of a vague sense of guilt, because he felt lonely, guilt, because he was alive and capable of thought, guilt, because he was not dead. Beyond the wall were houses, dark, dead houses, with dead eyes, an eternity of stone. This babble of the Sunday crowd had been mounting skyward since the beginning of time. It was only he that was not eternal. Eternity was upon him like a fixed stare. He walked. When he returned with the dying light, he had been walking all day. There had been something he had had to kill, but whether it had been killed he did not know. When one doesn't care a damn for anything, one gets moods. It is inevitable that one should. The corridor up on the attic floor smelled of dust, the cages gave off a droning sound, Sunday was dragging slowly to its end. The ground looked like a sky pricked with shooting stars, the men were smoking in the darkness. Brunette stopped dead. Addressing nobody in particular, he called out, "Be careful with those cigarettes, we don't want the whole place to go up in flames." The men groaned and grumbled under the impact of this voice striking down on them from above. Brunette became silent. He felt at a loss, in a way. He moved on a few steps. A red star leaped into life and rolled lazily as far as his feet. He put his foot on it. The night was mild and blue. The windows stood out clearly against the darkness. They had the purplish color of specks that float before the eyes when one has been staring too long at the sun. He could not find his own cage. "Hey! Schneider," he shouted. "Here I am," came a voice, "over here." He retraced his steps. A man was singing very quietly, as though to himself, "Sur la route, la grande route, un jeune homme chantait." Brunette thought, "How they love the dusk." "Over here," called Schneider, "keep on as you're going, just another few steps, that's right." He went into the cage, looked at the skylight through the tracery of bars, thought of a gas jet springing into life in the blue darkness. He sat down in silence, his eyes still on the skylight. What had happened to the gas jet? All round him was a sound of quiet whispering. In the morning these men shouted, but at night they murmured, because they loved the evening. Peace came on velvet pads at nightfall in this great dark box, peace and the dead years. It was almost possible to believe that they had loved their lives. "What I used to like," Mulu was saying, "was taking me collar off, and settling down with a pint. Just about now's the time I'd be at the Cadran Bleu, having a drink and watching the folk go by." "Cadran Bleu?" asked Goldilocks, "whereabouts is that?" "Gobelins, corner of the Avenue de Gobelins and the Boulevard Saint-Marcel." "You mean somewhere near the Saint-Marcel cinema?" "Couple o' 100 yards away. Know it like the back o' me hand. I hang out just opposite the Lowerson barracks. After work I'd go home for a bite, and then clear off again, usually to the Cadran Bleu, sometimes to the Canon de Gobelins, but the Cadran Bleu's better, because there's a band. Used to be some pretty good shows at that cinema. Don't I know it? Trinette, occasionally, and Marie Dubas. Often seen her there in the flesh, used to sport a small car, comic little affair. Had a way of going there meself," said Goldilocks. "I live over Vanves way, many's the time I've walked home on me flat feet when it was a fine night. Pretty long tramp, that." "Oh, well, one was young in those days." "It's not the beer as I miss," said Lambert, "but the red wine. Could knock back a couple of liters a day in me time, 3, if I'd got a thirst on me. What you say to a nice bottle of Madoc now?" 3 liters, said Mulu, "that's pretty good going. Just about suit me. Can't manage more 'n one meself, turns acid on me. Ought to stick to white." "Ah, now you're talking," said Mulu, "white's my ticket. Ought to see the old girl at my place, 61 she is, but she can still take her couple of liters a day without winkin' and red, at that." He broke off and sat there, dreaming of the past. The others were dreaming too. Very quietly they listened to the voices that spoke for all of them, making no effort to interrupt. Brunette thought of Paris, of the Rue Montmartre, of a little bar where he'd been in the habit of taking a glass of white wine, well laced, after leaving the Humanite office. On a Sunday like this, the sergeant was saying, "I'd be off with the old lady to my allotment, 'bout 15 mile out of Paris. It is rather further nor Villeneuve St. George's, proper good for green stuff." From beyond the bars a hoarse voice chimed in approvingly, "Soil's good all round them parts." "We'd be thinking of making for home, 'bout now," said the sergeant, "or a bit earlier, maybe, when the sun started going down. Don't much care for biking after dark. The old lady'd have a bunch of flowers on the handlebars, and I'd have a sack of vetch. On the carrier. Wasn't keen about going out Sunday, meself, said Lambert, too many people round, besides, I worked Mondays, and it was a goodish pull to the Gare de Lyon. What you do at the Gare de Lyon? Worked in the inquiry office, that big building just outside the main entrance. Any time you're thinking of taking a trip, just you let me know, I'll see you get a seat, even at short notice, there's ways and means of fixing things like that. Couldn't never stick staying at home, said Mulu, gave me the willies. I'm on me own, see. Quite often I didn't go out even of a Saturday, said Lambert. How did you manage when you wanted a bit o' skirt? Got 'em to come round to my place. To your place, said Goldilocks in astonishment. Didn't your mum have something to say to that? No, used to get us a meal and then go off to the pictures. Well trained, that's what she must ha' been, said Goldilocks, very different from mine. Why, she'd give me a clout over the ear-hole if she so much as caught me with a girl, even when I was 18. Still live with her. Not now, got a little home of me own. He stopped speaking for a moment, and then went on, night like this I wouldn't a gone out neither, I'd stayed in and done a spot o' love making. There was a long silence. Brunette sat listening to them. He felt ordinary, he felt eternal. Almost shyly, he said, I'd have been in a bar on the Rue Montmartre, taking a glass of white wine, laced, with my pals. No one said anything. Someone started singing Mon Cabanon at the top of his voice. Who's that? Asked Brunette of Schneider. Gassou, he's a tax collector from Nîmes. The voice sang on. Brunette thought, Schneider didn't say a word about how he used to spend Sunday. He awoke with a start. In his ears was the sound of a long, melodious call. What was it? The skylight frame showed white, and on the white ceiling the bars cast shadows. 3 o'clock in the morning. The vines were a sea of foam under the sprayed sulphur of the moon. The Allier was nuzzling past its tufted islands, and at Pont de Vaufleury the vine dressers stood stamping their feet as they waited for the 3 a.m. train. Brunette lay wondering happily what it could have been. He spoke the question aloud, and started suddenly, because somebody answered, SSH, listen. I am not in my bed at Macon, this is not the summer holidays. Again, that long impersonal call, 3 drawn-out whistles that slowly died away. Something was happening. The great attic was filled with rustlings. The huge beast moved its length across the floor. From the depths of this ageless night came the voice of a lookout man. A train, a train, a train. So, that was what it was, the first train. Something was beginning. The night, till then abstract, was taking on substance and life. The night was beginning to sing. Everyone began to talk at once. The train, the first train. The track has been repaired, got to hand it to the Germans, they certainly get a move on, always have been good workers. Well, it's in their own interest, isn't it? They got to get things going again at this rate. Just you see, where's it going? Nancy, Paris, perhaps, try to find out whether there are any prisoners on it, prisoners going home. Out there the train was rolling onward over the makeshift track, and the great dark building was all agog. Brunette thought, it's a munition train. He tried, for prudence sake, to turn his back on his childhood, tried hard to see in imagination the rusty rails, the tarpaulins, a waste of iron and steel. But he could not. Women were sleeping under the blue light of ceiling lamps turned low, in a pervasive smell of wine and sausages. A man was smoking in the corridor, and the darkness, pressed against the windows, was giving back the reflected image of his face. Tomorrow morning, Paris. Brunette smiled, and lay down again, wrapped snugly in his childhood, under the whispering glimmer of the moon. Tomorrow, Paris. He was dozing in the train with his head upon a soft, bare shoulder, and he awoke in a silken radiance. Paris. He looked to his left without moving his head. 6 bats were clinging to the wall by their feet, their wings drooping like skirts. He was now wide awake. The bats resolved themselves into the shadows cast by hanging tunics. Mulu, of course, had kept his on, must make him take it off when he goes to bed, and change his shirt. He'll make us all chatty if he goes on like this. Brunette yawned. Another day. What was it that had happened in the night? Oh yes, the train. He started up, threw back the blanket, and sat down. His body felt like wood, a zigzag pattern of stiffness, a pleasing woodenness in muscles that had gone numb. He felt as though the hardness of the floor had passed into the very substance of his flesh. He stretched, and thought, if I get out of this mess, I'll never sleep in a bed again. Schneider was still asleep, his mouth open and a look of distress on his face. The man from the north had an angelic smile. Gassou, his hair tousled, his eyes red, was picking crumbs of bread from his blanket and eating them. Now and again he opened his mouth and rubbed the end of his tongue with his finger, to get rid of a scrap of wool or fiber which had been sticking to the bread. Mulu was scratching his head in a puzzled manner. The lines of his face were accentuated by streaks of coal dust. He had the look of someone who had been making a night of it. Must find some way of making him wash. Goldilocks was blinking. His face expressed gloom and bewilderment. Suddenly it cleared. God, he said. Only his head was visible above the blanket, his expression now was one of delight and astonishment. What's up, young un? Inquired Mulu. Look what I've got, said Goldilocks. He threw back his blanket. His shirt was rucked up over his white, hairy legs. Gosh, exclaimed Mulu, lucky bastard. Lucky, said Gassou disapprovingly, I should call it damned unlucky. You're jealous, said Goldilocks, bet you wouldn't mind being unlucky in that sort of way. Mulu shook Lambert by the arm. Lambert started awake with a cry. Take a deco there, said Mulu. Lambert rubbed his eyes, looked and saw. Christ, he said quite simply. He couldn't take his eyes off it. I believe it's a fake. Fake, said Goldilocks in disgusted tones. Why, in civil life I could do twice as well as that every morning. He was lying on his back, his arms folded, his eyes half shut, an almost childlike smile on his face. I was beginning to get worried, he said, glancing downwards and watching the effect of the rhythm of his breathing. You see, I got a wife. They laughed. Brunette looked away. He felt anger rising in him. Well, said Mulu, it meant the knocking shop for me, so each time it didn't happen I sort of saved money. Their laughter redoubled. Goldilocks was stroking himself with a negligent and paternal hand. Heaven on earth, he finished up. Brunette swung round. Cover yourself up, he said between his teeth. Why? Asked Curly, whose voice had gone hoarse with voluptuous delight. Gassou, who was educated, said, mimicking Brunette, Cache ce sen kjene saurais voir. You're just a lot of animals, said Brunette curtly. They were staring at him. They don't like me one little bit, he thought. Gassou muttered in an ill-tempered voice. Brunette leaned towards him. What's that you were saying? What's the harm in talking about love now and then? It makes a bit of a change, said Mulu with the bright cheerfulness of the peacemaker. Men only talk about love when they're impotent, said Brunette. Love's something to make when you can. And when you can't, you keep your mouth shut. They looked furtive and embarrassed. Regretfully, Goldilocks pulled up his blanket. Schneider was still asleep. Brunette leaned across to the man from the north and shook him. The man from the north groaned, and opened his eyes. Physical jerks, said Brunette. Ugh, said the man from the north. He got up and took his tunic. They went down into the stable yard. In front of one of the sheds the printer, Girocara, and the 3 chasseurs were waiting for them. While he was still some distance away, Brunette shouted, Everything all right? Everything fine. Hear the train in the night? Yes, I heard it, said Brunette, irritably. But his feeling of annoyance quickly subsided. These men were young, clean, full of vigor. The printer was wearing his cap set sideways, with a jaunty air. Brunette smiled at them. It started to drizzle. On the far side of the yard, a crowd of men was waiting for mass. Brunette noticed with pleasure that it was smaller than it had been on the first Sunday. "You do what I told you." Dirakara, without replying, opened the door of the shed. He had spread some straw on the ground. Brunette was conscious of a damp smell of stables. "Where'd you get it?" Dirakara smiled. "There's ways." "Good," said Brunette, and he looked at them with eyes of friendship. They went in and undressed, keeping on nothing but their pants and socks. Brunette pushed his feet into the soft, crisp straw. He felt satisfied. He said, "Let's get started." The men stood in a row, their backs to the door. Brunette, facing them, went through the movements by number. They copied him. Their breath came through their closed lips with a hissing sound. Brunette looked at them approvingly as they squatted on their heels, their hands behind their heads, well set up fellows, with young, taut muscles. Dirakara and Brunette were stronger than the rest, but the muscles of all of them stood up in hard, round balls. The printer was too thin. Brunette looked at him with a certain amount of anxiety. Suddenly an idea came to him. He stood up and shouted, "Stop!" The printer seemed pleased at the order. He was breathing hard. Brunette went across to him. "You're too thin. I've lost 12 pounds since the 20th of June. How do you know that?" "There's a set of scales in the sick house." "You've got to put them on again," said Brunette. "You're not eating enough." "Well, but how can I?" "There's a perfectly simple way," said Brunette. "We'll each give you some of our rations." Began the printer. Brunette stopped him. "I'm doctor here, and I order you extra food, O.K., he asked, turning to the others. O.K., they said. "Good, from now on you'll come round all the rooms and collect it, and make it early." Trunk swinging. At the end of a few moments, the printer began to sway on his feet. Brunette frowned. "What's wrong now?" The printer smiled apologetically, finding it a bit tough. "Don't stop," said Brunette. "Whatever you do, don't stop." The trunks turned like so many wheels, the men flinging their heads skywards, then dropping them between their legs, up, down, up, down. Enough. They lay down on their backs to go through the abdominal exercises. "We'll finish up with the back throw, they like that, it makes them think they're wrestling." Brunette was conscious of his laboring muscles, of a long, dragging weariness in the groin. He was happy. This was the one good time of the day. The black rafters swung back and down, the straw seemed to jump to meet his face, he caught its yellow smell, his fingertips touched it well in advance of his toes. "Get on with it," he said, "get on with it." "That catches you," said one of the chasseurs. "So much the better. Get on. Get on." He stood up. "Your turn now, Marbot." Marbot had done some wrestling before the war. By profession he was a masseur. He approached Dirakara and seized him by the waist. It tickled, and Dirakara giggled. He let himself fall backwards onto his hands. Now, it was Brunette's turn. He felt a warm grasp on his thighs, and flung himself backwards. "No, no," said Marbot, "don't tighten up like that. It's suppleness, not strength, as does it." Brunette felt the strain on his legs, his muscles cracked. He was too old for this sort of thing, too muscle-bound. He could only just touch the ground with his fingers. He got up, feeling pretty pleased with himself, all the same, and sweating. He turned round and began to hop. "Stop." He turned round sharply. The printer had fainted. Marbot laid him gently on the straw. With a faint hint of reproach he said, it was too much for him. "Nonsense," said Brunette, suddenly on edge, "it's only that he's not used to it." By this time the printer had opened his eyes. He was pale, and breathing with difficulty. "How goes it, old man?" said Brunette affectionately. The printer smiled at him, his face expressed complete trust. "I'm all right, Brunette, I'm all right." "I'm sorry." "Cut it out," said Brunette, "you'll be all right when you get some more food in you. Enough for today, boys. Shower bath, and then a run round." Still in their pants, with their clothes under their arms, they raced away to the hosepipe. They threw their clothes onto a ground sheet, rolled them up into a watertight bundle, and took a shower bath in the falling drizzle. Brunette and the printer took hold of the pipe and played it on Marbot. The printer shot a worried look at Dirakara, cleared his throat, and said to Brunette, "I'd like a word with you." Brunette turned to him, still keeping hold of the nozzle. The printer lowered his eyes. Brunette felt slightly irritated. He disliked feeling that he could intimidate people. He said shortly, 3 this afternoon, in the yard." Marbot dried himself with a scrap of khaki shirt, and dressed. He said, "Hey, boys, something's going on." A great swarthy-looking fellow was holding forth in the middle of a group of prisoners. "That's Chabache, the secretary," said Marbot in great excitement. "I'm going along to see what's up." Brunette watched him walk away. The silly ass hadn't waited to put his puttees on, and was carrying them, one in each hand. "What do you think it's all about?" asked the printer. He spoke in an impersonal sort of way, but his voice betrayed him. It was the voice in which they all spoke, 100 times a day, a voice of hope. Brunette shrugged. "I suppose the Russians have landed at Bremen, or the English have asked for an armistice. It's always the same kind of thing." He looked at the printer without a trace of sympathy. The boy was just longing to join the others, but did not dare to do so. Brunette gave him no credit for his timidity. "I've only to turn away, and he'll be off at once to stand like a deaf mute in front of Chabache, with goggling eyes, dilated nostrils, and his ears wide open, just waiting to be filled. Give me a sluice down," he said. He took off his pants. His flesh rejoiced at the feel of the astringent shower, pellets of hail, millions of little pellets of flesh, vigor. He rubbed his body down with his hands, his eyes fixed on the gaping listeners. Marbot had slipped into the crowd, and was standing with his snub nose upturned to the speaker. God in heaven! If only they could get rid of all this ridiculous hoping, if only they could be put to doing something. Before the war, work had been their touchstone, work had been their test of truth, work had decided their relations with the world. Now that they cared about nothing, they had come to believe that anything was possible. They lived in a dream state, no longer capable of knowing the truth when they saw it. "Look at those 3 chaps walking over there, loping along with easy strides, and a sort of vegetable smile on their faces. Are they really awake?" From time to time a word would ooze from their lips as though they were half asleep. They seemed scarcely to notice that they were speaking. What were they dreaming about? From morning till night they just drifted, manufacturing, like an autotoxin, the life of sensation which had been taken from them, telling one another, day after day, about all the things they had once done but could do no longer, building up a fantasy life full of blood and drama. That's enough. The jet of water fell. The hose lay on the ground, setting up a boil of foam between the cobbles. Brunette dried himself. Marbot came back. On his face was a look of blind triumph. For a moment or two, he slouched round, before making up his mind to speak. With assumed detachment, he said, "Seems we're going to have visitors." The printer's face went a fiery red. "What visitors?" "Relations." "Is that so?" said Brunette ironically, "and when's that to be, may I ask?" Marbot straightened himself with alacrity, and looked him in the face with the air of one imparting a thrilling piece of news. "Today." "Oh, yeah," said Brunette, "and I suppose they've ordered in 20,000 beds just so's the prisoners can have a tumble with their wives." Dirakara laughed. The printer was too nervous not to follow suit, but there was still a hungry look in his eyes. Marbot smiled with complete self-assurance. "This is official," he said, "Chabachi has just told us." "Oh, if Chabachi said so," said Brunette with a glint of amusement. "Says it's going to be posted up this morning." "Posted up, my foot," said Dracula. Brunette smiled at him. Marbot looked surprised. "But this is the real thing, Gardezers heard about it, too, got it from a German lorry driver, seems they're coming from Epinal and Nancy." "They, who's they?" "Whole families on foot, on bicycles, in carts and freight trains. They slept on mattresses in the mairie, and'll be along this morning with a petition for the German commandant. Look, there's the notice going up." A man was busy sticking a sheet of paper to the door. There was a wild rush. A crowd was soon milling round the steps. Marbot swung his arm in a wide gesture. "What'd I tell you?" he said triumphantly. "How about your foot now, is that your foot?" Dracula shrugged. Brunette slowly put on his shirt and trousers. He was annoyed at having been proved wrong. He said, "So long, boys, don't forget to turn off the tap." He sauntered across to the crowd round the door. There was just a chance that this might be another false alarm. He hated the little scraps of undeserved good luck which now and again came to fill the void in the lives of these lily-livered swine. An extra dollop of soup, visitors from outside. Things like that made his work all the harder. From some distance away, over the assembled heads, he could read the notice. "The camp commandant hereby authorizes the prisoners to see the members of their families, close relatives only. A room on the ground floor will be set aside for the purpose. Until further orders, such visits will take place on Sundays, between the hours of 2 p.m. and 6. In no case will interviews be allowed to exceed 20 minutes. Should the behavior of prisoners be found not to justify this exceptional act of clemency, all visits will be forthwith suspended." Godcho looked up with a happy chuckle. "Must give credit where credit's due, they're not such a bad lot of buggers after all." On Brunette's left, little Galois began to laugh. It was an odd sort of sound, rather as though he were laughing in his sleep. "What are you laughing at?" asked Brunette. "It's coming," said Galois, "slow but sure, it's coming." "What's coming?" Galois looked put out. He made a vague gesture, stopped laughing, and said again, "It's coming." Brunette forced his way through the crowd, and got onto the staircase. All around him, the dark ground floor was a struggling mob of men. The place resembled an ant heap. Raising his eyes, he could see bluish hands on the banister rail, and a long, moving spiral of bluish faces. He pushed his way up, and was pushed by others. He clung to the rail and hoisted himself forward. He was crushed against the banisters which shook under the weight. All day long men were going up or going down without the slightest reason. He thought nothing to be done. They're not wretched enough, not yet. They had become gentlemen of leisure, property owners, the barrack belonged to them. They organized expeditions onto the roof and into the basement. They had discovered some books in one of the cellars. There weren't, to be sure, any drugs in the sick house, or food in the kitchens. Still, there was a kitchen, and there was a sick house, there was a secretariat, and there were even some barbers. They had a feeling that they were part of an organized society. They had written to their families, and, for the last 2 days, the life that is lived in cities had resumed its humdrum. When the commandantur had issued instructions that all watches must be set by German time, they had hastened to obey, even those among them who, from June onwards, had carried on their wrists, in sign of mourning, watches that they had let run down. The vague sequence of the hours, born and nourished among wild grasses, had become militarized. They had handed to them German time, true conqueror's time, the same time as ticked away in Danzig and Berlin, sacred time. No, they were not yet wretched enough, for here they were organized, administered, fed, lodged, and governed, were, in fact, without responsibility. There had been the train in the night, and now their relations were coming to see them, loaded with tinned food and consolation. What a squealing, what tears, what a kissing there would be. It needed only that to complete the rot. So far, they've not, at least, been showing off, but now they're going to feel that they are objects of interest. Wives and mothers had had plenty of time in which to build up the myth of the heroic prisoner, and they were coming to infect them with it. He reached the attic floor, went along the corridor, entered his cage, and looked round with anger at his companions. There they were, lying about as usual, with nothing to do, dreaming away their lives, comfortable, and, all of them, well and truly hoaxed. Lambert, with raised eyebrows, and an expression of sullen surprise, was reading Les Petites Filles models. It was pretty obvious that the news had not yet reached the attics. Brunette hesitated. Should he tell them? He could imagine how their eyes would shine, how excitedly they would prattle. They'll hear it soon enough. He sat down in silence. Schneider had gone to get a wash. The man from the north had not yet come in. The rest of them looked at Brunette in consternation. "What's up?" he asked. At first there was no reply, then Moulou, lowering his voice, said, "Chats in No 61." Brunette gave a start and made a face. He felt nervous, and the feeling increased. He said angrily, "I won't have lice in here." Then he broke off sharply, bit his lower lip, and looked at his neighbors uncertainly. No one had reacted to his words. The faces turned to him were as blank and as vaguely sheepish as ever. "What are we going to do about it, Brunette?" asked Gassou. "I know you don't like me, but when there's anything to be done, it's me you come to for advice." Very quietly he replied, "You wouldn't move when I told you to." "Where could we have moved to?" "There were plenty of empty rooms, Lambert. I asked you to see whether there was anyone in the kitchen on the ground floor." "The kitchen," said Moulou, "no thanks, lying on stones gives you the gripes, and it's a gloomy hole anyway. Better gloom than lice." "Lambert, I was talking to you." "Did you go and look?" "Yes." "Well. Full o' blokes. You ought to have had a look at it a week ago." He felt the blood rushing to his head, his voice rose, he shouted, "I'm not going to have any lice in here." "Keep your hair on," said Goldilocks, "it's not our fault." But the sergeant leapt to his defense. "He's perfectly right to give you a dressing down. I was all through the 14 war, and never got chatty, damned if I begin now just because a lot of scallywags like you can't even keep theirs elves clean." Brunette had recovered his temper. In a reasonable tone, he said, "We've got to take immediate steps." Goldilocks laughed, "Righto, but what steps?" "First," said Brunette, "you've all of you got to have a shower every day. Second, each man's got to delouse himself every evening." "How do we do that?" "You strip, and you go over your tunics, your pants, and your shirts to see whether there are any knits in the seams. If any of you wear body belts you want to be particularly careful, it's their favorite breeding ground." Gassou sighed, "What fun we're going to have." "When you turn in," Brunette continued, "you must hang everything, shirt included, on a nail and sleep naked in your blankets." "Hell," said Moulou, "I shall die of bronchitis." Brunette turned on him sharply, "I was just coming to you, Moulou. You're a regular nest of the things, and that's got to stop." "It's a lie," said Moulou, almost speechless from indignation, "you won't find a thing on me." "Not at the moment, perhaps, but if there are any lice within a radius of 10 miles, they'll make a beeline for you as sure as we've lost the war." "Why should they?" asked Moulou primly, "why me and not you?" "You've no call to talk like that." "Oh yes I have," thundered Brunette, "it's because you're as filthy as a pig." If looks could kill, Moulou would have laid him flat. He opened his mouth to reply, but the others were laughing and shouting, "He's right there. You stink. You're humming, you are are a mass of s, fair takes me appetite away just to look at yer." Moulou sat up and glared at them. "I wash meself reg'lar," he said with an air of surprise, probably more regular than any of you, but I'm not like some as strips stark naked just so's to get looked at. Brunette fixed him with a pointed finger. Did you wash yesterday? Course I did. Let's see your feet, then. Mulu jumped up. What right ave you got? He twisted his feet under him and squatted on his heels like a Turk. FD if I show me feet. Take his boots off, said Brunette. Lambert and Goldilocks flung themselves on Mulu, and pinned him to the floor on his back. Gassou tickled his legs. Mulu twitched, gurgled, dribbled, giggled, and heaved deep sighs. Oh, stop it, boys, don't be a lot of barstards, I'm ticklish, I am. Keep still, then, said the sergeant. Mulu relapsed into immobility, though little shudders still ran over his flesh. Lambert was sitting on his chest. The sergeant unlaced his right boot, and pulled it off. His foot came into view. The sergeant went pale, let go of the boot, and got up suddenly. Christ, he said. You may well say Christ, observed Brunette. Lambert and Goldilocks got up too, in silence. They gazed at Mulu in admiring wonder. Mulu resumed his seat, looking calm and dignified. A furious voice came from a neighboring cage. Hi, what the hell are you boys in number 4 doing? There's a god-awful stink coming from somewhere, like rancid butter. Mulu's taking his boots off, said Lambert with simple directness. They looked at Mulu's foot. His big toe was poking through a hole in his sock, it was quite black. Seen the solace? Asked Lambert, more like lace than socks. Gassou had buried his nose in his handkerchief. Goldilocks was nodding his head with an expression almost of respect, and saying over and over again, You dirty old beast, you filthy old beast. We've seen all we want to see, said Brunette, hide it away for God's sake. Mulu hurriedly put on his boot. Mulu, went on Brunette solemnly, you're a public danger. You'll oblige me by going down and having a wash now. If you're not scrubbed and clean in half an hour, you'll have no supper, and you certainly shan't sleep in here. Mulu turned on him with a look of hatred, but got up unprotestingly, merely saying, throw in your weight about a bit, aren't you? Brunette was careful to say nothing. Mulu went out, the others laughed. But Brunette did not laugh. His mind was busy with the idea of lice. He thought, anyhow, I shan't get any. What's the time? Asked Goldilocks, me belly's fair sagging. Noon, said the sergeant, time for ration issue, whose turn for cookhouse fatigue? Gassou. Come on then, Gassou, jump to it. Plenty of time, said Gassou. I said jump to it. We always get our grub last when you're on the job. Oh, shurup. Gassou slammed on his cap in a temper and went out. Lambert returned to his book. Brunette was aware of a nervous itch between his shoulders. Lambert was scratching his thigh while he read, Goldilocks was looking at him. Say, you chatty. No, said Lambert, but I've been tickling ever since the talk started. Same here, said Goldilocks, and began to scratch his neck. Don't you feel a chiku, Brunette? No, said Brunette. None of them said any more. Goldilocks smiled nervously while he scratched, Lambert scratched and went on reading. Brunette dug his hands into his pockets and did not scratch. Gassou reappeared in the doorway, his face threatened trouble. You boys been having a bit of fun with me. Hey, where's the bread? The bread, you big chump, why, there's no one downstairs, the kitchens aren't even open. Lambert raised scared eyes. Mentorze, it's going to be like it was in June all over again. Their lazy and prophetic souls were always ready to believe the worst, or the best. Brunette turned to the sergeant. What time do you make it? 12:10. Sure your watch hasn't stopped? The sergeant smiled and contemplated his watch with profound self-satisfaction. It's a Swiss watch, he said, and left the words to speak for themselves. Brunette called to the men in the next cage, what time is it with you? 11, came a voice. The sergeant was triumphant. "What did I tell you?" he said. "You told us it was 12, you gawk," said Gassou resentfully. "Course I did, 12 by French time, 11 by Boche." "That's a dirty trick to play," said Gassou in a fury. He stepped over to Lambert, and flung himself down on his blanket. The sergeant, quite unruffled, continued, "Nice thing, just when France has taken the count, to abandon French time. You're nuts, there's no such thing as French time now, only Jerry time for everywhere between Marseilles and Strasbourg." "Maybe," said the sergeant, obstinately refusing to let himself be rattled, "but I'd like to see the man who'd make me muck about with any newfangled time." He turned to Brunette. "You'll be glad enough to go back to it," he said, "when Jerry's had a kick in the pants." "Cor, look at old Moulou all tart up," shouted Lambert. Moulou had just come into the room looking pink, fresh, and Sundayish. The others began to laugh. "Pretty good, Moulou?" "What is?" "Water." "Oh, it wasn't too bad," said Moulou carelessly. "That's all right, then," said Brunette, "from now on, you'll have foot parade every morning." Moulou showed no sign that he had heard. He was flaunting an important and mysterious smile. "News, boys, get on your marks," he said. "News, what news?" Faces shone, flushed, brightened up. Moulou said, "We're going to have visitors." Brunette got up noiselessly and went out. Behind him he could hear the sound of voices raised. He hurried on, forced his way through the dense jungle of the staircase, and went down. The yard was swarming with men, all walking slowly round under the thin drizzle, in single file. Their eyes were turned inwards to the center of the circle they were describing. Every window was festooned with staring faces. Something had happened. He joined the procession and followed it round, though without curiosity. Each day in this place there was something happening, men standing rock still, seemingly in expectation of some imminent event, others circling them, all eyes. Brunette turned. Sergeant André smiled at him. "Why, if it isn't Brunette, I bet he's looking for Schneider." "Have you seen him?" asked Brunette quickly. "Not ARF, I haven't," replied André with a grin. "As matter of fact, he's looking for you." He addressed himself to the others. "Them too," he laughed, "they're as thick as thieves, always together, or runnin' after one another." Brunette smiled. "Thick as thieves, and why not?" He regarded his friendship for Schneider with a tolerant eye because it made no inroads on his time. It was like a steamer acquaintance and committed him to nothing. If ever they got home from their prison camp they'd never set eyes on one another again. It was an unexacting friendship, without mutual claims or responsibilities, just a feeling of warmth in the pit of the stomach. André was walking round beside him, saying nothing. At the center of this slow maelstrom was a zone of absolute calm where a few men in greatcoats were squatting on the ground or sitting on their haversacks. André stopped Clapot, who was just passing him. "Who are them blokes?" "Punishment squad," said Clapot. "What squad?" Clapot threw off his hand impatiently. "I just told you, punishment." They resumed their circular progress, but without shifting their gaze from the motionless and silent group. "Punishment," grunted André, "first time I've seen anyone doin' punishment here. Punishment for what? What they been up to?" Brunette's face cleared. He had just caught sight of Schneider grounded on the rim of the maelstrom. He was looking at the men undergoing punishment, and rubbing his nose. Brunette liked Schneider's trick of holding his head sideways. He thought with pleasure, "We'll have a chat." Schneider was very intelligent, more intelligent than Brunette. Not that intelligence is so very important, but it does make for pleasant personal contact. He laid his hand on Schneider's shoulder, and smiled at him. Schneider smiled back, but without gaiety. Brunette sometimes found himself wondering whether Schneider really enjoyed his company. They were never apart, but if Schneider had any real liking for him, he did not often show it. At heart, Brunette was grateful for this reticence. He had a horror of all forms of demonstrativeness. "Found your pal, Schneider, then," said André. Brunette smiled. Schneider did not smile. "Say," said André to Schneider, "what for those blokes doing punishment?" "What blokes?" "Them over there." "They're not doing punishment," said Schneider, "they're the Alsatians. Can't you see Gartizer in the front row?" "Oh, so that's it," said André, "so that's it?" There was a look of satisfaction on his face. He stood beside them for a moment or two, his hands in his pockets, informed, assuaged. Then, suddenly, he grew worried. "What they there for?" Schneider gave a shrug. "Go and ask M." André, after hesitating a moment, strolled slowly over to the men with assumed indifference. The Alsatians were looking stiff and uneasy. In their insecurity, they sat very upright, their greatcoats billowing round them like skirts. They had the appearance of emigrants on the deck of a ship. Gartizer was squatting, tailor fashion, his hands flat on his thighs, his great farmyard eyes goggling in his big face. "Hello, chaps," said André, "so there's 9 of you, is there?" They said nothing. André's inquiring face seemed to swim above their lowered heads. 9. Still no reply. "I thought there were 9 when I saw you're sitting here in a circle, hey?" Gartizer had made up his mind to raise his head. There was a certain arrogance in the expression with which he faced André. "How come all you Alsatians got together?" "They told us to." "But what about the greatcoats and the kid, tell you to take them, did they?" "Yes." "Why?" "Don't know." André's face was scarlet with excitement. "Haven't you got some sort of an idea?" Gartizer said nothing. Behind him there was an impatient gabbling in Alsatian dialect. André, thoroughly offended, stiffened. "I see. You wasn't so proud of yourselves last winter nor so keen to chatter in your lingo. But now we're beaten, you seem to have forgotten your French." The heads remained lowered. The sound of the voices talking Alsatian was like the natural and ceaseless rustling of leaves in the wind. André laughed and stared at his audience of bent heads. "Not much of a go now being French, eh, boys?" "Don't you worry about us," said Gartizer sharply, "we shan't be French for long." André frowned, hesitated, tried to find a stinging reply, but failed to do so. He made a half-turn towards Brunette. "So, that's that." From behind Brunette's back came a sound of angry voices. "What do you want to talk to M for? Leave M alone, can't yer? They're just box, that's what they are." Brunette looked at the speakers, at the pale, embittered faces, all of them the color of sour milk, the envy of little middle-class minds, of petty tradesmen jealous of men with an official position, of men with privileges, jealous now of Alsatians. He grinned and looked at the rancorous eyes. This little bunch of men were vexed at being taken for Frenchmen. Well, that was better than passive resignation. Even envy was better than that, it was at least something to work on. Ever know one of 'em who'd have lent you a penny or given you a helping hand? Not bleedin' likely. Why, there was some of 'em actually had grub when we was first took, and what did they do? Gobbled it up with us lookin' on, didn't care if we starved." The Alsatians were listening. They turned their fair, pink faces and looked at the Frenchman. Perhaps there'd be a fight. From somewhere a harsh shout sounded. The Frenchman jumped back, the Alsatians sprang to their feet and stood at attention. A German officer had just appeared at the top of the steps. He was tall and fragile looking, with hollow eyes and a dark face. He began to speak. The Alsatians listened. Gartizer, red as a beetroot, was leaning forward. The French were listening, too, not understanding a word, but with faces that expressed tolerant attention. Their anger had gone cold. They had a feeling that they were taking part in some sort of official ceremony. There is always something rather gratifying about a ceremony. The officer spoke on. Time passed. The stiff, strange language had a sacrosanct quality, like the Latin of the Mass. No one dared to envy the Alsatians now. They were robed in dignity, like a choir. André nodded. He said, "Not such an ugly lingo, theirs, after all." Brunette said nothing. "Just a lot of monkeys, that's what they were, couldn't even keep their anger going for more than 5 minutes." "What's he saying?" he asked Schneider. "Says they've been liberated." The voice of the commandant emerged in a series of enthusiastic jerks from his dark face. He was shouting, but there was no gleam in his eyes. "What's he saying now?" Schneider translated in a low voice, "Thanks to the Führer, Alsace will return to the bosom of the motherland." Brunette glanced at the Alsatians, but their faces were slow to express their feelings, incapable of keeping pace with their passions. 2 or 3 of them, nevertheless, had flushed red. Brunette felt amused. The German voice soared and darted, rising from level to level. The officer had raised his fists above his head and, with his elbows, was beating time to his paean. Everyone felt moved, as when the national flag goes by, as when the music of a military band is heard. The 2 fists opened, the fingers sprang into the air, the men trembled, the officer yelled Heil Hitler. The Alsatians looked as though they had been turned to stone. Gartizer swung round on them, struck them to the earth with the lightning of his glance, then, facing the commandant, he flung his arm forward and shouted Heil. There was a scarce noticeable silence, then other arms rose in the air. In spite of himself, Brunette seized Schneider's wrist and gripped it hard. There was a sound of shouting. Somebody cried Heil, enthusiastically, others merely opened their mouths without uttering a sound, like people in church pretending to sing. One big fellow, standing in the back row, had his head bent and his hands in his pockets. He seemed to be suffering. The arms fell. Brunette let go of Schneider's wrist. The French said nothing. The Alsatians resumed their attitude of attention. Their faces were white marble, blind and deaf beneath the golden flame of their hair. The commandant barked an order. The column began to move. The French backed away. The Alsatians marched by between 2 hedges of curious eyes. Brunette turned round. He looked at the excited faces of his companions. He would have liked to see in them fury and hatred. All he saw was a sort of flabby, blinking avidity. Far off, the gate swung open. Upright, on the steps, the German commandant looked at the receding column with a benevolent smile. "All the same," said André, "all the same, hell," said a great bearded fellow, "and to think I was born at Limoges." André nodded his head. "All the same, what's wrong?" asked Charpin, the cook. "All the same," said André. The cook had a gay and lively look. "See here, pal," he said, "if you'd only to shout Heil Hitler, to be sent home, wouldn't you shout? It doesn't commit you to nothing. You just shout, but you don't say what you're really thinking." "Oh, I'd shout anything," said André, "but it's different for them, they're Alsatians, they owe France a duty." Brunette made a sign to Schneider. They made their escape and took refuge in the farther yard, which was deserted. Brunette leaned with his back against the wall of the recreation hut, facing the stables. Not far from them, seated on the ground, his arms round his knees, was a tall soldier with a pointed skull and thin hair. He did not bother them. He looked like a village idiot. Brunette kept his eyes on his feet. He said, "See those 2 Alsatian socialists." "What socialists?" "Among the Alsatian crowd, I saw M. Druckera got into touch with M last week. They were as keen as mustard." "What of it?" "They raised their arms with the rest of M." Schneider said nothing. Brunette stared at the village idiot. He was a young fellow, with a well-modelled, aquiline nose, the nose of a rich man. His distinguished face, molded by 30 years of middle-class living, with its fine etched lines, its sensitive intelligence, had assumed the look of tranquil bewilderment that one sees in certain animals. Brunette shrugged his shoulders. They're all the same. One day, you meet a chap, he seems all right, but 24 hours later, he's a changed person, pretends not to recognize you. He jerked his thumb towards the idiot. I've been used to working with men, not with objects like that. Schneider smiled. That was once an engineer in the Thompson Works, the kind of young fellow one says has a future before him. Well, said Brunette, he's got his future behind him now. How many of us are there? Asked Schneider. Can't say for certain, the number varies, let's assume it's about 100. 100 out of 30,000. Yes, 100 out of 30,000. Schneider's question had been put in a perfectly colorless voice. He made no comment on Brunette's reply, but Brunette dared not look at him. There's something not quite right, he went on, reckoning on the basis of 36, we ought to be able to count on 1/3 of the prisoners. It's not 36 now, said Schneider. I know that, said Brunette. Schneider touched his nostril with the tip of his forefinger. Fact is, he said, we're recruiting the grousers, which explains the instability of our group. A grouser is not necessarily a man with a genuine grievance, on the contrary, he's perfectly content, as a rule, to go on grousing. If you try to take his words at their face value, he'll pretend to agree, so as not to look like a pricked bubble, but no sooner is your back turned, than he evaporates into thin air. That's happened to me more than once. And to me, said Brunette. What we want to do is to enlist the real malcontents, said Schneider, the sound leftists who used to read Marianne and Vendredi, the chaps who honestly believe in democracy and progress. I'm with you there, said Brunette. He looked at the wooden crosses on the mound, and the grass gleaming under the drizzle. He went on, every now and again I meet a chap dragging along like a sick man, and I say to myself, that's one of 'em. But what can you do? As soon as you try to talk to him he takes fright. It's as though they were suspicious of everything. It's not exactly that, said Schneider, the trouble with most of them, I think, is that they're ashamed. They know that they've been the losers in this war, that they're down, and that they won't get up again. They don't really want to go on fighting, said Brunette, they'd much rather think that they're down and out for good, it's more flattering to their self-importance. A strange look came into Schneider's face, he said between his teeth, what can you expect? It's a form of consolation. How do you mean? It's always consoling to think that one's not alone in one's defeat, that it's the common fate. The suicide mentality, said Brunette with an air of disgust. Put it that way if you want to, said Schneider, and added quietly, still, you know, they are friends. If you can't establish communication with them, everything you do goes for nothing. Brunette turned and looked at the idiot. The vacant face seemed to fascinate him. The idiot yawned voluptuously and his eyes watered, a dog yawned, France yawned, Brunette yawned. He stopped yawning. Without raising his eyes, and in a low, hurried voice, he said, is there any point in going on? Going on with what? Our work. Schneider laughed. The sound was dry and unpleasing. You ask that of me? Brunette looked up suddenly. On Schneider's thick lips he caught the vanishing tail of a sad, sadistic smile. What'll you do if you don't go on? Asked Schneider. The smile had vanished. The man's face was once again smooth, heavy, calm, a dead sea. I shall never really get at the meaning of that face. What'll I do? Make a getaway somehow, join up with the comrades in Paris. In Paris? Schneider scratched his head. You think things are the same there as here? Asked Brunette sharply. Schneider thought for a moment, if the Germans are behaving well. You bet they're behaving well helping blind people across the street, I shouldn't wonder. In that case, said Schneider, yes, I expect things are about the same as here. He sat up suddenly and looked at Brunette with an air of curiosity unmixed with distress. What are you hoping? Brunette had gone stiff. I'm not hoping anything, I never have hoped anything, I don't give a damn for hope. I know. What is it you knew? I know that sooner or later the USSR will join in the dance. I know that she's biding her time, and I want our lot to be ready. Her hour's gone by, said Schneider. England'll be down and out before the autumn. If the USSR didn't intervene while there was still an opportunity to build two fronts, why should she intervene now when there'll be nobody to help her? The USSR is the land of the workers, said Brunette, and the Russian workers won't let the proletariat of Europe be ground into dust under the Nazi jackboot. Then why was Molotov allowed to sign the German-Soviet pact? At that precise moment, it was the only thing to be done. The USSR wasn't ready. What proof have you that she's any readier now? Brunette smacked the wall irritably with the palm of his hand. We're not at the Café du Commerce, he said, and I'm not going to argue. I'm a militant, and I've never wasted my time in speculating about high politics. I had a job to do, and I did it. So far as everything else was concerned, I put my trust in the Central Committee of the USSR, and I'm not going to change my attitude now. When I asked what you were hoping, I was perfectly right, said Schneider gloomily, you live on hope. The mournfulness of his tone drove Brunette to exasperation. He had a feeling that this misery of Schneider's was assumed. Schneider, he said, without raising his voice, it is conceivable that the Politburo might founder in the depths of stupidity. By the same token, it is conceivable that the roof of this hut might fall on your head, but that doesn't mean you spend your time keeping a wary eye on the ceiling. You may say, of course, if you feel like it, that your hopes are founded on God, or that you have confidence in the architect, but any reply of that kind would be mere words. You know perfectly well that there are certain natural laws, and that it is the way of buildings to stay standing when they have been built in conformity with those laws. Why, then, should I spend my time wondering about the policy of the USSR, and why should you raise the question of my confidence in Stalin? I have complete confidence in him, and in Molotov, and in Zhdanov as much confidence as you have in the solidity of these walls. In other words, I know that history has its laws, and that, in virtue of those laws, an identity of interest binds the country of the workers and the European proletariat. I give no more thought to these things than you do to the foundations of your house. My knowledge is the floor under my feet and the roof over my head. In that certainty I live, and behind that certainty I shelter. That is what makes it possible for me to carry on with the concrete duties assigned to me by the party. When you stretch out your hand to grasp your mess tin, the mere fact of that gesture postulates a universal determinism. Similarly, with me, my every act, no matter how trivial, affirms implicitly that the USSR is the advance guard of world revolution. He looked ironically at Schneider, and said, in conclusion, that's me. I'm a militant and nothing but a militant. Schneider's expression was still one of discouragement. His arms hung loosely, his eyes were lustreless. It was though he were deliberately concealing the nimbleness of his mind under a mask of heaviness. It was something that Brunette had noticed in him before now. Schneider was always trying to slow down his own intelligence, as though he wanted to bring it into step with that patient, dogged mentality which, doubtless, he believed to be the distinguishing mark of peasants and soldiers. Why? So as to assert in the very depths of his being a complete solidarity with them. So as to utter a wordless protest against intellectuals and leaders. So as to express his hatred of pedantry? All right, old man, said Schneider, go on being a militant to your heart's content, only don't get wild when I say that your behavior bears a marked resemblance to the talkie-talkie of the Café du Commerce. With infinite trouble we have got together a handful of unhappy idealists, and all we give them to bite on is a lot of talk about the future of Europe. That's inevitable, said Brunette, so long as there's no work for them to do, I can't give them a definite job. The only thing open to us is to talk and make contacts. but just you wait till they've been transported to Germany, there'll be something for them to do, then, all right. Oh, I'll wait, said Schneider in a sleepy voice, I'll wait, doesn't seem as though I'd got much alternative. But the Padres and the Germans won't wait, and their propaganda, oddly enough, is a good deal more effective than ours. Brunette looked him straight in the eyes. What exactly are you getting at? Said Schneider with an air of surprise, nothing at all. We were saying, a while back, how difficult it is to find recruits. Am I to blame, said Brunette with sudden violence, if the French are a lot of no-goods without either courage or initiative? Am I to blame if, Schneider sat up and broke in sharply on his words. His face had gone hard, and he spoke now so quickly, so disjointedly, that it was as though someone else had stolen his voice in order to heap insults on Brunette. You're always, it's you who are the no good, he shouted, you. It's easy to be superior when you've got a party behind you, when you've been trained up in a political dogma and got used to taking hard knocks. It's easy to despise a lot of poor devils who don't know whether they're going or coming. The only effect this outburst had on Brunette was to make him feel guilty because he had lost his patience. I don't despise anyone, he said, as for the boys here, naturally I take extenuating circumstances into account. Schneider was not listening. His great eyes were dilated, he seemed to be waiting for something to happen inside himself. All of a sudden he resumed his shouting, yes, you are to blame, of course you're to blame. Brunette looked at him without understanding. An unhealthy color had flooded Schneider's face. It was something more than anger that was finding vent in his words, it was something closer to long-standing hatred, like one of those suppressed enmities which one finds in families, a grievance that has been damped down for years, and at last bursts out with a kind of wild joy. Brunette looked at the massive incarnation of fury before him, at this man who looked more like a hedgerow preacher than anything else, and he thought something's going to happen. Schneider seized him by the arm and pointed to the engineer from the Thompson Works who was innocently twiddling his thumbs. There was a moment's silence, because Schneider was seething too violently for speech. Brunette felt cold and calm. When other people lost their tempers, it always made him feel calm. He waited. He wanted to find out the truth about Schneider. Schneider made a violent effort to control himself. That's one of the no-goods who's got neither courage nor initiative, just such another man as me, as Mulu, as all of us except you, of course. It's true that he's become a no-good, it's true, so true that he's convinced of it himself. It happens that I saw him at Taal in September. He had a horror of war, but he accepted this war because he thought there were good reasons why he should fight, and I swear to you he wasn't a no-good then. This is what you've made of him. You're all in cahoots, Pétain with Hitler, Hitler with Stalin, the whole lot of you are busy explaining that these poor devils are doubly guilty, guilty of having made war, guilty of having lost it. You're running round, taking from them all the reasons which they thought made it necessary for them to fight. He thought he was embarked upon a crusade for justice and the rights of man, and now you want to persuade him that he was just cheated into taking part in an imperialist war. He doesn't know what he wants he's not even sure what he's done. It's not only the armies of his enemies that have triumphed, but their ideology as well. He's bogged down. He's fallen slap out of the world of men, out of history, with a bunch of nations that have no longer got the principle of life in them. He's trying to build up some kind of defense mechanism, to think out the whole situation in which he finds himself, to get it straight, from the beginning. But what with? He no longer has the necessary tools. Even his power to think straight is down and out. He's suffering from the iron that has entered into his soul, and it's you who are to blame. Brunette could not keep himself from laughing. Who do you think you're talking to, he asked, me or Hitler? I'm talking to the leader writer of the Humanite, said Schneider, to a member of the CP, to the fellow who, on August 29, 1939, filled 2 pages with paeans of praise on the occasion of the signing of the German-Soviet Pact. So that's the trouble, said Brunette. Yes, that's the trouble, the CP was opposed to the war, as you perfectly well know, said Brunette without any show of anger. Certainly, it was opposed to the war, we all know that, it didn't give us much of a chance not to, it was opposed to the war, and it approved the very act which made the war inevitable. No, said Brunette very firmly, the pact was our one chance of preventing it. Schneider burst into a laugh. Brunette smiled but said nothing. Suddenly, Schneider stopped laughing. Look at me. I always have a feeling that you're conducting some sort of post-mortem. More than once I've caught you studying us all with a kind of cold concentration, it's as though you were drawing conclusions from what you saw. Well, what are those conclusions? That I'm just a waste product of the historic process, all right, that's okay by me, I'm a waste product sure enough, but I'm not dead, Brunette, oh no, I'm certainly not dead, unfortunately. I've got to go on living my degradation, with the taste of it in my mouth, though that's something you could never understand. You deal in the abstract, and it's you, and others like you, who have made of us the scraps and waste products that we are. Brunette remained silent. He was looking at Schneider. Schneider seemed to be hesitating, but there was a look of terror in his hard eyes. He gave the impression of a man who has, on the tip of his tongue, words which, once said, could never again be unsaid. All of a sudden, the color drained from his face. A film of sheer panic seemed to form on his eyes. He shut his mouth in a grim, hard line. For a moment he stayed like that, then, in calm, monotonous tones he continued, well, we're all of us washed up, and that goes for you, too, it's your excuse. Oh, I know that you still think of yourself as a manifestation of the historic process, but that attitude on your part is purely intellectual now. Your heart's no longer in it. The CP will be re-established, but without you, and on principles of which you will know nothing. You could quite easily escape, but you don't dare, because you're afraid of what you'll find outside. The iron has entered into your soul, too. Brunette smiled. No, that wasn't the way, they wouldn't get a rise out of him like that. This sort of talk was just words which didn't in the least concern him. Schneider was silent now, and faintly quivering. Actually, nothing had happened, nothing at all. Schneider had not confessed anything, had not revealed anything, he was just a man whose nerves had let him down. As for that refrain of his about the German-Soviet pact, he had heard all that 100 times since September. The soldier must have realized that they had been talking about him. Slowly he unfolded his full length, and moved off on his long, spindly legs, sidling like a frightened animal. What was Schneider, a bourgeois intellectual, an anarchist of the right? An unconscious fascist? The fascists, too, had been opposed to the war. Brunette turned and looked at him. What he saw was a down-at-heel, perplexed soldier, who had nothing left to defend, nothing more to lose, a man who just stood there rubbing his nose with an absent-minded stare in his eyes. He wanted to hurt me, thought Brunette. But he could not feel any resentment. In a very quiet voice he asked a question, if that's the way you think, why did you come in with us? Schneider looked old, used up. In tones that expressed nothing but wretchedness he said, so as not to be alone. There was a silence, then, Schneider raised his head and showed a wavering smile. One's got to do something, hasn't one, doesn't much matter what. We may not agree about some things, he broke off. Brunette said nothing. A few moments passed, Schneider looked at his watch. Time for our visitors, you coming? I'm not sure, said Brunette, you go along, I may join you later. Schneider threw him a brief glance, as though he had half a mind so say something, then he turned away, moved off, and disappeared. The incident was closed. Brunette put his hands behind his back and started to walk up and down the yard under the thin rain. He was thinking of nothing. He felt within himself a hollow, echoing void. On his cheeks and hands he could feel the impact of tiny damp particles. The iron in the soul all right, but what then? Just a lot of psychological balderdash, he said to himself scornfully. He came to a stop, thinking of the party. The yard was empty, a grey, disembodied place, smelling of Sunday, a land of exile. Suddenly he started to run, and dashed into the other yard. The men were crowding round the barrier, silent, all heads turned towards the gate. They were there, on the other side of the confining walls, exposed to the damp, thin drizzle. Brunette noticed Schneider's muscular back in the front row. He forced his way between the intervening bodies, and laid a hand on his shoulder. Schneider turned. His smile was warm and friendly. "So, you did come after all," he said. "Yes, I came." "It's 2:05, said Schneider, "they're going to open the gate." Close beside them a cadet officer leaned towards his friend and murmured, "Perhaps there'll be some girls." "It'll be fun to see civilians again," said Schneider excitedly. "This reminds me of Sundays at school." "Were you a boarder?" "Yes, we used to line up outside the door of big school, to see the parents arrive." Brunette smiled, but said nothing. He didn't give two hoots for civilians, but he felt happy because the presence of all these chaps gave him a sensation of warmth. The gate swung back with much creaking of hinges. A murmur of disappointment was audible in the assembled ranks. "Aren't there any more than that?" They numbered about 30. Above the sea of heads, Brunette caught sight of the tiny black, packed group, doggedly waiting under a roof of umbrellas. Two Germans went forward to meet them, all smiles and affability, verified their papers, and then stood back to let them pass. There were men and women, all dressed in black, looking like members of a funeral procession in the rain. They were carrying suitcases, bags, and baskets covered with napkins. The women's faces were gray. They looked hard, and their eyes were tired. They advanced slowly, brushing against one another, embarrassed by the staring eyes that seemed to be devouring them. "Hell, what a dowdy lot they are," sighed the cadet officer. "They've got possibilities," said his friend. "Look at that kid over there, with the dark-haired woman." Brunette scanned the visitors with a sympathetic eye. Dowdy they certainly were. The women's faces were harsh and set. They looked as though they had come to say to their husbands, "That was a fool's trick of yours to get nabbed. How do you think I'm going to manage, left on my own like this, and with a kid to look after?" Still, there they were. They had come on foot or in carts, carrying baskets crammed tight with food, the kind of women who are always to be seen waiting outside hospitals, barracks, and prisons, pretty, young creatures, with shy eyes, accustomed to go about their daily tasks in morning black. It was not without emotion that Brunette noticed on their faces the telltale traces of wretchedness and poverty, which was all that peace had brought them. With just such looks of feverish disapproval, mingled with loyalty, must they have taken meals to their husbands when they were engaged in a sit-down strike. The men, for the most part, were old and sturdy, with quiet, tranquil eyes. They walked slowly, heavily. They were free. They had won their own war when they were young, and their consciences were clear. This defeat was not their defeat, yet they accepted it as their responsibility, carrying the burden of it on their broad shoulders, because, when one has produced a child, one has got to pay for any damage it may do. They were neither angry nor ashamed. They had come to see precisely what mischief the young hopeful had been up to now. On these rustic faces Brunette suddenly discovered what he himself had lost: the meaning of life. "These are the kind of men I used to talk with." They made no attempt to understand, but listened with just such an expression of calm thoughtfulness. They groused a bit, but once they had grasped what one was after, they never forgot it. He felt the recrudescence of an old desire, to work, and to feel upon him the eyes of those who were adult and responsible. He shrugged his shoulders, turned from his contemplation of the past, and looked at the others, at the crowd of tense, expectant prisoners with their twitching, inexpressive faces. That's where I belong. They were standing on tiptoe, stretching their necks for a glimpse, looking at the visitors with monkey eyes of fear and insolence. They had counted on this war to make men of them, to give them their rights as the heads of families, their share of glory as war veterans. It was to have been for them a solemn initiation, a means of freeing them from the crippling shackles of that great war, that world war, which had stifled their youth with memories of splendor. This war of theirs was to have been greater and still more worldwide. By firing on the Jerries they were to have accomplished that ritual massacre of fathers which marks the entry of each new generation into life. But as things turned out, they fired on nobody, indulged in no massacre. The whole thing had gone wrong. They had remained minors, and their fathers were still leading the procession, very much alive, hated, envied, adored, feared, while their sons, 20,000 warriors, remained bogged down in a rancorous childhood. All of a sudden, one of the old men turned and faced the prisoners. The watching heads drew back. He had heavy, black brows and red cheeks, he was carrying a bundle at the end of a stick. He approached the barbed wire, gripped it with his hand, and stared across out of large and bloodshot eyes. The gaze was almost that of an animal, slow, fierce, inexpressive, and beneath it the men waited, withdrawn, holding their breath, ready to kick back if they were goaded. They stood there in expectation of a blow. The old man spoke. "So there you be," he said. Someone muttered, "Yes, Daddy, it's us all right." The old man said, "'Tis a pitiful sight." The cadet officer cleared his throat and blushed. Brunette could read the expression of his face of furious, frustrated defiance. "Yes, Daddy, this is us, 20,000 chaps who wanted to be heroes and threw down their arms without striking a blow." The old man nodded his head. Heavily, in deep tones, he said, "Poor lads." Tension relaxed, faces smiled, heads were stretched forward. The German sentry came up. Very politely he touched the old man on the arm, and signed to him to move on. The old man barely turned his head. "Can't you allow a body a minute?" he protested. "Why, I be only just come." He winked conspiratorially at the prisoners who smiled in response. They felt happy because of an old man whose glance was warm and friendly, because of a tough old fellow from down their way. They felt as though freedom had been conferred on them by proxy. The old man asked, "Things not too bad?" Brunette thought, "Now they'll all start whining." But 20 voices replied cheerfully, "Not too bad, Daddy, we'll get along all right." "That's fine, then," said the old man, "that's fine." He had no more to say to them, but still stood where he was, a clumsy, stocky, rugged figure. The sentry took him gently by the sleeve. He hesitated, scanning the assembled faces. It was as though he were trying to pick out his sons. A deep buried thought seemed to be struggling for utterance. Slowly it rose to his eyes. He showed signs of embarrassment. At last, in his gnarled old voice he said, "You know, lads, it warn't your fault." No one answered. The men stood stiffly before him, almost at attention. He tried to express himself more plainly, "No one at home thinks as it were your fault." Still, there was no answer. He said, "Well, so long, lads," and turned away. Then, all of a sudden, the crowd was swept as by a wind, voices were raised in passionate farewell. "So long, Daddy. So long. See you soon. See you soon." The volume of their voices swelled as he moved away, but not once did he turn his head. Schneider said to Brunette, "You see." Brunette gave a start. "See what?" he asked, but knew perfectly well what Schneider meant. Schneider said, "It only needs someone to show a little confidence in us." Brunette smiled, and said, "Do I still look like a surgeon at a post-mortem?" "No," said Schneider, "not now." They looked at one another, and their eyes were the eyes of friends. Suddenly Brunette turned away and said, Look at that old girl. She was limping along, and, as they stared, came to a halt, a small, gray, figure. She dropped her bundle in the mud, shifted into her right hand the bunch of flowers she was carrying in her left, and raised her right arm above her head. There was a moment's pause. It was as though that arm had risen of its own accord, in triumph, dragging at her neck and shoulder. Then, she threw the flowers from her, but the movement was awkward, and they dropped to the ground at her feet. They lay there, scattered, wild flowers of every description, cornflowers, dandelions, and poppies. She must have gathered them from the roadside. The men fought for them, scrabbling on the ground, gripping the stalks in muddy fists. Laughing, they got to their feet, displaying the flowers as though they were taking part in an act of homage. Brunette felt a lump in his throat. He turned to Schneider and said angrily, "Flowers, what would it have been like if we'd won the war?" There was no trace of a smile on the woman's face. She took up her bundle and moved on, only her back was visible, waddling along in a mackintosh. Brunette opened his mouth to say something, but he saw Schneider's face and thought better of it. Schneider elbowed his way out of the crowd. He looked thoroughly upset. Brunette followed, and touched him on the shoulder. "Anything wrong?" Schneider raised his head, and Brunette looked away. The thought of what his own face must look like, what the face of a surgeon at a post-mortem must look like, embarrassed him. "Anything wrong?" he said again, and stared down at his feet. They were standing alone in the middle of the yard. It was still raining. Schneider said, "It's just that I'm a bloody fool." There was a short silence, then he went on, "Seeing these civilians again, that's the trouble." Brunette, still looking down, said, "I'm quite as much of a bloody fool as you are." "It's different in your case," said Schneider, "you've nobody belonging to you." He paused for a moment, then, unbuttoning his tunic, and fumbling in the inside pocket, brought out a note case that looked curiously flat. Brunette thought, "He's destroyed everything." Schneider opened the note case. There was nothing in it but one photograph, about the size of a postcard. Schneider held it out to Brunette without looking at it. Brunette saw the face of a young woman with brooding eyes. Beneath the eyes there was a smile. He had never seen anything quite like it. This girl looked as though she knew all about concentration camps, wars, and prisoners herded into barracks, knew about all those things, but, nevertheless, could still smile. It was to the conquered, the deported, the waste products of history, that she offered the gift of her smile. In vain did he try to discover in her eyes the base, the sadistic, light of charity. Her smile told of confidence, it was a calm smile, a tribute to the strength in others. It was as though she were asking them to show mercy to their conquerors. Brunette had seen many photographs of late, and many smiles, but they, too, had suffered the devastation of war, so that he had found it impossible to look at them. But at this one he could look. It was a newborn smile, and it seemed to be addressed to him alone, to Brunette the prisoner, to Brunette the waste product, to Brunette the victorious. Schneider was leaning over his shoulder. "It's getting dog-eared." "Yes," said Brunette, "you ought to trim the edges." He handed back the photograph, it was glittering with raindrops. Schneider wiped it carefully with his sleeve, and put it back in his note case. To himself, Brunette said, "Is she pretty?" He did not know. He had not had time to notice. He raised his head and looked at Schneider. He thought, her smile is for him. It was as though he saw him now with other eyes. Two men passed them, both of them young, both of them chasseurs. They had put poppies in their buttonholes. They were quite silent, and their lowered eyes gave them an odd look, as though they had just taken communion. Schneider gazed after them. Brunette hesitated. An almost forgotten word rose to his lips. "I find them touching," he said. "Do you seriously mean that?" asked Schneider. Behind them the hedge of curious faces had disintegrated. The visitors had gone into the barracks. Diokara sloped up, followed by Perrin and the printer. Of course, thought Brunette, it's 3 o'clock. There was a secretive look on the three faces. It occurred to Brunette, with a little shock of irritation, that they had been talking among themselves. That was one of the things that was bound to happen. While they were still some distance away, he called out, "Hello, boys." They came up to him, stopped, and exchanged nervous glances. "Come on, out with it," said Brunette bluntly, "what's the trouble?" The printer fixed him with his fine, uneasy eyes. He looked sullen. He said, "We've done what you told us to do, haven't we?" "Yes," said Brunette impatiently, "yes, you certainly have. What about it?" The printer could say no more. It was Diokara who spoke for him, keeping his eyes down. "We'd like to go on, and we will go on for as long as you want us to, but it's sheer waste of time." Brunette remained silent. Perrin said, "The boys won't listen." Still Brunette said nothing. The printer went on in a colorless voice, "Only yesterday, I got into a scrap with a fellow because I said the Jerrys were going to deport us to Germany. He was plain crazy. He said I was a member of the fifth column." All three looked up and stared at Brunette stolidly. Things have reached such a point that one can't say a word against the Germans. Diokara took his courage in both hands and looked Brunette full in the face. "See here, Brunette," he said, "it's not that we're refusing to do the job, and if we've started off on the wrong foot we'll try again. But you've got to understand the position. We move about all over this camp. Hardly a day passes but we talk to a couple of hundred or so. We know what the feeling in this place is like. You, naturally, know far less about it than we do. You can't, realize what it's like. Well, with feeling as it is at present, if the 20,000 prisoners here were liberated tomorrow, it'd mean 20,000 additional Nazis." Brunette felt his face going red. He looked at each of them in turn. "Is that your opinion?" he asked. "Yes," said all three. "You're all agreed on that?" They all said yes again, and at that he suddenly burst out, "There are workers and peasants in this lot. You ought to be ashamed even to think that they'd become Nazis. If they do, it'll be your fault. A man's not a block of wood, he's a living, breathing, and thinking human being, and if you have failed to win these chaps over, it's because you don't know your job." He turned his back on them, took 3 paces, and then swung round, his finger pointing. "The truth of the matter is, you all think yourselves superior. You despise your comrades. Just you remember this, a member of the party despises nobody." He saw the bewilderment in their eyes, and the sight made him still angrier. 20,000 Nazis, he shouted, "You're plumb bats? You'll do nothing with them if you despise them. Try, for a beginning, to understand them. These boys have got the iron in their souls. They don't know which way to turn. They'll follow the first man who shows confidence in them." Schneider's presence rasped his nerves. "Oh, come on," he said to him. Just as he was moving away, he turned to the 3 others who were standing silent and discomfited. "I consider that you have failed. I am prepared to overlook this failure. But don't let me have any more of your nonsense. Report again tomorrow." He ran up the stairs, Schneider panting behind him. He went into the cage, flung himself down on his blanket, stretched out his hand, and picked up a book, Henry Laverton's Les Seurs. He read with concentrated attention, line by line, word by word, until he calmed down. When the light began to fail, he laid the book aside, and remembered that he had eaten nothing. "Do you keep my bread for me?" Moulou held it out. Brunette cut off the piece he would give next day to the printer, stowed it in his haversack, and began to eat. Cantrell and Livard appeared in the doorway. It was the time of evening when visits were paid. "Hello," said the inmates, without looking up. "Anything nice to tell us?" asked Moulou. They do say as some of the chaps have got blotto, said Livard. And who pays for that? Us, as usual. What's the news? Asked Mulu. One of the N.C.O.S has made a getaway. Made a getaway, why? Asked Goldilocks, surprised into plain speaking. Those present took a little time to digest the information. They looked vaguely startled, slightly horrified, as they might have done, before the war, if, in the bored crowd filling the underground, a madman had unexpectedly started making a noise. Made a getaway, repeated Gassou, slowly. The man from the north laid down the stick he was busy carving. He seemed a bit restless. Lambert munched in silence, his eyes fixed in a hard stare. After a moment's silence, he said with an unpleasant laugh, "There's always some as is more in a hurry than the rest." "Perhaps," said Mulu, "he likes walking." Brunette dug out the moldy fragments with the point of his knife, and let them fall on his blanket. He felt uncomfortable. The murky outer air had drifted into the room. Out there, in the dead town, a hunted man was in hiding. Here are we, eating, and tonight we'll have a roof over our heads. Rather reluctantly, he asked, "How'd he manage it?" Livard looked at him with a consequential air. "Guess." "How should I know, over the back wall." Livard shook his head with a grin. He took his time, then, triumphantly, "By the front gate," he said, "at 4 o'clock this afternoon, under the Jerry's noses." The others seemed struck all of a heap by this news. For a moment or two Livard and Cantrell revelled in the general amazement, then Cantrell proceeded to explain in precise, rapid words. His old woman came to see him with a suit of civvies in her bag. He changed in a cupboard, and then just walked out with his arm in hers. "Didn't anyone stop him?" asked Gassou indignantly. Livard shrugged his shoulders. "Stop him, why should anyone do that?" "If I'd seen him going out," said Gassou, "I'd have called a Jerry and had him locked up." Brunette looked at him in amazement. "Have you gone stark mad?" "Mad," said Gassou with a spurt of ill temper. "What's this poor country of ours coming to? Chap tries to do his duty, and the only thanks he gets is to be called mad." He glanced round the circle to see whether the company was with him, and then went on, with even greater vehemence. "You'll soon see whether I'm mad when they put a stop to visiting. After all, they let our people in of their own free will, they didn't have to, don't you agree, boys?" Mulu and Lambert nodded, and Gassou added severely, "For once in a way the Fritzes behave decently, and what happens, we do the dirty on 'em. They'll be properly wild when they find out what's happened and who's to blame 'em." Brunette opened his mouth to say just what he thought of this argument, but Schneider, with a quick glance, got in before him. "Gassou," he said, "what a nasty piece of work you are." Brunette held his tongue, but his thoughts were bitter. He barged in with that bit of abuse to prevent me from passing judgment on him. He doesn't judge Gassou, he never judges anybody. He's ashamed for all of them because I'm here. Whatever happens, whatever they do, he'll always be with them against me. Gassou glared at Schneider, Schneider glared back, and Gassou looked away. "All right," he said, "all right, just you wait till they put a stop to visits, and then see whether I'm mad or not. Doesn't matter to me, my folk are at Orange." "I'm an orphan, if it comes to that," said Mulu, "but, after all, one ought to have some consideration for others." "You're a fine one to talk, I must say," said Brunette, "you who wash yourself carefully every day just so's your pals shan't get lousy." "That's quite different," said Goldilocks sharply. "We all know Mulu's filthy, but it's only the chaps in this room as suffer. We're talking of a bloke who don't care whether he lets down 20,000 provided he can do what he likes." "If the Jerrys get him and put him in chokey," said Lambert, "I shan't do any crying." "Only 6 weeks before we're all demobilized," said Mulu, "and off our fine gentleman goes. Couldn't do like the rest of us, could he, and just wait?" For once in a way the sergeant was in agreement. Typical of the French character, he said with a sigh, that's why we lost the war. Brunette gave a nasty laugh. All the same, you'd be damn pleased to be in his shoes. Trouble with you is you're ashamed you didn't make a bold for it yourselves. That's where you're wrong, said Cantrell sharply. If he'd taken a risk, any sort of a risk, say of a bullet in the backside, one would have thought he's a bastard and a hothead, but at least he's got guts. Instead of which, he slips away on the QT, hiding behind a woman like a bleeding coward. I don't call that an escape, I call it an abuse of confidence. Brunette felt as though cold water was running down his spine. He sat up and looked at each of them in turn, straight in the eyes. All right, if that's how you feel, I give you fair warning. Tomorrow evening I'm going to hop over the wall and make a bold for it. It'll be interesting to see whether anyone gives me away. There was a general atmosphere of embarrassment, but Gassou wasn't going to let himself be put out of countenance. No one'll give you away. You know that perfectly well, but when I get out of here I'll bloody well give you something to remember me by, because you can be quite sure that if you escape, we're the ones that'll have to pay for it. Something to remember you by, said Brunette with an insulting laugh. I should like to see you try. Well, if necessary, we'll get up a party to do the job. Time to talk about that in 10 years' time when you get back from Germany. Gassou was about to say something, but Livard got in first. No point arguing with him, they're letting us out on the 14th, that's official. Oh, that's official, is it? Asked Brunette, still laughing. Suppose you've seen it in writing. Livard made as though not to answer him. Instead, he turned to the others, and said, not in writing, I haven't, but it's as good as. Faces lit up in the darkness like radio valves, with a dark, muffled glow. Livard looked at them with a good-natured smile, and proceeded to expatiate. Hitler said so. Hitler. Brunette was dumbfounded. Livard ignored the interruption and went on, not that the bugger's what you might call up my street, he's our enemy all right, and as for Nazism, well, I'm neither for it nor against it. It may work with the Jerrys, but it don't suit the French temperament. All the same, I will say this for Hitler, he sticks to his word. He said he'd be in Paris on the June 15th, and there he was, sure enough even a bit ahead of time. And he said something about letting us go, inquired Lambert. Well, didn't he say on the June 15th I shall be in Paris, and on the July 14th, you'll be dancing with your wives? A timid voice piped up, it belonged to the man from the north. I thought what he said was we'll be dancing with your wives, we the Fritzes. Livard gave him a withering look. Were you there, may I ask? No, said the man from the north, but I was told about it. Livard broke into contemptuous mirth. If it comes to that, said Brunette, were you there? Course I was there, it was at Hagenau. We were holding an advance post, I'd been out, and when I got back he'd just finished speaking. He nodded his head, and repeated with considerable self-satisfaction, on the June 15th we shall be in Paris, and on the July 14th, you'll be dancing with your wives. By this time the others were in a cheerful mood. Ha, they said, and quoted his words, 15th June, Paris, and on the July 14th we'll be dancing. Women, dancing. Hunching their shoulders, throwing back their heads, grasping their ground sheets like partners, they began to dance. The floor creaked, they were waltzing and revolving under the stars between the cliff-like buildings of the Chateaudun Street Junction. Gassou, in softened mood, leaned across to Brunette, and embarked on a logical explanation. Hitler's not mad, you know. Why should he want to plump down 1 million prisoners in the middle of Germany, 1 million mouths to feed? To make M work, said Brunette. Cheek by jowl with the German workers. What'd the Jerry's morale be like after they talked with us for a bit? In what language? Any language, Pidgin German, Esperanto, anything you like. The French workman is born cunning, he's a natural grumbler and stubborn as you make M, in less than no time he'd be taking the stuffing out of them Jerry's, and you can be pretty sure that old Hitler knows all about that. You can bet your life, he's pretty shrewd. I agree with Livard, I don't like him, but I respect him, and that's more than I'd say about a lot of people. The others solemnly nodded their heads in agreement. He loves his country, only fair to grant him that. He's a man with an ideal main to be the same as ours, but one's got to take off one's hat to him. All opinions are worthy of respect provided they're sincere. That go for ours too. What about our deputies? What sort of ideals have they got, beyond filling their pockets, keeping themselves in bits of skirt, and having a good time generally on our money? Things are a bit different in Germany, I can tell you. You pay your taxes, but at least you know where the money goes. Each year you get a letter from the collector, "Dear sir, you have paid so much. It represents this or that amount of medical supplies for the sick, or so many miles of motor road." I know what I'm talking about. He never wanted to make war on us, said Mulu, it was us as declared war. Not even us, it wasn't, it was Daladier, and he did it without even consulting the chamber. Just as I said, well, he couldn't take that lying down, now, could he? You've asked for me, he said, and here I am. And in less than 2 years he'd got us where he wanted us. So what's he going to do now? Do you think it's any fun for him to have 1 million prisoners on his hands? You wait a bit, and see. In a few days he'll say, "You're a damn nuisance, boys," he'll say, "just you go home and stay there." Then he'll turn round on the Ruskies and they'll hammer each other flat. Why should we bother? He'll take back Alsace, of course that's a matter of prestige and good riddance, say I, never could stick them Alsatians. Livard went off into a fit of silent laughter, as though at some private joke. He looked thoroughly self-satisfied. If only we'd had a Hitler, he said. Hitler, with the French army behind him, said Gassou, why, there'd have been no holding him. He'd have been in Constantinople by this time, because he went on with a broad wink, the French soldier's the best in the world when he's properly led. How ashamed Schneider must be feeling, thought Brunette, and dared not look at him. He got up and turned his back on the best soldiers in the world. No point in staying here, he thought, and went out. On the landing he paused, and looked at the staircase spiraling downwards into the darkness. At this time of night, the door would certainly be locked. For the first time he felt himself a prisoner. Sooner or later he would have to return to his jail, lie down on the floor next to the others, and listen to them dreaming. Below him, the whole barrack building was alive with sound. A noise of shouting and singing filled the well of the staircase. The floor creaked. He swung round. Schneider was walking towards him down the twilit corridor, crossing, one by one, the last beams of daylight filtering through the windows. I'll say, don't tell me you've got the nerve to stand up for him now. Schneider was close to him. Brunette looked, but said nothing. He leaned his hands on the banister rail and Schneider leaned beside him. Brunette said, Giacomo was right. Schneider made no reply. What was there for him to say? A smile, a few red flowers in the rain, that's all they need to give them a little confidence, and a little's all they need, confidence. My hat? In a fury he broke out, there's nothing to be done with them, nothing, nothing, nothing. Confidence was not enough. Confidence in whom? Confidence in what? What they needed was suffering, fear, and hatred. What they needed was the spirit of revolt, massacre, and an iron discipline. When they'd got nothing more to lose, when life would seem even worse than death. They leaned there together above the blackness that smelled of dust. Schneider lowered his voice, are you really planning to escape? Brunette looked at him without answering. Schneider said, I shall miss you. Brunette said bitterly, you'll be the only one as will. On the ground floor some men were striking up a chorus, drink up, let's take a cup, here's to wine and women escape, pull a fast one on 20,000 blokes, leave 'em to stew in their own juice. Has anyone ever got the right to say, there's nothing more to be done? Suppose they are waiting for me in Paris? The thought of Paris filled him with a sense of disgust so violent that he was amazed. He said, "No, I'm not going to escape, I only said that because I'd lost my temper." But if you really believe there's nothing more to be done, there's always something more to be done. One's got to do the work that lies to hand, with such tools as one can find. We must wait and see. Schneider heaved a sigh. Brunette said sharply, "It's you who ought to escape." Schneider shook his head. Brunette said shyly, "You've got a wife waiting for you." Again Schneider shook his head. "Why don't you?" Brunette asked. "There's nothing to keep you here." Schneider said, "It'd be worse everywhere else. Drink up, let's take a cup, here's to wine and women." Brunette said, "And now for Germany." For the first time, and rather shamefacedly, Schneider echoed him, "And now for Germany, that's the next step. And to hell with the King of England who has declared war on us." 27 men, the freight van creaked, the canal slid by. Mulu said, "Things not so knocked about as one might have expected." The Germans had left the sliding doors open, and daylight filtered into the van with a swarm of flies. Schneider, Brunette, and the printer were seated on the floor in the opening of the door, dangling their legs outside. It was a fine summer's day. "No," said Mulu with satisfaction, "not at all too bad." Brunette looked up. Mulu was standing up, obviously pleased by the spectacle of the fields and grasslands slipping by. It was warm. The men gave off a strong smell. Someone at the far end of the van was snoring. Brunette leaned out. He caught the glitter of German helmets in the open truck, above an array of rifle barrels. A fine summer's day in a peaceful world. The train rumbled on, the canal glided slowly by. Here and there a bomb had torn a hole in a road or scarred a field. At the bottom of the craters water reflected the sky. The printer said, as though speaking to himself, "Easy enough to make a jump for it." Schneider jerked his shoulder in the direction of the rifles, "They'd knock you over like a rabbit." The printer said nothing. He leaned out as though about to take a dive. Brunette held him back by the shoulder. "Be easy enough," said the printer again, like someone in a hypnotic trance. Mulu patted him on the back of the neck. "What's the point, seeing as how we're off to Chalons? But is that so? Is that really where we're going? You read the notice, same as I did. But it didn't say nothing about Chalons." "Perhaps not, but it did say we were staying in France, didn't it, Brunette?" For a moment or two, Brunette said nothing. It was true that the evening before there had been a notice stuck on the wall, signed by the commandant, "The prisoners in the camp at Baccarat will remain in France," but that didn't alter the fact that here they all were in a train, being carried off to some unknown destination. Mulu pressed his question, "Is it true, or isn't it?" From behind them came impatient voices, "Of course it's true. Why you trying to put the wind up us, you know perfectly well it's true." Brunette glanced at the printer, and said quietly, "Yes, it's true." The printer sighed. He was smiling now, and looked reassured. "Trouble is, railway journeys always take me like this." He laughed gaily, still turned to Brunette. He said, "I've only been in a train about 20 times all told, I suppose, in my life, and it always takes me like this." He laughed, and Brunette thought, "He's in bad shape." Lucien was seated slightly behind them, his hands clasped round his ankles. He said, "My people were to have come on Sunday to see me." He was young, gentle-looking, and wore spectacles. "Wouldn't you rather find them waiting for you at home?" asked Mulu. "That's all very well," said the boy, "but seeing as how they was to have come Sunday, I'd rather we hadn't started till Monday." Protests rose from all sides. "Here's a chap as'd like to have been stuck there another 3 days. There's some as don't know when they're well off." If we'd waited any longer, we might have been there till Christmas. Lucien smiled sweetly. You see, he explained, they're not as young as they were, and I don't like the idea of their being put to all that trouble for nothing. But, said Moulou, when you get home, it'll be you as'll be waiting for them. That's what I'd like, said Lucien, but no such luck. It'll take at least a week to demobilize us. Who knows, said Moulou, who knows, Jerry's a quick worker. All I'm bothering about, said Juracine, is being home in time for the lavender picking. Brunet turned his head. The van was full of white dust and white smoke. Some of the men were standing, others sitting. He could see across the bent trunks of this forest of legs, a collection of placid faces, each of them wreathed in a vague smile. Juracine was a great lout of a fellow, who looked tough, had had his head completely shaved, and wore a black bandage across one eye. He was squatting tailor fashion in order to take up less space. Where you from? Asked Brunet. Manosque, I was in the merchant navy. Now I live ashore with my wife, and I don't like the idea of her having to do all the cutting without me. The printer was still staring at the rails. It was high time, he said. What's the trouble, lad? Asked Brunet. High time they let us go, high time. Why so? It was getting me down, said the printer. Brunet thought, he too, but seeing the feverish eyes in their dark sockets, he said nothing. He'll find out soon enough, he thought. Schneider said, that's right, it was no laughing matter. How you feeling now? Oh, said the printer, I'm fine now. There was something he wanted to explain, but he could find no words for his thought. He made a gesture as though to excuse his silence, and merely said, I'm from Lyons. Brunet felt embarrassed. He thought, I'd forgotten he was from Lyons. I've been making him work for the last 2 months, and I don't really know a thing about him. Now he has a grudge against me, he's suffering badly from prison sickness. The printer had turned his head, and Brunet could see behind his eyes a sort of anguished gentleness. Is it certain we're going to Chalons? Asked the printer suddenly. Still on that lay, said Moulou impatiently. What's it matter? Asked Brunet. Even if it's not Chalons, we shall get home sooner or later. It must be Chalons, said the printer, it must just be Chalons. The words sounded almost like a prayer. If it hadn't been for you, you know, he said to Brunet, I should have taken a chance ages ago. If it hadn't been for me. Yes, as soon as I felt that there was somebody ready to take responsibility, I had to stay. Brunet said nothing. He thought it was I who made all that difference, but the knowledge gave him no pleasure. The printer went on, I should have been back in Lyons by this time. I've been in the army since October 37, and that's a pretty serious matter. It means I've forgotten my trade. You'll find it comes back pretty quick, said Lucien. The printer shook his head with a look of profound wisdom. Not so quick as all that, he said. It won't be any too easy starting in again, as you'll find out soon enough. He sat motionless, his eyes staring at nothing. He said, when I was at home of an evening with my old parents, I used to give everything a good polishing. I hated having nothing to do, and I wanted the whole place to look spick and span. Brunet glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. He had lost his neat, sprightly appearance, his words came lolloping out of his mouth, and there were scattered tufts of black hair on his thin cheeks. A tunnel swallowed the vans ahead of them. Brunet looked at the black hole into which the train was plunging. He turned sharply to the printer. If you really want to take a chance, now's the moment. What? Said the printer. You've only got to make a jump for it as soon as we're inside the tunnel. The printer stared at him. Then, all went black. He coughed. The train slowed down. Jump, said Brunet, coughing too. Go on, jump. There was no reply. The daylight began to show grey through the smoke. Brunet wiped his eyes. All of a sudden the van was filled with sunlight. The printer was still where he had been. "Why aren't you gone?" asked Brunette. The printer blinked his eyes and said, "What's the point if we're really on our way to Chalons?" Brunette answered with a shrug, and looked at the canal. There was a tavern standing on the bank, with a man drinking. They could see his cap, his glass, and his long nose, over the top of the hedge. Two other men were walking along the towpath. They were wearing straw hats and talking quietly together. They did not even turn their heads to look at the train. "Hello," shouted Mulu, "hello, chums." But already they were out of sight. A brand new café came in sight à la Bon Pecci. The metallic neighing of a mechanical piano struck on Brunette's ears, then died away. It must be the Jerrys in the truck who were hearing it now. Brunette saw a chateau which was not yet within their range of vision, a white building flanked by pointed towers. A small girl in the park, holding a hoop, stared at them with solemn eyes. It was as though all of France and innocent and outmoded France was in that young face watching them. Brunette looked at the little girl and thought of Pétain. The train swept across her contemplative gaze, across her own especial future of quiet games and healthy thoughts and trivial worries, on towards fields of potatoes and factories and armament works, onto the real, dark future that lay ahead waiting to receive a world of men. The prisoners standing behind Brunette waved their handkerchiefs. But the child made no reply, only stood there, clasping her hoop. "They might at least give us a hello," said André. "They was glad enough to see us in September when we was off to get our faces bashed in just to protect 'em." "Yes," said Lambert, "but the trouble is that there wasn't any bashing. An old man was fishing, seated on a camp stool. He never so much as looked up." Jurassine laughed, "Just sunk back into their old, easy-going ways, that's what they've done." "So it seems," said Brunette. The train rolled on through a land at peace, fishermen, taverns, straw hats, and the quiet summer sky. Brunette glanced over his shoulder. The faces he saw were discontented but fascinated. "Between ourselves," said Marshall, "I don't blame the old boy. In a week's time, I shall be off for a day's fishing." "What sort of fishing? Just hook and line?" "Not on your life, fly." The liberation had become something they could almost touch, a picture with, for background, this familiar countryside, these calm waters. Peace, work, the old man coming home at night with his bag of carp. In a week's time they would be free. The proof of it was there before them, gentle, insinuating. Brunette felt ill at ease. It is a bad thing to be the only one in a crowd who has a true vision of the future. He turned his head away and watched another set of rails branching off from the track they were on. He thought, "What can I say? They won't believe me." By rights he ought to be rejoicing, at long last they were about to have understanding forced upon them, at long last he would be able to get to work in good earnest. But against his shoulder and along his arm he could feel the feverish heat of the printer's body, and his heart was heavy with something very like remorse. The train began to slow down. "What's up?" "Points," said Mulu with complacent knowingness. "Not much of this line I'm not familiar with, used to go on it regular 10 years ago every week. We shall go off left here, see if we don't. That right-hand track goes to Luneville and Strasbourg." "Luneville," said Goldilocks, "but I thought we had to go through Luneville." "I know this line, I tell yer. Probably a block down Luneville way, and we've gone round by St. Die to avoid it, and now we're working back." "Does Germany lie over there to the right?" asked Ramilly in an anxious voice. "Yes, we shall swing left here Nancy, Bar-le-Duc, Chalons." The train came to a halt. Brunette turned and looked at them. Their faces were calm and peaceful. A few of them were smiling. Only Ramilly, the music teacher, was biting his lower lip and fingering his spectacles in a worried and unhappy manner. All the same, no one spoke. Suddenly a shout from Mulu broke the silence. "Hey, my pretties, blow us a kiss." Brunette swung round sharply. There were 6 of them, in light summer dresses. They had fat, red arms and healthy complexions. 6 pairs of eyes were watching from behind the gate of a level crossing. Mulu was busy blowing kisses. None of the girls smiled. One of them, large, dark, and far from plain, began to sigh, the sighs distended her ample bosom. The other 5 were staring with wide and mournful eyes. 6 mouths, in 6 rustic and inexpressive faces, puckered up like those of children on the verge of tears. "Come on," said Mulu, "give us a sign of life." Then, moved by sudden inspiration, he added, "Spare a kiss for a lot of poor devils on their way to Germany." Protesting voices were raised behind him, "Don't say things like that, it's unlucky." Mulu glanced over his shoulder, he was completely at his ease. "Stow it. I only said that to get a smile out of him." The men, now, were laughing and shouting, "Come on, girls, don't be shy." The dark-haired one was still staring hard with frightened eyes. Hesitatingly, she raised one hand, put it to her flaccid lips, and jerked it forward with the movement of a mechanical doll. "You can do better than that," said Mulu, "that's not good enough for us, you know." A furious voice shouted at him in German, and he hurriedly withdrew his head. "Bloody fool," said Jurassine, "they'll be shutting the door on us if you're not careful." Mulu made no reply, he was grumbling away to himself, "Proper bitches, the girls in this dump." There was a sound of creaking, the train began to move, the men stopped talking, Mulu, his mouth hanging half open, stood waiting. They were gathering speed. Brunette thought, "Now's the moment." There was a noise of banging and a sudden shock. Mulu lost his balance and caught at Schneider's shoulder. He gave a cry of triumph, "What did I tell yer, boys, we're off to Nancy." Everyone started laughing and shouting. Ramelie could be heard saying nervously, "Are you sure we're going to Nancy?" "Look for yourself," said Mulu, pointing to the track. Sure enough, the train had diverged to the left. It was strung out now in the arc of a circle. By leaning well forward it was possible to see the small locomotive. "Is this the direct route?" Brunette turned his head. Ramelie's face was ashen, his bloodless lips were still trembling. "Direct route?" asked Mulu with a laugh, "do you think they're going to make us change?" "All I meant was, are there any other systems of points?" "There certainly are," said Mulu, "one just before we get into Forward, and another at Pigny-sur-Meuse. But we haven't got to worry. We've turned left, and left we shall keep for Bar-le-Duc and Chalons." "When can we be sure of that?" "What more do you want? We are sure." "But what about the points?" "Oh," said Mulu, "if that's what's bothering you, the second lot are the ones that matter. If we went right there it'd mean Metz and Luxembourg. The third lot don't count, a swing right would only take us to Verdun and Sedan, and why in the world should they be sending us there?" "So it's the second lot of points that are important," said Ramelie, "the ones that are coming next?" He relapsed into silence, and lay curled up with his knees drawn to his chin, looking lost and cold. "Oh, give it a rest," said André, "you'll see soon enough." Ramelie did not answer. Silence lay heavy on the van, the men's faces were without expression, but rather tense. Brunette heard to his left the sound of a mouth organ. André gave a start, "Hey, cut it out, we don't want no music." "I've got a perfect right to play the mouth organ," said a voice from the shadows. "We don't want any music," said André. The man stopped his playing. The train had gradually been gaining speed. It ran across a bridge. "That's the last of the canal," remarked the printer with a sigh. Schneider was sleeping where he sat, his head jerking to the movement of the train. Brunette felt bored. He looked out at the fields, thinking of nothing. A few moments later the train began to slow down. Ramelie straightened up, his face looked haggard. "What's happening?" "Don't get the wind up, it's only Nancy," said Mulu. The side of a cutting rose above the level of their heads, topped by a wall with a cornice of white stone. On top of the cornice there was an iron paling. "Must be a road up there," said Mulu. Brunette felt suddenly as though he were crushed under an enormous weight. The men all round him leaned out, supporting themselves on his shoulder. They were staring upwards. Great puffs of smoke drifted into the van. Brunette started to cough. "Look at that chap, up there," said Marshall. Brunette tilted his head back, it struck something hard, hands were pushing him. There was a man leaning on the paling. They could see, through the iron latticework, his black jacket and striped trousers. He was carrying a leather briefcase, and seemed to be about 40. "Hello," called Marshall. "Good morning," said the man. His face was thin, its expression hard. He had a neat mustache and very light blue eyes. "Hello. Hello," cried the prisoners. "How are things going on in Nancy?" asked Mulu. "Town been much knocked about?" "No," said the man. "Good," said Mulu, "good." The man said nothing. He was staring hard at them with an air of curiosity. "Business starting up again?" asked Jurasine. The engine whistled, the man curved his hand round his ear. "What's that?" Jurasine gestured over Brunette's head, in an attempt to convey the fact that he could not talk any louder. Lucien said, "Ask him about the prisoners from Nancy." "What about them?" "Ask him if he knows what's happened to them." "Pipe down," said Mulu, "chap can't hear hisself speak. Hurry up and ask him, we shall be off again in a minute." The whistling had stopped. Mulu shouted, "Business as usual. Plenty doing with all these Germans in the place." "Cinemas reopened?" asked Marshall. "What's that?" shouted the civilian. "Hell," said Lucien, "I'm sick of cinemas. For God's sake let's give 'em a rest. Here, let me do the talking." Without pausing for breath, he added, "How about the prisoners?" "What prisoners? Weren't there any prisoners from here?" "Yes, but they're not here any longer." "Where they gone to?" shouted Mulu. The civilian looked at them with an air of mild astonishment. "Germany, of course." "Stop pushing," said Brunette. He braced himself with his two hands against the wall of the van. The men were crowding on top of him, they were all speaking at once. "Germany, you crazy, you mean Challens." "Germany, indeed. Who says they've gone to Germany?" The civilian made no reply. He fixed them with his untroubled gaze. "Shut up, boys," said Jurasine, "don't all talk at once." There was silence, and Jurasine shouted, "How do you know?" The sound of a voice raised in anger reached them. One of the German sentries jumped, with fixed bayonet, from the truck and ran up the train. Ill temper had flushed his face scarlet. He began to yell in very rapid German. His voice was hoarse. Brunette felt himself suddenly freed from the enormous weight that had been pressing on him. The men must have sat down suddenly. The sentry stopped talking. He stood in front of them, his rifle resting on the ground. The civilian had not moved. He was still where he had been, leaning over the paling, and looking at them. Brunette could feel behind him all the fevered faces raised in a mute questioning. "The bloody fool," muttered Lucien at his back, "the bloody fool." The man up on the road was motionless and dumb, useless from their point of view, yet filled with some secret knowledge. The engine whistled. A great eddy of smoke poured into the van, the train gave a shudder and began to move. Brunette coughed, the sentry waited until the truck passed him, and threw his rifle into it. Brunette could see two pairs of hands, projecting from greenish sleeves, catch him by the shoulders and hoist him up. "What's that bastard know about it, anyhow?" "Yes, what does he know? They went off somewhere, and he saw 'em go, that's all there is to it." There was an outburst of angry voices at Brunette's back. He smiled, but said nothing. "He was only guessing," said Ramilly, "he guessed they were going to Germany." The train began to move faster, past long, Empty platforms. Brunette saw a notice board with the words "Exit, Subway." The train drove onwards. The station was dead. Brunette could feel the printer's shoulder trembling against his own. The printer gave vent to a fit of temper. Dirty swine, to say a thing like that if he didn't know for sure. That's right, said Marshall, a proper bastard. Nothing to worry about, said Mulu, he's probably nuts, said Juracine, did you look at him, nothing nuts about that bugger, he knew what he was doing all right. Brunette turned his head. Juracine showed a nasty smile, one of the fifth column, he said. How about if he was right, inquired Lambert. For God's sake, if you want to go to Bok Eland, get on with it, but don't come putting the wind up us. Well, anyhow, said Mulu, we shall know when we get to the next set of points. When'll that be? Asked Ramilly. His face looked green, he was drumming with his fingers on the skirt of his greatcoat. Quarter of an hour, 20 minutes. The others said no more, but sat there waiting. Brunette had never seen their faces so tense, their eyes so fixed, since catastrophe had overtaken them. Silence fell, heavy and complete. There was nothing to be heard but the creaking of the train. It was hot. Brunette would have liked to take off his tunic, but he was wedged between the printer and the wall of the van, and could not move. Sweat was trickling down his neck. The printer, without looking at him, said, I say, Brunette. What? Were you joking just now when you told me to jump? Why do you ask that? The printer turned his face with its air of childlike charm, which wrinkles, dirt, and stubble were alike incapable of aging, and looked at him. He said, I just couldn't stick being packed off to Germany. Brunette said nothing, I just couldn't stick it, it'd kill me. Brunette gave a shrug, he said, we'll all be in the same boat. But we'll all die, it'll kill the lot of us. Brunette freed one hand and laid it on his shoulder. Get a hold on yourself, boy, he said with a sudden display of affection. The printer was trembling. Brunette said to him, if you start talking like that you'll end by putting the wind up everybody. The printer swallowed, all the fight seemed to have gone out of him. He said, you're right, Brunette. He made a little movement, expressive of despair and helplessness. Very sadly, he added, you're always right. Brunette smiled at him. A moment or two passed, then the printer began again in a dull voice, then you were pulling my leg. What do you mean? When you told me to jump you were pulling my leg, weren't you? Oh, forget it, said Brunette. If I jump now, said the printer, would you hold it against me? Brunette looked at the glitter of the rifle barrels projecting from the truck. Don't be a fool, he said, you'd only get yourself bumped off. Let me take a chance, said the printer, let me take a chance. This is the wrong moment, said Brunette. I don't care, said the printer, if they take me to Germany, I shall die in any case, and one way's as good as another. Brunette remained silent. The printer said, all I want to know is, would you hold it against me? Brunette's eyes were still on the rifle barrels. Slowly, coldly, he said, yes, I would, I forbid you to do anything of the sort. The printer hung his head, Brunette could see his jaw moving. What a brute you are, said Schneider. Brunette turned his head, Schneider was looking at him with a hard expression in his eyes. Brunette did not answer him, he pressed against the door. He would have liked to say, can't you see that if I don't forbid him to jump, he'll get himself killed? But could not, because the printer would have heard him. He had an uncomfortable feeling that Schneider was passing judgment on him. He thought, what nonsense. He looked at the skinny back of the printer's neck, he thought, suppose he really did die in Germany, hell, what's the matter with me? The train slowed down, they had reached the points. All of them knew perfectly well that it was because of the points that they were stopping, but not a word was uttered. The train came to a standstill. There was silence. Brunette raised his eyes. Mulu was leaning across him, looking at the track, his mouth open. His face was livid. The chirp of crickets could be heard coming from the grass that grew on the embankment. 3 Germans jumped down onto the permanent way to stretch their legs. They sauntered past the van, laughing. The train began to move. They made a half-turn, and rejoined their truck at the run. "It's left, all right, boys," yelled Mulu, "we're going left." The van creaked and vibrated, it felt almost as though the rails would be torn from the sleepers. Once again, Brunette was conscious of 10 heavy bodies leaning on his shoulders in their eagerness to see out. The men shouted, "We're going left. We're going left. We're off to Chalons." Laughing faces, blackened by smoke, appeared in the doorways of the other vans. André shouted, "Hey! Shabu! We're for Chalons." Shabu, who was leaning out of the 4th van from them, laughed and shouted back, "And about time too." Everyone was laughing. Brunette heard Gassu's voice, "They were just as windy as us." "What did I say, boys?" said Juracine, he was a 5th columnist all right. Brunette looked at the printer. The printer said nothing. He was still trembling, and a tear was running down his left cheek, making a furrow in the grime and coal dust. Somebody started to play a mouth organ, somebody else struck up a song, "Cakey, my sweet, I'm ever thine." Brunette felt horribly depressed. He watched the track slipping by, he wanted to jump. Theirs was the front van, behind them, the whole train was singing. It was like a pre-war excursion. He thought, there's a nasty shock waiting for them. The printer heaved a sigh of relief. "Ah-h-h," he sighed. He gave Brunette a shrewd look. "You thought it was going to be Germany." Brunette stiffened slightly, he felt that his prestige had suffered, but he said nothing. The printer, by now, was in a friendly mood, and hastened to add, "Everyone can make a mistake sometimes, as a matter of fact, I thought so too." Brunette still said nothing. The printer started to whistle. A few moments passed, and then he said, "I'll send her word before I show up." "Who's her?" asked Brunette. "My girl," said the printer. "If I don't do that she might throw a faint." "You got a girl, at your age?" asked Brunette. "You bet your life," said the printer, "we should have been married by this time if it hadn't been for the war." "How old is she?" 18. "Did you meet one another through the party?" No, not exactly," said the printer, "it was at a dance." "Does she think the same as you?" "What about?" "Everything." "Damned if I know what she thinks," said the printer, "actually, I don't believe she thinks at all. She's just a kid, but she's a decent sort, and a good worker, and steady." He brooded for a while, then, "I think it was that got me down, I was feeling bored with her." "You got a bit of skirt, Brunette." "No time for that," said Brunette. "How do you manage, then?" Brunette smiled, "Oh, just a pick-up now and again when I feel like it." "I couldn't live like that," said the printer. "Don't you ever feel you'd like a place of your own, with a wife and all?" "I should never be there." "Yes, of course, I see that." The printer seemed slightly abashed. As though to excuse himself, he said, "I don't need much nor does she, 3 chairs and a bed." He was smiling at nothing in particular. He said, "If it hadn't been for this war, we should have been happy." Brunette felt irritated, he looked at the printer without sympathy. The thinness of the man's face made it easy to read, and Brunette deduced a strong desire for simple happiness. He said quietly, "This war wasn't a matter of chance. You know well enough that it's impossible to live under an oppressive system." "Oh," said the printer, "I'd have dug a little hole for myself." Brunette raised his voice, and said sharply, "Then why are you a communist?" "Communists aren't content to dig holes for themselves." "Because of the others," said the printer, "there was a terrible lot of poverty where I lived, and I wanted to see that changed. When a man joins the party, nothing but the party matters, said Brunette. You must have known what you were letting yourself in for. Oh, I knew all right, said the printer quickly. Have I ever refused to do anything you asked? Only, don't you see, this is the way I figured it when I'm with my girl, the party's not looking on. There are moments when, he looked at Brunette and broke off short. Brunette said nothing. He thought he's acting like this because he thinks I've made a mistake. One ought to be infallible. It was getting hotter and hotter. His shirt was soaked with sweat, the sun was beating straight on his face. It was important to know why all these young men had joined the CP. When the reason's been based on some sort of generous impulse, there always comes a moment when the enthusiasm begins to flag. And what about you, why did you join? Oh, well. All that is so long ago that it has ceased to matter. I'm a communist because I'm a communist, that's all there is to it. He freed his right hand, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looked at his watch. 4:30. What with all these detours, we're nowhere near getting there. Tonight the Jerrys'll bolt the doors and we shall sleep in a siding. He yawned and said, Schneider, you're not doing much talking. What do you expect me to talk about? Asked Schneider. Brunette yawned again. He looked at the track streaming by. A white face was grinning at him from between the rails. Ha, 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 his head was falling. He awoke with a start. His eyes were hurting him. He pushed his way backwards in order to avoid the sun. Someone had said condemned to death. His head fell, he awoke again, and raised his hand to his face. His chin was wet. I been dribbling, must have gone to sleep with my mouth open. It was something he had a horror of doing. Want to pump ship? A hand pushed an empty bully beef tin at him. It felt warm. What's that for? He said. Oh, thanks. He emptied it out of the door. The yellow liquid rained down onto the line. Hey, pass it up quick. He handed it back without turning his head. It was taken from him. He wanted to go to sleep again. Someone tapped him on the shoulder. He took the tin and emptied it. Let me have it, said the printer. Brunette held out the tin to him, and he struggled, with difficulty, to his feet. Brunette's fingers were damp, and he dried them on his tunic. A moment later, an arm was extended above his head, and the tin was again tilted. The yellow water fell in a scatter, and was left, a puddle covered with white bubbles, in their wake. The printer resumed his seat, wiping his fingers. Brunette let his head droop on the printer's shoulder. He could hear the music of the mouth organ, could see a lovely garden full of flowers. He fell asleep. He was awakened by a violent jerk. What's up? He exclaimed. The train had come to a halt in open country. What's up? Nothing, said Moulou, you can go to sleep again, it's only Pygny-sur-Meuse. Brunette turned his head, peace lay over the scene. The men had grown accustomed to their new happiness. Some were playing at cards, some were singing, yet others, silent as though magicked, seemed to be telling stories to themselves. Their eyes were full of memories which, now at last, they could let come to the surface, untrammelled, from the depths of their hearts. No one was taking any notice of the fact that the train was standing still. Brunette was fast asleep. He dreamed of an unfamiliar plain, where men, naked and thin as skeletons, were seated about a great fire. When he awoke the sun was low on the horizon, the sky was mauve, 2 cows were grazing in a meadow, and the train was still motionless. The men were singing. German soldiers were picking flowers on the grassy embankment. One of them, a fattish little man with a great spread of shoulder and pink checks, approached the prisoners. He had a daisy between his teeth, and was smiling broadly. Moulou, André, and Marshall smiled back at him. For a moment, the German and Frenchman remained all looking at one another and smiling. Then Moulou said quickly, Cigaretten, Bitchan, Cigaretten. The soldier seemed to turn the matter over in his mind. He glanced hastily at the embankment where his two companions were bending over the grass. Only their rumps were visible. He hurriedly felt in his pocket, and threw a packet of cigarettes into the van. Brunette heard behind him a noise of scrambling. Ramilly, who was not a smoker, stood up and shouted, "Danke schön," to an accompaniment of smiles. The squat little German made signs to him to hold his tongue. Müller said to Schneider, "Ask him where we're going." Schneider said something to the soldier, in German. The soldier answered with a grin. The others had, by this time, finished picking flowers, and approached the train, holding bunches in their left hands, upside down. The party consisted of a sergeant and two privates. They seemed to be in an hilarious mood, and were laughing a good deal as they talked. "What are they saying?" asked Müller, smiling likewise. "Wait a moment," said Schneider impatiently, "and let me see if I can understand." The soldiers indulged in a final pleasantry, and then started to move, unhurriedly, back to their truck. The sergeant stopped to make water against one of the wheels. He stood with his legs apart, buttoning up his flies. He took a quick look at his men, and, while their backs were turned, jerked a packet of cigarettes into the van. "Ha," said Marshall with a chuckle, "they're not a bad lot of buggers." "It's because we're being released," said Juracine, "they want to snake a good eye impression on us." "Maybe," said Marshall, "actually, it's all propaganda. What were they saying?" Müller asked Schneider. Schneider did not answer, there was an odd expression on his face. "Yes," chimed in André, "what were they saying?" Schneider swallowed with difficulty. He said, "They're from Hanover, been in action in Belgium." "Where did they say we're going?" Schneider spread his arms, smiled apologetically, and said, "Treves." "Treves," commented Müller, "and where may that be when it's at home?" "It's in the Palatinate," replied Schneider. There was a scarcely noticeable silence, then Müller said, "Treves, in Bach-Eland, then they must have been pulling your leg." Schneider said no more. Müller went on with calm assurance, "One doesn't go to Bach-Eland by way of Bar-le-Duc." Schneider still remained silent. André asked with an air of nonchalance, "Were they having a joke with you, or what?" "Must have been," said Lucien, "they were having you on." Schneider broke his silence. "They weren't joking when they told me that," he said reluctantly. "Didn't you hear what Müller said?" exclaimed Marshall angrily, "Bar-le-Duc's not on the way to Bach-Eland. It doesn't make sense." "One doesn't go by Bar-le-Duc, I agree," said Schneider, "one branches to the right." Müller began to laugh. "Poppycock. I suppose you'll allow I know this route better than any of you. Well, the line to the right goes to Verdun and Sedan. If you continued on in that direction you might find yourself in Belgium, but not in Germany." He turned to the others with the reassuring air of one who knows. "I used to travel this district every week, twice a week, sometimes," he added, and his face expressed a desperate conviction. There was a chorus of voices, "He knows. He can't be wrong." "One goes via Luxembourg," said Schneider, speaking with an effort. Brunette had the impression that now he had started, he meant to drive the truth into their heads. He was pale, and avoided their eyes as he spoke. André thrust his face close up to Schneider, and shouted, "Why should we have come this roundabout way?" The men behind chimed in, "Yes," they said, "why? They wouldn't be such fools if they could take us round by Luneville." Schneider was scarlet. Suddenly he swung round towards the back of the van, and confronted the men who were making all the noise. "I know nothing about it," he shouted angrily, "nothing. Maybe it was because the track's destroyed, or because there are German troop movements going on. It's no use your trying to make me say more than I know. You can believe what you damn well please." A shrill voice sounded above the hubbub. "No need to lose your tempers, chums, we shall soon know for certain." The others repeated the words, "That's right, we'll soon know, what's the point of squabbling?" Schneider sat down without saying any more. From the next van but one emerged a curly head, and a boy's voice shouted, "Where do they say we're going?" "What's he want to know?" "He's asking where we're going." There was a roar of laughter. Couldn't have chose a better moment to ask. Mulu leaned out, put his hands to his mouth, and yelled up me backside. The head disappeared. Everyone laughed. Then the laughter stopped. Jurassine said, "What about a game, boys, takes the mind off." "All right, come on." The men squatted tailor fashion round a greatcoat folded into four. Jurassine took up the pack and dealt. Ramilly sat biting his nails in silence. The mouth organ was playing a waltz. A man was standing against the end wall, smoking a German cigarette. He looked thoughtful. As though he were speaking to himself, he said, "It's good to have a smoke." Schneider turned to Brunette. "I couldn't tell them a lie," he said, and there was something almost defensive in the tone of his voice. Brunette's only answer was a shrug. Schneider went on, "I just couldn't." "Not that it'd have done any good if you had," said Brunette. "It's better, they'll have to know sooner or later." He noticed that he had spoken with gentleness, and felt irritated with Schneider because of the others. Schneider gave him an odd look. "Pity you don't know German." "Why?" asked Brunette, surprised. "Because breaking the news might have been more up your street." "You're wrong," said Brunette wearily. "But you always wanted it to be Germany." "Yes, I suppose I did." The printer was trembling again. Brunette put his arm round his shoulder and pressed it with a clumsy show of affection. Silently, he drew Schneider's attention to him, and said, "Shut up." The smile with which Schneider looked at Brunette expressed astonishment. "It as good as said, since when have you bothered about sparing other people's feelings?" Brunette turned away his head, only to see before him the printer's hungry, supplicating gaze. The printer returned his look. His lips moved, his great, soft eyes turned in his shadowed face. Brunette was on the point of saying, "I wasn't so wrong, was I?" but bit back the words. He looked at his legs hanging motionless above the wheels, and began to whistle. The sun went down. The heat grew less. A small boy was chasing cows with a stick. They galloped across a field, then quieted down and ambled majestically onto the road. A boy going home, cows making for the byre. It was a sight to make the heart sore. Very far off, high above the meadow, blackbirds were turning and twisting. Not all the dead had been buried. Brunette was beyond knowing whether this heart's anguish were his own or others. He turned and looked at his companions, trying to see them objectively. Their faces were gray and preoccupied, almost peaceful. He recognized their expression. It was the curious mental emptiness of crowds just before they are shaken by a gust of anger. He thought, "That's fine, that's as it should be," but without any sense of pleasure. The train shuddered throughout its length, continued on its way for another few minutes, then stopped. Mulu leaned out and stared at the horizon. "Points 100 yards ahead." "Don't you realize," said Gassou, "they're going to shunt the train and leave us here till morning." "Fine state of nerves we'll be in by that time," said André. Brunette could feel in his very bones the dead weight of the train's immobility. Someone said, "It's the Cold War all over again." A dry cackle ran through the van. It was laughter. It died out. Brunette heard Jurassine say imperturbably, "Trump you once, trump you twice." He felt another jerk, and turned. Jurassien's hand, holding an ace of hearts, hung motionless in the air. The train moved slowly forward. Mulu was watching. A moment later, it gathered speed. Two rails leapt into view from under the wheels, two parallel flashes of light that showed for a moment and then vanished, over to their left, among the fields. "Hell," said Mulu, "oh, bloody hell." There was complete silence. The men had understood. Jurassine let his ace fall on the coat, and took the trick. The train was running smoothly, with a regular puffing sound. The setting sun turned Schneider's face red. The air felt suddenly much cooler. Brunette looked at the printer and gripped him sharply by the shoulders. "No funny business, boy, no funny business." The thin body went taut under his fingers, he tightened his grip, and the body grew slack. Brunette thought, "I'll keep a hold on him till nightfall." When darkness came, the Jerrys would shut the door. By morning he would have calmed down. The train ran on under the mauve sky, in complete silence. They knew now in each separate van they knew. The printer had dropped his head on Brunette's shoulder, like a woman. Brunette thought, "Have I any right to keep him from jumping?" But he kept a tight hold of him. He heard a laugh at his back, and a voice, "The old woman wanted a kid. I'll have to write and tell her to get the neighbor to do the necessary." They all laughed. Brunette thought, the laughter of despair. Laughter filled the van, and a rising anger. Somebody spluttered through his mirth, "What bloody fools we were, what complete, bloody fools. A field of potatoes, a steel works, mines, forced labor, what right have I, what right, to hold him back?" "Bloody fools," said the voice again. Anger rumbled and rose. Brunette could feel beneath his fingers the twitching of the thin shoulders, the movement of the slack muscles. He thought, "He'll never be able to stick it." He tightened his hold. By what right? He tightened it still more. The printer said, "You're hurting me." Brunette maintained his grip. "This is a life vowed to communism. So long as he lives, he belongs to us." He looked at the small, squirrel face. "For so long as he lives, yes, but is he still alive? He's finished, the springs are broken, he'll never work again." "Let me alone," shouted the printer, "for Christ's sake let me alone." Brunette was conscious of the queerness of his position, keeping tight hold of this rag of a man, this member of the party, who would never again be of the slightest use. He wanted to speak to him, to cheer him, to help him, but could not do so. His words belonged to the party alone gave to them any meaning they might have. Only within the party could Brunette love, persuade, console. Now that the printer had got himself into a position where he was outside the range of that immense and wheeling light, Brunette could have nothing more to say to him. Nevertheless, the boy was still a suffering human being. Death either way. Oh, let him decide for himself. If he could make a getaway, so much the better for him. If he stayed, his death might be of some use to the cause. The laughter grew louder. The train was running slowly, it seemed to be on the point of stopping. Inspired by a sudden cunning, the printer said, "Pass me the tin, I want to jump ship." Brunette said nothing but looked at him, and what he saw was death, the vast freedom of death. "Hell," said the printer, "why can't you pass me the tin? Do you want me to wet my pants?" Brunette turned his head. "Tin up," he shouted. Out of darkness aglow with anger came a hand holding the tin. The train slowed down still more. Brunette hesitated. He dug his fingers into the printer's shoulder, then, suddenly, relaxed his grip, and took the tin. How bloody silly it all was. How bloody silly. The men had stopped laughing. Brunette felt his elbow jarred, the printer had dived under his arm. He stretched out his hand, it closed on emptiness. The dark mass, bent double, had fallen, was falling, ponderously through the air. Mulu uttered a cry, a shadow struck the embankment, legs apart, arms flung wide. Brunette waited for the rifle shots, the sound of them was already in his ears. The printer rebounded from the side of the cutting. They could see him standing upright, now, a figure of blackness, a figure of freedom. Brunette saw the flash of the rifle's 5 frightful jets of flame. The printer began to run along the train, he had been seized with panic, was trying to climb back again into the van. Brunette shouted to him, "Get onto the bank, for God's sake, get onto the bank." All the men were shouting, "Jump," they cried, "jump." The printer did not hear. He was running as hard as he could. He was drawing level with them. "Brunette," he called out, "Brunette." Brunette could see his terrified eyes. He yelled at him the one word embankment, but the man seemed deaf, to be nothing now but a pair of enormous eyes. Brunette thought, if he can climb back quickly, he may have a chance. He leaned out. In a flash Schneider realized what he was after, and flung his arm round him to keep him from falling. Brunette stretched out his arms. The printer's hand touched his. The Jerry's fired 3 times, the printer slumped backwards and fell. The train drew away from him. The printer leaped once into the air and fell. The sleeper and the clinkers beneath his head were black with blood. The train jerked to a standstill. Brunette collapsed on top of Schneider. Between his clenched teeth he said, "They must have seen perfectly well that he was trying to climb back, they shot him down just for the fun of the thing." The body was lying some 20 yards away, already a mere object, already free. "I'd have dug a little hole for myself." Brunette noticed that he was still holding the bully beef tin. He had reached out his hand to the printer without letting go of it. It was warm. He let it fall on the stones of the permanent way. 4 Jerrys jumped out of their truck and ran to the body. Brunette could hear the men behind him growling. Their anger was no longer under control. From one of the trucks ahead 10 Germans emerged. They clambered up the embankment and faced the train, Tommy guns leveled. None of the prisoners showed any sign of fear. Someone behind Brunette shouted, "Bastards!" The big German sergeant, with a look of fury on his face, bent over the corpse, lifted it, let it fall back and gave it a kick. Brunette struggled round. "Hey, you'll have me over if you're not careful." At least 20 of the men were leaning out. Ike saw 20 pairs of eyes with murder in them. There was going to be trouble. He shouted, "Don't jump, boys. You'll only get yourselves slaughtered." He got to his feet with difficulty, fighting for his freedom. "Schneider," he shouted. Schneider had got up, too. Each had his arm round the other's waist. With their free hands they dung to the jambs of the door. "No one's leaving this van." The men pushed. Brunette could see their hatred, his hatred, the tool ready to his hand, and he felt afraid. 3 Germans approached the van, their rifles pointed at its occupants. Brunette recognized the big fellow with the curly hair who had tossed the cigarettes to them. His eyes were the eyes of a murderer. The Frenchmen and the Germans glared at one another. This was war. For the first time since September 39, this was war. Gradually the pressure relaxed. The men drew back. He could breathe again. The sergeant walked up to the van. "Heinian," he shouted, "Heinian." Brunette and Schneider were pressed against a wall of chests. Behind them the Jerrys were closing the sliding doors. The van was plunged in darkness. It smelled of sweat and coal dust. It was filled with a low mutter of anger. Feet were stamping on the floor, the sound was that of a crowd on the march. Brunette thought, "They won't forget this, the game's won." He felt ill, and was finding it hard to breathe. His eyes were wide open in the darkness. Now and again he felt them swell, so that they seemed to be 2 great oranges about to start from their sockets. In a low voice he called, "Schneider! Schneider!" "Here I am," said Schneider. A hand found his and pressed it. "That you, Schneider?" "Yes." They stood side by side, hand in hand, both silent. There was a jerk, the train creaked into motion. What had they done with the body? He could feel Schneider's breathing close beside his car. Suddenly Schneider withdrew his hand. Brunette tried to retain it, but Schneider shook him off and melted into the darkness. Brunette was alone, rigid and uncomfortable. The place was hot as an oven. He stood there on one foot, the other was jammed in a confusion of legs and boots. He made no attempt to free himself. He was obsessed by the need to feel that everything about him was provisional, that he was passing through something, that his thoughts were passing through his head, that the train was passing through France. Ideas leapt from his brain, vague, indistinct, and fell onto the railway track behind. even before he had had time to identify them. He was moving farther and farther and farther away. Only when life was moving at this speed was it endurable. Complete immobility. Speed slid by and dropped at his feet. He knew that the train was moving, grinding, bumping, shuddering its way onward, but he was no longer conscious of movement. He was in a great dustbin. Somebody was kicking about inside it. Behind him, on the embankment, lay a body, limp and boneless. Brunette knew that they were moving farther from it with each passing minute. He longed to feel the reality of their movement, but could not. Complete stagnation reigned. Above the dead body, above the inert freight van, the darkness wheeled. It alone was living. Tomorrow's dawn would cover all of them with the same dew. Dead flesh and rusted steel would run with the same sweat. Tomorrow the blackbirds would come. Notes. Leftward arrow 1. Those familiar with Paris before 1939 will remember the huge baby who used to proclaim, from halfway up the Eiffel Tower, the merits of Cadam soap. Translator.